often does. You search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard, and I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. You're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. You're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
Hey, I got something to say. I'm just so sick of hearing everyone complain. I know it's tough and I know there's pain, but hitting bottom is the only way to change. So I'll keep hustling, you keep struggling. Bitch, I'm humbling, keep mumbling. I'll keep doubling, you keep bluffing. You've got nothing, I'll keep hustling. is. I've seen a lot of people who don't know what thirst is. I've had a taste of evil and tried to cure the sickness, but I just keep my head down and focus on the facts. I'm setting down gravel while you just follow the path. I'll lead them into battle while you're just too scared to act. I'll leave the knife right in my back. So I'll keep hustling, you keep struggling. Bitch, I'm humbling, keep mumbling. I'll keep doubling, you keep bluffing. You've got nothing, I'll keep hustling.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too are dreaming in the dark. We are
Hey guys, can y'all hear me okay? Am I muffled or can you guys hear me all right?
particularly a child of tender years, is murdered, harmed, victimized that keep us up at night. These are the cases. Good evening, everyone. As you know, my name is Shalina Jones, and I am your Chatham County District Attorney. I'm here today to discuss a matter that has captured the hearts and minds of many people across our community, across the state of Georgia, and across this nation. And that is the sad and untimely death of 2-year-old baby boy Quentin Simon. Over these past few weeks, there have been photos and images that you might have seen of men and women hard at work, combing through heaps of trash, looking for just the smallest sign of what happened to baby Q, as he was affectionately known. When any person, particularly a child of tender years, is murdered, harmed, victimized, or goes missing in our community, it's a matter that calls our very humanity into question. These are the cases that keep us up at night. These are the cases that deserve justice. Before I begin, I would like to thank the fine members of law enforcement, particularly our Chatham County Police Department Police Chief, Chief Jeff Hadley. Thank you. If you'll join me here, I appreciate it. Um, and to the rest of his team, particularly the lead investigator on this case, Detective Lemons. Chief, I want to thank you for the hard work and dedication that you've devoted to this case from the very beginning. Your department was boots on the ground, and you made this the highest priority for our county. You represented our county well, and we greatly appreciate it. To the men and women of the Chatham County Sheriff's Office, the GBI, the Department of Natural Resources, and every other, the FBI, of course, and every other law enforcement agency that devoted time, effort, and resources to searching for baby Quentin, we say thank you. These men and women worked very long hours, turning shifts for 6 weeks straight, working tirelessly and would not quit until Quentin's body was found. Were it not for their tireless efforts, we would not have been able to take the first step on the long road to justice as we have today. I'm standing here before you because earlier this morning, the sworn and impaneled members of our Chatham County grand jury returned a 19 count indictment against the mother of Quentin Simon, that is defendant Leilani Simon. Defendant Simon is charged in the indictment with 1 count of malice murder for the intentional killing or death of her son, Quentin Simon. She is also charged in counts 2 and 3 with felony murder in the death of her son. She is charged also with 1 count of concealment of the death of another in this indictment. And that is followed by several counts of giving false statements during the course of a police investigation. As your district attorney, I realize that this matter is really important to our community and also to the inquiring minds both here and beyond our community that want to know what happened to baby Quentin and how it happened. That curiosity is not lost on me. However, there's more evidence that may be revealed during the course of this investigation. And I say that to remind you all that this is an ongoing criminal investigation. As prosecutors, we are duty bound to preserve the judicial process by not making out of court statements about the case and by not releasing evidence in the case. I want you to know that this is not about hiding anything, and our goal is always to be transparent with the members of the public. However, it is very important that we preserve the sanctity of the judicial process. It is very important that we do that so that the evidence in this case, if this case should go to trial, can be heard by jurors who are selected from this community, the jurors, the citizens, and the people who are most impacted by the untimely death of Quentin Simon. But not revealing this evidence also ensures that the criminal proceeding remain fair, just, untainted, and that this case is not tried in the court of public opinion, but is resolved in a court of law. What that means is that while this case is of grave importance to our office, and we will devote every resource to making sure that this case is properly handled from beginning to end. It also means that we will not be responding to any open records requests or media questions about the facts and underlying circumstances and the evidence of the case. We all know that justice takes time, but it should be swift and sure and fair. We appreciate the time and your time and patience with us in this matter as we continue to pursue justice for baby Quentin Simon and for the citizens of Chatham County. Thank you very much.
Are you taking questions?
Depends on what questions you have.
Is there a chance we can get a copy of the indictment?
The indictment has not been sealed as of yet. That means that as of now, it is still a matter of public record. You can obtain a
We
copy of
haven't.
that indictment from the office of the Superior Court Clerk.
I know there's only so much you can release, but from the evidence that you've had a chance to look at, is there anything you can tell us that really stuck out to you? What was the most shocking to you just from a human point of view?
Well, I would generally say, not about this case, but in general, whenever we have a death of a child of tender years, in this case, as I said, Quentin Simon was 2 years old, that's something that is just going to stick in your mind. As a prosecutor, that's something that keeps me up at night. And that is what's going to keep me and the rest of this office doing justice in this case.
But Lenny Simon still hasn't petitioned to take her bond hearing to Superior Court. Is that something that surprises you, or is she where she needs to be?
Well, I think that would be a better question that's reserved for her defense counsel. I am not surprised by any moves that the defendants do and don't make. My job is to make sure that we stand ready to respond to whatever move they make. And so, should she request a bond hearing, my office will be ready.
Can you share with us why Billy Joe was jailed?
Can you repeat the question?
Can you share with us why Billy Joe was jailed?
That's a separate legal matter that's still under investigation. I'm not at liberty to discuss that matter at this time.
You may not be able to answer this question either, but what resulted in the contempt charges for this Billy Joe Fetterton?
What's the question?
What resulted in the contempt charges?
Are you asking what caused the contempt?
Yeah.
Again, that's a separate legal matter. I'm not at liberty to discuss that at this time.
In your course of prosecution here, you have 3 murder charges for 1 victim. Can you talk about it? Just explain to the general public why that happens, the difference in malice murder and then 2 counts of felony murder?
Prosecutors often develop different theories of a case and how a murder may or may not have occurred. It is not uncommon for us in murder cases, and you'll see this in our other indictments, to charge murder in a number of different ways. And as I said, as the evidence continues to evolve in this case, and we get closer to trial, should we get there, we'll have more information about if any additional murder charges need to be filed or if they need to be changed in any way.
You say you're still gathering evidence. Talk about the confidence
Well, to be honest, I wouldn't be standing here before you if I wasn't confident about the evidence that we have. We have more than sufficient evidence to bring the charges, and that's why we presented this case to grand jury. They actually believed us. They returned a true bill on the indictment. We're confident about that. But what makes me even more confident is that I get to rely on the hard work and evidence and investigation of Chief Hadley, his team, our law enforcement agencies. They collected copious amounts of evidence, and because of their fine investigative work, I feel very confident that we are about the position that we're in today. Well, I would say that the evidence that was produced by law enforcement, we the good thing is that we had a number of different law enforcement agencies coming together and pooling their information and resources. I am very proud of the work of the detective, the lead detective on this case, who was absolutely solid from beginning to end. And that's something that you pick up when you're a prosecutor and examining evidence and case files and working with detectives. Also, we have one of our top-notch prosecutors. All of our prosecutors in this office are top-notch, but we have one of our top-notch prosecutors who specializes in these kinds of cases and crimes against children, who reviewed the case day and night. So, we are those kinds of things build our confidence in moving forward with the charge.
Do we have any information or update information about the boyfriend who was home at the time?
We have information about that, but again, that's not anything that I'm going to reveal right now, as I can't talk about the underlying facts and circumstances. I'm sorry, I wish I could. I know you want to know, but out of respect for the judicial process, I kind of have to keep my word on that. And also, I'd like to keep my bar license. So I appreciate your time and attention. Thank you for coming out this afternoon. We will continue to keep you posted as necessary. Thank you, and thank you to the citizens of Chatham County.
Fender benders. They seem like no big deal, but a fender can't
All right, this is a 19-page indictment. Yeah, I'm still muted. I'm sorry, y'all. I was trying to get it on. I was trying to get my little dog. He must have hurt his leg or something because he's back here like limping on it, and he's so chunky. I was trying to get him. I like to let him out and all that and stuff. And I let him out, and his little leg is hurting. He's like limping and stuff. Poor guy. I was trying to help get him up, get him moved up. All right, I'm gonna drop the link real quick so if anybody wants to come up before we start reading these, they can. Yeah, my poor baby, he just looks like he's just so, are you okay? He's just so miserable. His little back leg is just hurting. I don't know what happened to him or what, but this is the little rotten one that likes to leave the yard. So he probably left the yard and got his leg stuck on the fence, or who knows what he did. What's up, chick?
Hey, girl, I came to help hold space in case you have to go with the pup again. So
Yeah, he's hurt. I don't know if he got it like going underneath the fence or if he just landed too hard on it, but it's his back leg and it's like the bottom part of his foot. You know what I mean?
Oh, damn, dude.
So,
I got little dogs. I know what you mean.
yeah, and he's like super short and he's really overweight.
Oh, well,
I don't want him to hear me say that.
I won't shame you. You know, I'm a recovering fat girl every day, so don't worry about it. There's no shame in puppy's game.
You want me to take him in there for you? Here, hold on. Okay.
Well, hi guys. Oh, your dog's torn a CCL. Oh, that's awful. I know, Richard. I'm quite the little hovering dog mom. Hey, Miss Aility. Sad updates. I agree, souls. Hey, Magenta Trauma. How are you? And let's not spread information, please. Nini has a great point. Oh, good, Sticky. Absolutely. I'm good. My heart's really tender. Just thinking about the whole situation. My heart is just very tender. I can find a lot of empathy and compassion for the family, for Quentin's honor, for those recovery workers. Everybody said that they weren't doing anything behind the scenes. Well, that district attorney there come out and said there's a lot that's been being done. So, hey, Cassie, your dog is a cat. Yeah, EF, it's hard when they have an injury. I don't know if there's a Danny interview. I feel for the whole situation. It's just another really, really bad trauma, and this will have a ripple effect for all that time to come. Hey, that girl's backstage too. And we don't have to argue. The presser, essentially there were 19 counts. Malice, 1 of malice murder, 2 of felony murder, and then there's several of lying to authorities, which you don't ever want to lie when you're in a position like that. But, I mean, we can't control people. We're getting ready to do the indictment. We haven't gotten it yet. I can read this first part. Count 1, malice murder. In the name of and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, charge and accuse Leilani Marie Simon of the offense of malice murder for that said Leilani Marie Simon in the county of Chatham in the state of Georgia on or about the 5th day of October 2022 did unlawfully with malice aforethought cause the death of her son, Quentin Simon, a human being, in a manner unknown to the grand jury at this time, contrary to the laws of the state of Georgia, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Felony murder, I can see that it says, and the jurors aforesaid in the name of and behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, further charge and accuse Leilani Marie Simon with the offense of felony murder for that the said Leilani Marie Simon in the county of Chatham in the state of Georgia on or about the 5th day of October 2022 did commit the offense of aggravated assault in violation of OCGA 165.
All right, I'm back. Are we ready to roll?
I've gotten it read down to the OCGA 165.
That's all right, honey. We'll start when I'm ready. I'm not gonna just come in mid fucking way. So, who's that? What's up, that girl Jones? And what's happening?
What up?
Shit.
Oh, not a lot.
Look, am I cutting out?
No, I hear you.
All right. Yeah, before I started reading these, I want to make sure we had 2 people in the back. I still had shit going on. We're not going to start and then stop. So I'm going to light my fucking cigarette and get all my stuff ready. You know what I'm saying? I got to be ready, girl. Come on now. Don't you do that to me. All right, what's up?
I'm sorry.
You're all right, baby. Can you guys see it okay? You can read it okay? Was you reading it all right, or do I need to go in more?
No, it's perfect. I was reading it right there off the screen.
Yeah, because I mean, I can kind of make it. It was letting me make it a little bigger, but then it was like going smaller. So I don't know if it'll go any bigger than what we had it. You know, is that okay?
Looks good, girl.
Okay, so yeah, there we go. Count 1. Okay, so this should have all of them on here. Honestly, somebody sent it to me. Actually, Burden of Proof sent it to me. So I was like, we'll go over it then, because, I mean, that's 19 indictments. Holy fuck. Which I knew she was going to be indicted. But listen, I don't think a lot of people understand what an indictment is and how it works. So when they do indictments, and they go into a room and they basically talk to a jury of people or your peers, you know. You talk to a jury and they tell them exactly what happened and exactly what was going on or what they think. And they go from there. You don't get to defend yourself. They don't get to bring up and nothing else. They just say what they think you should be indicted for and stuff. They read it off and then that's it. You don't get, they don't get to hear anything else.
Right. There's no
indictments are not hard to get.
Their evidence, right? They bring their evidence to that grand jury to see if there's enough to make the charges stick, right?
Right. Yeah. But that, like, there's no defense attorney there. There's nothing. They just go in and they say, this is what happened on this day at this time. We believe that she's guilty of these charges, or you know what I'm saying? That. Read it off. Bam. Yes, we want to give the indictment. No, we don't. Yep. And 99.999%, they say yes. But
I think she did it though.
I think she did too. Fucking right, she did.
Yeah.
Ain't no fucking love lost here. Fuck that. I've never once defended Leilani. Never the
Hell
fuck.
no.
No.
I haven't read this yet.
No,
I
I
have.
would
I haven't
I can
either.
see right now it's gonna piss me right the fuck off.
I think it's going to be awful, to be honest.
I do too.
But you
I'm
have
not-
to understand though, this is what they have assumed or what they have been told by, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know what all they have. And like I
Well,
said,
yeah,
it's
it's
easier
not
to
the
go get,
entire
like,
case.
they could go in and say, Queen Bee was selling cocaine in her 20s and she sold 15 kilos and we think she's guilty of this because of this. And they say, okay, well, you know what? We'll indict her, then we'll bring her in court and charge her correct, formally, and we'll go from there.
Right. It doesn't mean that she is guilty of these things. This is like what was just passed down to Jared. So then they have to answer for the charges.
Right. And I think on certain charges,
I'm just saying
it kind of lets you know kind of what they're going to have.
Indictments, yeah, like Willa said, it's a one-sided affair. I'm not saying she's guilty or not guilty. I don't know. In my opinion, is she? Yes, absolutely. I think she did something to her.
Agree.
Billy knows that. I've told her that from the jump. I stand behind Billy because, again, Billy said, I want justice for my grandchild no matter what that looks like, period. Whether that's my daughter going to prison or not.
Well, and she stuck by exactly what she said she was going to do. She said, if that meant I had to take her down there my own self. And she did just that.
Right. Absolutely, she did. Yep. So let's get to it. Let's see here. Murder and concealing the death of another. Count 1, malice murder. Let's see. In the name of and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, charge and accuse Leilani Marie Simon with the offense of malice murder. For that, for that, they said Leilani Marie Simon in the county of Chatham in the state of Georgia on or about the 5th day of October 2022 did unlawfully with malice a forethought. What's this here? Caused the death of her son, Quentin Simon, a human being in a manner. Who's coming up here? You popped the link? Okay, you popped it and then went down, then came back up. Sorry, B Tim. No wonder my screen was going nuts. What are you doing?
I'll just jump up and say hi.
My screen was like going back and forth.
Oh, geez. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to
okay, honey.
things.
No, it's all right. It's all right. Well, what do you mean? Danny can't take a plea because he was never charged. So I'm sorry, Jim. That's not how it works, baby. You can't take a plea deal when you've never been charged with a crime.
Oh, yeah.
So Danny didn't take a plea deal because he was never charged. However, he might have walked in and said, when they were talking to him, he could have said, this is what happened, or this is how she was acting, or whatever. Now, I know she did drop dirty for fentanyl. She did have fentanyl in her system when she drug tested. So I know the conversation between Billy and Quentin's bio dad, where she said that she thought he could have possibly, drowned in the tub, and she freaked out and took him and dumped his body. I know that's why she felt that way, because
that's hardcore. She had fentanyl in her system.
That's
fucking hardcore.
And another thing that they were upset with Billy yesterday, they said that she kept giving Leilani dirty looks and staring at her, giving her nasty looks and staring at her.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
They said she was glaring at her, which, yeah, she's probably fucking disgusted. I would be glaring at my fucking kid too if this happened. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, what is she supposed to do? Like, say,
smile,
and wave, like, hey, thank you for fucking ruining my life and also dragging me into this courtroom and killing my grandson. So allegedly killing my grandson. I mean, we're just, just a normal day. It's like, no, it's not going to be that way. Of course, she's going to be angry, but people will always judge her. Even if she's like glaring at her, they'll be like, well, they'll judge her for that too. People are just weird.
Here, I have to keep getting up. You go. You want one of y'all want to go ahead and read this first paragraph because I got to keep you muting and getting up, so I don't want to have to do that to y'all.
Let me look. I'm really stoned right now. It might not be good for me.
So, on or about the 5th day of October 2022, did unlawfully with malice aforethought cause the death of her son, Quentin Simon, a human being in a manner unknown to the grand jury at this time, contrary to the laws of the state of Georgia, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof.
All right.
All
right, count 2, felony murder.
So and the jurors aforesaid, in the name of and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, further charge and accuse Leilani Marie Simon with the offense of felony murder. For that the said Leilani Marie Simon in the county of Chatham in the state of Georgia, on or about the 5th day of October 2022, did commit the offense of aggravated assault in violation of OCGA 16-5-21, a object that when used,
You missed the line. You missed the line.
I missed the line. A felony in that the accused did make an assault upon a person of her son, Quentin Simon, with an object that when used offensively against a person did result in serious bodily injury. The nature of the object being unknown to the grand jury at this time, and the accused did in the commission of the offense cause Quentin's death, contrary to the laws of the state of Georgia, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof.
See, that makes me think they have something that can prove it was on purpose.
That says that you use something as break him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but how would they know about the object if, I'm not being...
Sometimes you can tell by broken bones and different things.
Yeah,
but I
if
don't know for sure.
Keep in mind he was in a landfill.
Yeah, he was...
I was going to say also they may have found something when they were searching the house that lit up with some kind of body fluid
like the
on it as
luminol
well.
thing that we all
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's all I was going to say.
It could have been that. It could have been something Danny said. It could have been something she fucking said. All the pieces could have fit together as one, and they could have said, "Bingo, that was that. That's what
Yeah.
Once they found up, who knows? I mean, we don't really know though yet. Like that's the thing. We got to keep this in mind. We don't know what they have and what they don't have.
Yeah, and the reason why I bring that up is because sometimes they use a compactor for the
but
machine, so.
The DA did say that they had copious amounts of evidence. So they're building a very strong case.
Yeah, she's not getting out of this, and hopefully she don't. But they need to build a very strong case if they're going for the death penalty.
Hell yeah, and she deserves it.
We all agree. I think we all agree with that.
As unfortunate as it is.
Yeah.
B. Tim, you want to go?
Count 3, felony murder.
You can read it. Voices. You gotta. I talk. You were reading it. You're doing a good job.
All right, here we go then. And the adjurers aforesaid, in the name of and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, further charge the accused, Leilani Marie Simon, with the offense of felony murder. For that, the said Leilani Marie Simon in the county of Chatham in the state of Georgia, on or about the 5th day of October 2022, did commit the offense of cruelty to a child in the first degree violation of OCGA 16-5-70, in the accused did maliciously cause her son, Quentin Simon, a human being and a child under the age of 18 years, cruel and excessive physical pain in a manner unknown to the grand jury at this time, and the accused did, in the commission of the offense, cause Quentin's death, contrary to the laws of the state of Georgia, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Damn.
That's so bad. That hits hard.
I
That's
feel
the third
awful.
between reading counts 2 and counts 3. That makes it awful.
Yeah, if my understanding of this is that they basically put a lot of different charges, like the 18 charges, to make sure that they have it. They throw everything at her to make sure it's,
Pretty sure a lot of them have to do with lying to the cops, though.
Yeah, but so they basically threw almost the book at her, basically, and they just
I think they said they were going to, though, didn't they?
Voices said they said he passed early on, so they must have at that time they found enough bodily fluids that he wouldn't be alive anymore. Very early on, the law said he was killed, right? That's what I think.
Yes.
That's what I recall.
I do believe that is accurate.
Now, my question is, and I'm not trying to, accuse anyone, but Danny was living there. How did this all happen without no one in the house seeing it?
I think he knows well, and I think he knew more than what he was saying, but
yeah.
Well, he could also avoid charges by testifying against her, so we'll see.
Absolutely, he can. Yep.
We'll have to. Yeah,
he could have got immunity. They could have gave him immunity for being a number one, witness to testify against her. So
because they want to make sure them charges stick, and if that means letting a lesser person go, they will.
Yeah, lesser two evils. Yeah,
it's fucking sad, man.
Yep. So here we go. We got 4, concealing the death of another.
And the jurors aforesaid, in the name of and behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, further charge and accuse Leilani Marie Simon with the offense of concealing the death of another. For that, the said Leilani Marie Simon in the county of Chatham in the state of Georgia on or about the 5th day of October did unlawfully conceal the death of her son, Quentin Simon, by discarding him in a dumpster at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza, which hindered the discovery of whether Quentin was unlawfully killed, contrary to the laws of the state of Georgia in the good order, peace, and dignity thereof.
That sounds pretty standard for anybody who hides a body, honestly. That doesn't.
Right, or concealing a
Hey, you guys are all moms on here, right?
Yeah.
Tim and I are the only two not parents. At any point in time, did you think about throwing your babies into a dumpster?
No, and it makes you wonder how often it fucking happens, man.
It makes you wonder. I'll tell you that right now.
Obviously, it's pretty easy to get rid of a body by throwing it in the landfill.
I never thought about killing them either, though.
Yeah, not all of them go viral. Not all of them are even known.
Yeah, if this didn't go viral, she could have possibly gotten away with it.
Because I've never thought about putting my kid in the trash.
I've never thought about killing them.
Well, no,
I mean,
my mom said, "I brought you into this fucking world.
I'll put you out of it." I believe my parents said shit like that to me. I believed my parents when they said shit like that to me. So, I don't know, and I'm not a parent. I mean, at any point in time, as much as it might hurt, if there was something wrong with Mason, I could go have him put down or rehomed.
Right.
So. I don't, and they say that there's a different bond between a parent and a child. So that's what I'm wondering.
And I mean, when your mom says that, they're saying something different. It's not that a real, you know what I'm saying? Like when your parents, like when my mom said that, she didn't legit mean she was going to take me out. That's not.
I say that to my youngin'.
I know my parents way too well, so I believed them when they said shit like that. You came into this world kicking and screaming and covered in blood, and you go out that way too.
My kid knew that meant fuck around and find out. Let's do this.
Now, are these most of these charges based on premeditated? Like are they claiming premeditated, or are they claiming that it was just reckless, like that this kid died?
Well, it's 19 murders down today, so.
Yeah, but murder had premeditation.
I haven't heard the word premeditation, but they did use the word deliberate, if that helps answer.
Yeah, but doesn't that wouldn't the defense basically say what's it? And this might be a thought I'm just having, be like this, because what it sounds like, they would probably be like, well, this wasn't something where it was planned. This was actually,
No.
something that just happened. And then afterwards, she basically attempted to hide it. Is attempting to hide the crime like what they would add the malice to, or is it just like, do they know? I mean, because I kind of thinking
murder. It's malice murder.
Yeah, but I'm like thinking to
myself. We went over
Not-
what that meant, remember?
Not malice hiding a body. They're separate
Right.
things.
No, but I'm saying, like, I know maybe you guys are, maybe I'm not getting across straight. Is it pretty much like so it's malice, murder implies intent? Yeah, but isn't that going to be
murder committed with the specific intent to kill or with specific intent to cause serious bodily?
But how are they going to, like, are they going to just basically pull the babysitters in, like what she said, like how she didn't like Quentin or something?
No, this leads me to believe they have some sort of evidence to show
that.
Well, I think that it could be qualified by the number of times that they can prove the baby was struck.
Yeah, I mean, like,
one or two times could be something accidental. 20 plus times, that's malice.
I'm just wondering how they're going to find out the intent. Because it seems to me, and maybe I'm a little wrong.
That can also be.
Wait, let me.
I was beat though, Tim.
Yeah, I'm trying to complete a sentence, and I keep on getting kind of stopped. And it kind of messes up my train of thought a little bit. So I'll just keep quiet for a moment.
Well, I've been muted the whole time almost, but the intent is going to be in, like, if you struck him once or twice, you probably didn't intend to kill him. If you strike him a dozen times, you intended to kill him.
No, but I'm trying to say that most likely you have a situation where they're going to have to prove that it wasn't something like a last minute situation, whereby it's like, to me, it's like she calls up the literally in the morning, like 5:30, to the babysitter, which kind of implies it was kind of like something that was like kind of something that it wasn't planned. It wasn't a planned action. And then she immediately rushes to dump the body in the nearby dumpster. So I don't know how they're going to prove intent on, like, if she had an intent of murdering this kid, if everything is just because she's going to probably claim, if the defense is going to do anything, it's probably going to claim that this was like an accident, and she was afraid and she hid the whole situation, or that she never meant to kill the kid.
I would say probably Danny saying, she was really mean to him, or was really, swung him around, or, I mean.
And the babysitter saying what she said.
There was 3 people in the house that night. So, I mean, if Danny and her brother both said the same thing, or both said that she, deliberately was, spanking him all night long, or, you know what I'm saying? It could have been made to, they could say that was intent, that she lost her temper and.
Yeah. And wouldn't the body be like in a I mean, like, I know, like, people are stating that, that
actually, from what I was told, the body was not compacted.
Oh, good. Okay, that's good to know.
Better. And that's what I'm thinking, because I'm thinking that when they got the remains back, they were able to see more than you normally would, even though, yes, he was there for 4 weeks. And don't get me wrong, I understand. Like I said, trigger warning, if you can't be here and you don't want to hear this, I understand. But we are going to talk about it. So with that said, they did say that he was not compacted. That was the last load was picked up, put in the truck, and taken to the landfill. However, he was still there for 4 weeks. But I'm thinking what they did was when they got the remains back, when he went to the coroner and the medical examiner, I'm thinking they were able to tell by injuries that were, that were there, you know what I'm saying, that were.
Well, for all intents and purposes, the garbage could have shielded him some and helped preserve
and that's
things.
what I was thinking. If he was truly in a bag, that might have helped preserve and keep things together. You know what I mean?
Or if he was under things.
Someone to death, especially a baby. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, I mean, I don't know. We don't know what Danny said either. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
I fully agree with all of that.
So
sometimes he who sings first gets best deal.
Most of the time.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
Most,
you know,
yeah.
And we have to remember it was pretty cold those weeks as well. So temperature does affect it.
Okay, and also I'm just like I googled malice, just like and it says one common example would be like drunk drive. Usually, death due to drunk driving is considered vehicular manslaughter because of the accidental nature of a more DUI crash. However, in cases of drunk drivers, could be charged with murder due to implied malice. So maybe there's no intent implied. Maybe it's just basically, killing that occurred while a person was committing a felony. So maybe they don't have an actual intent implied that they just kind of add that to it, but
Hmm.
Isn't that intent more implied if they choose it to be premeditated or not, though?
yeah, that's what I'm just trying to figure out. What if the charges have like any sort of premeditated
I
nature
think
to
that
it.
what we need to look up is that OCGA, the annotated code, because that's Georgia annotated code 16-10-26. It's the code that I've been reading off. That will explain the breakdown of the charge.
And there's more counts.
These are the ones I'm interested in, the false reports of a crime.
That's probably has to do with the fact that she basically claimed her kid. Maybe like they were throwing in like the kid, claimed the kid like disappeared or kidnapped. Maybe like she basically lied to the kid about what
Said he
happened.
was missing when he was dead.
Yeah, that's probably what make false reporting of a crime probably occurred. Like, reporting that your kid was kidnapped when you in fact murdered him, and lying to the cops, probably.
Right. And given that there were multiple agencies that were involved, I wonder if it's a count for every time she lied to an agency.
One of the news people said that a lot of the last charges were to do with lying to the police. That wasn't their exact words, but
Yeah.
that's what I took from it.
And she did say after the first three, the DA did say in the presser, because I've watched it 4 or 5 times now. They did say that, I forgot my thought. I apologize.
About, we were talking about the rest of the charges after you said after the first 3.
She did say that they were all lying to officials. So,
yeah. That's probably the news person I was referring to. I really liked the DA. I thought she was very pretty. She seemed very well spoken, confident as hell, which I love in a DA. I love a good, confident DA woman. Love
very
it.
well spoken.
And she smiled at appropriate times. She did a good job.
She also acknowledged the work that Hadley's done.
Yeah. That poor dude, man. I feel bad for him. So are we just waiting on the next count now?
I can read it.
Oh, I didn't know if you could see it yet or not, because I'm not sure where you are in the reading.
And the jurors of the aforesaid count 5, false report of a crime. And the jurors aforesaid in the name and of and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, further charge and accuse Leilani Marie Simon with the offense of false report of a crime. For that, the said Leilani Marie Simon in the county of Cheatham in the state of Georgia, on or about the 5th day of October, did willfully and knowingly give false report of a crime to the Chatham County Police Department, a law enforcement agency of this state, by implying that Quentin Simon had been abducted by an unknown intruder, contrary to the laws of the state of Georgia, in the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. So yes, she lied, saying the baby was taken.
By Bubba, correct?
Yep, she lied 2 or 3 times. Yeah, she said by Bubba first.
Yeah. I'm just worried. I mean, like,
well, that all shows malice.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think, like, I'm worried that they might be overcharging her a little bit, and I'm worried that that might have issues later on down the lines. Because sometimes when you overcharge someone, it might cause issues. Like, for instance, they might not be able to win that particular charge or something like
Well,
that.
that's what happened with Casey Anthony, Tim, but we don't know what their evidence is yet, so it's hard to say.
Yeah, I disagree.
But you're right. But he's right, though. If they overcharge, which we don't know that they have, but if they do, it can definitely cause a lot of fucking issues.
Yeah.
I agree.
Because, like, I'm trying to, like, just, like, get around it. It keeps on saying conscious intent to cause death of great bodily harm. And it's like, how are they going to get her intent without, like, if Danny is testifying, that would make sense. Well, if the babysitter testifies how she never liked the kid, but the problem is the babysitter can be easily, like, refuted because she's been, like, she changed her story 15 times. So she's not going to be good for that particular count. So what about, so the only person I can really think of, and the Grant, Billy Joe probably not be a great witness to go against her daughter. So the only witness I can really think of is Danny, but Danny can be probably, said, hey, you're just trying to save your ass.
The best witness they have in any murder is the autopsied body.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the autopsy body. Yeah, but the autopsy body only says the cause of death. It doesn't go into the intent of the killer a lot, like the mental intent
It does
of the killer.
if it's one strike compared to 20. It does.
Correct.
Yeah, but you can easily claim, like, I could just imagine her claim, and I'm not defending.
I feel like you're being obtuse, honestly, but maybe not.
I'm not understanding.
My thought.
That's why I said maybe not. Maybe I'm not understanding.
I think that we're all rushing to. I think that some of us might be rushing to judgment a little bit.
Well,
I mean, these were just all broken down, and we're also not the legal experts. That DA, if you
just keep reading. Yeah. I mean, I get what you mean. I'm just trying to figure out how they're just figuring out the intent to kill this child when
there has to be something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they
used an instrument and beat him to death.
Correct. There was
what other intent do you need?
I mean, she didn't accidentally beat him to death. That's the intent enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shows
that tells me that there was repetitive blows.
Right.
Remember the luminol test? That would be looking for, now that we know that there was a weapon used and that it sounds like blunt force trauma, that tells me that was luminol and they were looking for blood cast.
Yeah. I get it.
Well,
I mean,
that's what I thought from the beginning, by the way they completely blacked everything out, right? I mean,
I hate that I had to say that. I'm sorry, you guys, without giving.
Yeah, but I guess we need to read more to figure it out. I mean, probably I'm just jumping to assumptions because maybe there's more information on charges.
I commend your passion, honey. I don't think that you're. I hear passion in your fight on this. So I don't think that you're wrong. It's heated. How can anybody not be passionate about it?
Yeah, no, I don't think you're wrong. I just have a different opinion.
Yeah, I know. I guess we need to read the more of the charges to see because there's about 10 more charges.
Yeah,
there's a lot.
We're ready to scroll if we can scroll.
I'm just trying to understand where B. Tim's problem is lying. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, like I just thinking about the defense, probably they're going to say, well, she's on drugs, so maybe she's like rage induced. I mean, just because someone hits a person many times doesn't necessarily goes into the intent of the person. It could go into.
So here's the next one. It says count 7, making a false statement.
There's a difference between an indictment and a discovery, Tim. Yeah, so maybe you're wanting more discovery information.
Right. An indictment is when they're charging you. A discovery is after when. Yeah. Totally different things. Yep. Go ahead and read this one though. Making a false statement.
And the jurors aforesaid, in the name of and on behalf of the citizens in the state of Georgia, further charge and accuse Leilani Marie Simon with the offense of making a false statement for that the said Leilani Marie Simon in the county of Chatham in the state of Georgia on or about the 5th day of October 2022, did knowingly and willfully make a statement to Marion Lemons of the Chatham County Police Department and Bradford Snyder of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, law enforcement officers engaged in the lawful discharge of their official duties investigating the disappearance of Quentin Simon, a matter within the jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department, a department of the government of this county, to investigate by falsely stating that the only controlled substance in which she regularly used was marijuana, contrary to the laws of the state of Georgia and good order and peace and dignity thereof.
All right.
So she lied, saying, because, well, then that would
She
match
lied about the drugs she was on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, that would match her blood because of her say of what Cher said, that she was on fentanyl, oxy, and
yeah, she had she had some shit in her system. That's for damn sure. Somebody said we missed number 6. I don't think we missed number 6, did we, baby?
I missed the bottom part of it.
Oh, okay. Here we go. There's number 6. Then, if you want to go back and do that one,
where I missed that was to Marion Lemons and the Chatham County Police Department and Bradley Snyder of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, law enforcement officers engaged in the lawful discharge of their official duties, investigating the disappearance of Quentin Simon, a matter within the jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department, a department of the government of this county, to investigate by having admitted that she had left her home in the late night hours of October 4th, 2022, to meet her drug dealer, falsely stating that the purpose of this meeting was to pay an existing drug debt, contrary to the laws of the state of Georgia, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof.
Okay, so is that... I don't
She went and picked up the drugs.
But she said she was paying them off. Is that what you...
Yes.
Okay.
So she said that she was going there to pay off a debt, but now we
But
see
she really went there to throw Quentin away.
Because then we've got this, the 7th charge is what we just read. So now you know that she went there. She actually procured drugs because she lied and said the only thing that would be in her system was marijuana. And
basically she dumped him. So basically she went and dumped him that night.
Probably,
so she picked him up from the babysitter at Diana's at 4:30, 5 o'clock. So, but it says on October 4th, right there, she lied by having admitted that she had left her home in the late night hours of October 4th to meet her drug dealer, falsely stating that the purpose of this meeting was to pay off an existing drug debt, contrary to the laws in the state of Georgia, the good order, peace. Okay, so basically she said she was going to go pay off her drug debt but that's not what she did. She went to the trailer court and dumped his body on October 4th. But see, the thing is that Danny said he's seen him in the crib at 6 a.m. the next morning. Why is he not being
why is he not being charged with false statements when he,
or does he see a bundle of blankets that made him realize?
Yeah.
It could have been.
Maybe that's what his deal was, y'all. Maybe that's what he got the deal for.
Well, he could have been fucking high himself and passed the fuck out, not knowing.
Word.
Yeah.
So that means she said she lied to him by saying, these are the details that'll get you caught up.
Yeah.
Regular use of marijuana was 7.
Well, yeah, here's the count 8 is where we're at, making a false statement.
Damn.
And the jurors aforesaid.
Oh, hold on, I went up too far. Go ahead, baby.
In the name of and on behalf of the citizens in the state of Georgia, further charge and accuse Leilani Marie Simon with the offense of making a false statement. For that, the said Leilani Marie Simon in the county of Chatham in the state of Georgia on or about the 5th day of October 2022 did knowingly and willfully make a false statement to Marion Lemons of the Chatham County Police Department and Bradley Snyder of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, law enforcement officers engaged in the lawful discharge of their official duties investigating the disappearance of Quentin Simon, a matter within the jurisdiction of Chatham County Police department, a department of the government of the county to investigate by falsely stating the only controlled substance she had used in the past 24 hours was marijuana, contrary to the laws of the state of Georgia. So she essentially denied using the other substances, saying the only thing she used was
Yeah, she
marijuana.
was just saying basically that she was high on weed. That's all.
Yep,
She smoked
she was smoking
weed.
pot.
Sorry, but weed don't make you kill your kid, bitch. That's a whole fucking lie.
No, not even close.
Oh, no, it don't.
The only thing I've ever seen somebody
this is what she's been. This is the entire time. This is what she was telling Billy.
Yeah.
She was so frustrated. And I understand, Billy, because if I'm looking my fucking daughter in the face, knowing damn the fuck well you hurt my grandbaby, and if I fuck you up and beat your ass, I'm gonna go to jail. If I fucking kill you, I'm gonna go to jail. If I fucking do what I want to do to you, motherfucker, I'm gonna end up in jail. So either fucking way, no matter what the fuck she did, she was gonna end up in jail. And on top of that, she had people outside heckling the fuck out of her.
And currently, where is she? In jail.
All right, count 9, making a false statement.
And the jurors aforesaid, in the name of and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, further charge and accuse Leilani Marie Simon with the offense of making a false statement. For that, the said Leilani Marie Simon in the county of Chatham, state of Georgia, on or about the 5th day of October, did knowingly and willingly make a false statement to Marion Lemons of the Chatham County Police Department and Bradley Snyder of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Law enforcement officers engaged in the lawful discharge of their official duties investigating the disappearance of Quentin Simon, a matter within the jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department, a department of the government of this county, to investigate by having admitted that she left her home in the early morning hours of October 5th, 2022, falsely stating that the purpose of this trip was to meet her friend Misty to obtain Oragel, a topical pain reliever, from Misty, and that on this trip the accused had in fact met Misty at a Chevron service station and had obtained Oragel from her, contrary to the laws of Georgia, the good order, peace, and the dignity thereof. Had left her home in the early morning hours of October 5th, falsely stating that the purpose of this trip was to meet her friend Misty to obtain Oragel, a topical pain reliever from...
So that's when she dumped the body?
I'm thinking that's when it was. And on this trip, the accused had in fact met Misty at a Chevron station and had obtained Oragel from her. I don't understand.
I think they're saying that's a lie, right?
It looks like she's made a few lies to cover up, and it looks like each time they uncovered one lie, she made up another bullshit lie.
I guess we'll have to see what count 10 is.
Yeah, go ahead.
We have to scroll down. The Chevron station is close to there.
Girl, I don't know. I don't have a map. I don't want to misspeak.
I know I'm reading chat.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
That was gray. Chevron was, and I do remember hearing there was a Chevron station down the road.
I don't. That's why I don't want to misspeak.
I'm going to say gas station down the road. I shouldn't say Chevron, but okay.
Sorry, my little chihuahua was barking. All right, we done? We're ready to move on to the next one?
We're ready to go to count 10. We're confused about count 9. Because essentially count 9 is falsely stating that the purpose of this trip was to meet her friend Misty to obtain Oragel, a topical pain reliever from Misty, and that on this trip...
Oh, was that a lie? Or was Misty the one with like the dope? Misty might have been the one with the dope. She might have been the one with the dope.
This was early in the morning, so this could have been when she actually went to dump him.
Well, I mean, it could be either way. What time in the morning? I missed this because hold on a minute. Let's see here.
That's okay. It starts there at that October 5th. We couldn't figure it out.
Admitted that she, Chili Bean, stop it. Admitted that she had left her home in the early morning hours of October 5th, 2020, falsely stating that the purpose of this trip was to meet her friend Misty to obtain Oragel, a topical pain reliever from Misty, and that on this trip, the accused had in fact met Misty at a Chevron service station and had obtained Oragel from her, contrary to the laws. The order of peace. Yeah, I'm thinking the Oragel was probably the dope.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, and then she probably did really meet up with a Misty, and she probably, you know what I'm saying? Like she might have said it was for Oragel, or told Misty, "Hey, we'll just," or that might be code word for
a
bag, or that might be code word for Fent, or
it'll depend on what the next one is. It doesn't say what time, so that could even be 2 a.m., huh?
Right.
Early morning hours could be
So
midnight.
they're saying that she lied. I mean, she fucking lied. She was a liar. I mean, her mom, even her dad, all of them said she lies. You know what I mean?
And each one of these counts builds off the next one is what we're seeing.
All right, so here's count 10 then. Let's see here. Here's another one, another lie.
We just come down to the bottom in the matter of...
Yeah, because, I mean, this is pretty much all the damn same, I guess.
Okay. That in the early morning hours on October 5th, she had in fact traveled to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza, and there had discarded
where it was. Azalea Mobile Home. That's where it was at. That's where
Yep. In a dumpster, contrary to the laws. So it says in the early morning hours of October 5th. Oh, yeah, Allison makes a great point. It's like they confirmed with Misty that it never happened, but she was at that.
And now they're saying she went to the dumpster instead. It says that she, in fact, traveled to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza and there had discarded her son, Quentin Simon, in a dumpster, contrary to the law of the state.
Yep.
So that's the cover-up that she used at the time. I think the trip prior to that, where she said she was paying a debt, that she was actually probably just re-upping, huh?
Probably. That's exactly what it sounds like.
That's one high girl. Like, the stuff that y'all listed in her system is fucking hardcore.
Oh, dude.
I wouldn't be moving. If I had that in my system, I would be half dead.
What was the drugs again? Fentanyl and what else?
Oxy
and
marijuana.
No, and there was one other one, and I can't remember what it was, but it was another
pill.
Hard pill. Cher had said it earlier, and I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was 3 major substances that, like, fentanyl is a cancer patient drug. Oxycontin is the Rush Limbaugh drug. It's like hillbilly heroin. And so, I mean, it's just fucking awful.
Now, are these like upper or these are downers, right? Or like
it really depends on the person, because 1 in 8 people will have the 1 in 8 people will have the adverse effect and get energy from it.
Right.
That's a lot of people. But typically it's a downer. It's a narcotic. It's for pain.
Fentanyl and coke.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus. So she was doing that.
Fucking lucky to be alive, dude.
Holy shit.
All she was missing was a fucking bottle of vodka.
Well, maybe that was included.
Lucky to be alive.
So she's taking
I don't know how she was moving.
I have no idea. I can't. I even if that was over a 72-hour time period.
Jeez.
That's still enough to kill you of mixed drug intoxication, man.
But you don't know how long her system has been dealing with it.
Yeah.
I'm speaking from an average person's point of view.
Right.
Well, if an average person took that, they'd probably be dead. Yeah, probably.
And fentanyl is it's a cancer patient drug.
Yeah.
Oh shit. I'm just. Could you imagine if the babies would have ingested any of that? And the fact that she had that newborn infant, I'm over here I'm not even a fucking mom, yo.
Well, neither is Tim, and he knows.
Yeah.
You don't have to be a mom or a parent at all to know this is fucked off and not okay. Children know that.
All right, we on to the next one, baby?
We're ready to go to falsehoods on October 8th.
All right.
Count 11. False statements. By having admitted that she left her home to meet a drug dealer in the late night hours of October 4th, 2022, falsely stating that the purpose of this meeting was to pay an existing drug debt, contrary to the laws of the state of Georgia.
It wasn't for no more jail. It was to pay for some dope.
Well, and so that says that she did it in the late hours of October 4th. So that's a different date that she gave that.
Oh, that was the night
Yeah.
before. Okay, so then she's
That's when I think she got the drugs. That's when I think she got the drugs, was the night before. And then the early morning hours is when I think
that's when
they said.
When her
that she
mom
went
was
to the
talking to
trailer park.
Bubba and he recorded that call and sold it to Daily Mail, she was saying
Right.
she thought that she passed out and Bub was in there. She was telling Bubba that Quinn was in the bathtub and she believed that he drowned, and Leilani was like out of it on the fentanyl. That's what the recorded call had said. That was kind of what consisted of the call. That was the call. So that was Billy's assumption, is what she said she thought happened. And that was on Daily Mail. So she knows, obviously, that Leilani gets high and passes the fuck out.
But that's not what happened. The baby was beat to death.
But Leilani's, she has said multiple times, and she had issues with it, cocaine was her choice of drug. So fentanyl and cocaine are two totally different.
Oh my God, they're opposite ends of the spectrum.
Right.
Dude.
So if she was doing both, that's a speedball, and that can easily fuck you up.
Yeah, that's what I thought that was called.
Very short patience, especially with children.
What happens when you take a speedball? Like, I don't understand. Like,
it's an upper and a downer, and
you get to stay awake and enjoy your high.
Yep, and you ride that fucking wave, and let me tell you something.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's people mix it all the time. It's called a speedball, and they like it.
It's not a good thing.
They like that. They like to.
And it also causes cardiac arrest.
No, Dimebag Daryl isn't.
If you don't, I was gonna say, there's a lot of people that don't do drugs that speak on it like they know.
Yeah, I don't know drugs. That's why I'm just like, I really don't know.
Willow said, I got this.
I got this. Wait, please.
But what happens to your mood when you're on the speedball?
The malice murder would not consist of drowning, boss lady. I agree. Malice murder, that's not.
Yeah, I read malice murder. Well, I was like quiet. I was just like
saying, okay, basically, malice murder is not an accidental drowning. They're not. That's not. They would never charge her with malice murder if he accidentally drowned. You know what I mean?
Yeah, malice.
But if he accidentally drowned and she panicked, there's a whole lot different. That's a whole lot different than saying, if I killed him, then I'll turn myself in, but I don't remember any of it.
Yeah,
and
I
that's
mean,
also not rolling over on him in bed either.
Yeah, and also it says here, I was reading like a malice aforethought and stuff like that. Even if the killing is unintentional, malice aforethought is for murder may be implied where the accused consciously disregards a risk to human life.
Magenta, I'm sorry to hear that.
So that's probably it.
Members died of it. A speedball that caused a massive heart attack. So.
Oh, geez, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it kills people after a while. Your heart can't.
They like to party though. That was the thing. You live hard, you die hard. That's it. I mean, that's what it is.
So Mike is like how Kate said it. Like since he was a kid, and like that's probably why like disregard like what I just said. Charged with murder due to implied.
I mean, did I misunderstand something, you guys? Did I misunderstand that they're saying he was beat to death?
No.
Where'd you see he was beat to death at? Where'd you see that at?
It says that up in count 2 about the object that was used as a weapon.
Yeah, let me recount. Count 2 is.
I'm gonna go back because I didn't.
I could go back. I'm reading it like I'm reading the chart. It says the count 2, which is felony murder. It says, and the jury aforesaid in the name of and on behalf of the citizen of the state of Georgia, further charge and accuse Leilani Marie Simon with the offense of felony murder for the said October 27th. Let me just read.
Yeah, I was gonna say it says in that the accused did make an assault upon the person of her son Quinn Simon with an object that was used offensively against a person did result in serious bodily injury.
Yeah. So there has to be some sort of murder weapon that she used.
So then if you add that Queen to, we saw them doing the luminol, that would be looking for cast off and
Yeah, because I
splatter.
mean, this says it's odd to me because it says in that the accused did make an assault upon the person of her son Quentin with an object that, when used offensively, so you could use this object whenever, but when you use it offensively against a person, it results in serious bodily injury.
Baseball bat,
what the fuck it is. Yeah, I was gonna say, it makes me wonder what they're talking about.
hockey stick.
What
not
is
an accidental drowning in the tub. They're not talking
Yeah.
about an accidental
No.
drowning in the tub.
No.
That's for damn
No, they're
sure.
talking
Yeah,
about
we
using a
established that.
weapon.
Yeah. What's
Yeah.
up, Willow?
What's up, Willow?
Hi, Willow.
Trying to get this damn thing to balance on my steering wheel. It ain't doing too fucking good.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
man.
So Willow, do you know anything about, like, what does the speedball do to your mood? Like, how does that make you?
It ain't your mood you gotta worry about. It's your heart exploding you gotta worry about.
Okay.
But most people do it by accident. What happens is you're hooked on whatever dope you're on, and then I mean some people do it on purpose, but most of the time
there's
people
some
die
people
from
who
it.
do on purpose. Yeah.
It's because you're running out of dope and you can't get no dope for a couple of days, so you just want to sleep through it. So you double up on a bunch of Xanax and whatever else you can that puts your ass to sleep after you just came off a massive amount of uppers, and now you just took a massive amount of downers. And it just
What you said about the heart is the main thing with my brother. He was 29 and had more than 75% irreversible cardiomyopathy of his heart from
Absolutely.
that very thing. And
Yeah,
they did do
my
it on
dad
purpose.
And if you
was shot.
So, Queen, did you say that you knew people who did it on purpose too? Because my brother
Yeah.
did.
Oh yeah.
My brother did. I
Yeah.
watched him do it for half a decade. It
Shit,
killed
I
me.
mean, I had close family that did it just because they like to get high like that. That was it.
Oh,
That was
absolutely.
Yeah, that's why.
because
my
it is. It's kind of
did it.
it's kind of
But
like
anyhow-
Vegas bombs, right? It's like Red Bull and booze. You're kind of drunk, but you're
Right.
kind of awake.
Yep.
It's kind of the same thing. It's kind of like being hammered, but still alert.
like drinking beer and then doing cocaine because you want to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they said so they
Absolutely.
could stay up and enjoy their high.
But the
my
thing that somebody said in
understanding.
the comment section, Nikki pointed out, and this is true, and I think the news kind of neglects to tell a lot of people this. Yes, people are dying from fentanyl right and left, but it's not because people are going out and buying fentanyl. I mean, in some cases, sure. But the problem is there's now bathtub fentanyl. It's being cloned. People are making it and selling it. It's coming from China. It's coming from Mexico. And so now it's not that people are trying to give away free drugs. Most drug dealers don't do
but
that.
you know
What
though, I
they're
will say this much: a lot of I noticed this that there's a lot of like college and high school kids that are buying shit that have fentanyl in it and they don't know.
That's where I was going with this.
Right,
Is
it's
to
been
say that
stepped
what they're
on.
doing now is
Or-
people aren't. Well,
Yeah.
it's like stomping on coke, except now the coke is so bad to stomp on it, it's going to make it so shitty. They'll cut it with some cheap shit fentanyl because now you can get bathtub fentanyl for pennies on the dollar. So they're
Yeah.
cutting it with other shit, and they're making pill presses now. So you're buying Roxy's now that are actually
The
50%
pill presses
fentanyl,
are
50%.
the big problem.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the
So you're taking
pill
what
presses
you
are
think's
the
an
huge
oxycontin.
problem.
It's half oxycodone, half fentanyl, and that's
They've
where you
even
get
been
fucked.
putting it in MDMA, and people have been thinking they're
Yep.
getting Molly, and it's fucking fent.
Yep. That's where it's getting you. It's just
Killed a
not
bunch of
knowing what's
college
in it.
kids here.
Did we already go over count 10?
Yep.
I'm sorry,
We're
go
ready to
ahead.
go to 11.
Okay, all right. Let me see if we move this down. Sorry, I thought we already did it. I'm sorry about that. That was the Azalea,
They went to the trailer. Trailer park to get drugs.
This is okay. So basically she said she was there to get drugs, not to dump him. Okay, yeah, because it says here. Let's see. Matter of fact, in the early morning hours of October 5th, she had in fact traveled to the Azalea mobile home plaza and there had discarded her son Quinn Simon in a dumpster, contrary to the laws.
That's when she said she was going to go get Oragel. This is what she actually did.
Oh, okay. All right.
And it's a
Yes,
whole
ma'am.
nother date. These are on October 8th that she told these lies.
The one that we were just looking at wasn't the 5th? Go back up.
Yeah, it says count
But
10
go up
making
and-
a false
yep,
statement.
but go back up to count 9.
See, yeah, this says
On
October
count
5th.
9. These are all the lies that she said.
And
Well,
it says October 5th. They both say October 5th. This one
On
says
the morning
October 8th.
hours of October 5th,
And the next one
falsely
says the
stating that
October
the purpose
5th.
of this
Right, but
trip
she
was to meet
told
her
these-
friend Misty and obtain Oragel.
right.
So
That's what she said it
told the
was.
lies. She told the lies on October 8th.
No, October the 5th. She said she was going to meet Misty for Oragel at the Chevron. What she actually did was go and dump her son's body. It says it right there in black and white.
I understand
but
that.
what she's
that,
saying
girl,
is when they called her in to talk to her, she told them on the 8th.
on
When
the
they did
8th
her,
was the day that she told that she made the lie. So if you tell a lie on the 6th,
Down here it says falsehoods on October 8th,
there you
2022.
go.
Count
Yeah.
11, making a false statement. So every day she made up fucking lies. Every goddamn day she made up a new
This
fucking
is where they're going to get her. This is where they're going to get her. Even if they miss on some of these
That's
charges,
what
there
I
are so many
mean.
fucking charges that she's going to get hit with something. I would not
The
fear about
cops
this at all.
said that they were following up on digital evidence while they were searching for Quentin. That's when they started discovering the truth and the lies. She gave lies to them the very first day that she called and said he was missing.
Yeah,
and
but
it was that evidence that helped them uncover it.
Liar to begin with. They told the cops that.
And this
that
kind of
was
goes
what was in count 3. That was in the 3rd count. It talked about the lies that she made it.
Looks like they're charging her ass with every lie she told.
So
well, I mean, the lies are important because it shows a clear cover up where she knows.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So it shows like she constantly like, this is why you probably should, get a lawyer and not.
It
make
clearly
statements
shows the malice, which shows a forethought because she's trying to cover her ass.
No, the malice of forethought is basically like how I said it. It's just like, let me just read it again because I don't remember off the top of my head. It says, however, in cases, wrong one, but maybe I delete
a matter. Let's see here. Okay, so here, let's see. A department of the government of this county to investigate. Let's see here. By having admitted that she had left her home to meet her drug dealer in the late hours of October 4th, 2022, falsely stating that the purpose of this meeting was to pay an existing drug debt contrary to the laws. So I thought we already went over that. So now we're on number 12.
That lie. So she told that lie again on October 8th.
Yeah, so they probably brought her in and asked her again, and she lied again.
Correct. That's essential because this is the same thing, saying that she.
Yep, right here it says.
Which I think at that point they already knew she was lying. They were letting her just lie and rack up more charges. They were just letting her do it.
And the jurors after said in the name, in the name of and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia, further charge and excuse Leilani Marie Simon with the offense of making a false statement for that the said Leilani Marie Simon in the county of Chatham in state Georgia on or about the 8th day of October. She did knowingly and willfully conceal the Bridget Brock of the Federal Bureau of Investigations, a law enforcement officer engaged in the lawful discharge of her official duties, investigating the disappearance of Quentin Simon, a matter within the jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department, a department of the government in this county to investigate material fact to wit that on the night of October 4th, she had used a controlled substance contrary to the laws of the state of Georgia.
So
she had
that was the fake. That was the fake. Let me go pay my drug dealer back. She actually got high. Because that's the 4th.
Agreed.
I don't know about that, but I know that
and Misty the plug done ratted her out.
It said it earlier in the document.
Right,
that's what it
each
said.
one of these charges build off
count
the other
13,
one.
making a false statement. Let's see here. Let's go back down. Okay, so on October 8th, she did knowingly and willfully make a false statement to Bridget Brock, which is the federal agent, blah, blah, blah. We'll go down here to the Department of the Government investigate by having admitted that she had left her home in the early morning hours of October 5th, 2022, and had traveled to Azalea mobile home, falsely stating that the purpose of this trip was to meet her friend Misty to obtain Oragel, a topical pain reliever from Misty, and that on this trip, the accused had in fact met Misty at the Azalea mobile home plaza and had obtained Oragel from her, contrary to the laws.
Yeah, so Misty's definitely a witness. She's probably going to be calling us. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
She'll be getting drugged for sure. But I think
Misty's
a lot
of plug going to find a new line of work.
Go ahead. We can't all talk at once. Go ahead, honey.
I'm sorry. I was just making a joke about Misty.
Why is it? Are we rereading previous ones, or are they bringing up Misty and the dumping twice? Because look, it says here again
they're double charging her because that was count. This is count 14.
Yeah, that's why.
It looks like every day they kind of like.
But every time she lied to them on a different date, she's being charged.
Yeah.
But the next one says the same thing as the one before that. That seems so redundant.
But
when they charge you with the fucking DUI, they charge you with the DUI times 3. You get DUI because they throw 2 out and you get stuck with 1. So they charged her with probably 10 lies, but they're probably going to only stick her with 1 or 2 of these. Yeah. You know what I mean? But they have to write them out.
They say the same thing as what we already read.
Look
this
at the
goes
date of
with
the 12th. That one has the falsehoods on the date of the
When
12th.
when I got hit the last time, they charged me with
Oh,
every single
hold
peel.
on. So basically, they're saying she kept repeating the lie on these different days?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
On
That's
the
what I was
4th,
trying to
she
figure
lied.
out.
On the 8th, she lied. On the
Because
12th,
I already
she lied.
understand what the
fucking
lies are.
goddamn people trying to fucking talk. It's irritating as fuck.
I've been staying muted unless I have a very direct
Yeah,
question.
well, I'm just saying it's all of us. We're all doing it. Go ahead, one at a time, though. I can't hear, so when you're talking or explaining something, do it one at a fucking time so I can hear what you're saying.
My question got answered.
Which was what? Because I didn't hear it.
As like to why it was being repeated. That's because she told the same lie on different dates.
Okay.
And that they're charging her for each time she told it. Because
All right.
until that, I didn't see the different dates on that one, just that it was the exact same lie.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so here's count 15, making a false statement. She got 19 counts. So, I mean, they fucking went hard.
That is what they're doing. They're charging her every single time she told another officer that same fucking story. Whether it changed or not, it doesn't matter. It's just like when you get popped with dope, they're liable to hit you with every pill. It's a scare tactic.
But
It's making
worded better. If you read the end paragraph or end few sentences on this one, it's worded better than it had been previously.
Yeah, well, then it starts up here too, because this is now on her about the 12th day. So there's still this. So they must, because she said she had contact with the FBI, that she was staying in touch with them. They were pulling her in every fucking day.
Yep.
See if her lies were going to match up, I think.
And in this one, it says falsely stating that the purpose of the trip was to meet her friend Misty to obtain Orajel, a topical pain reliever from Misty, and that this trip the accused had in fact met Misty, blah, 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 and had obtained Orajel from her contrary to the laws, blah, blah, blah. So we should be on the next one, should we not?
Well, I think this one says about the same thing, but this is a good thing.
Right,
This
we're
is
going
good.
through each count. We're not going to skip over them. I mean, we're not going to.
Well, oh no, I'm just saying, like it'll be
throwing. It's
going
going to be the same thing. You know what I'm saying? They're going to keep repeating the same shit.
Yep.
Because
Falsely
she told
stated
the
that she
lie
had
on
The positive side of
This is a little bit
that
different, actually. This is where she said she had falsely discarded trash, like household garbage.
Yeah, that's pretty much what she's saying in this one here. So here we'll read this one here. The charge accused Leilani Simon with the offense of making a false statement for that the said Leilani Marie Simon in the county of Chatham, state in Georgia, blah, blah, blah. Okay, about the 12th day of October 2022, did knowingly and willfully make a false statement to Bradford Snyder, which obviously is another FBI agent or whatever.
Yeah, I agree.
Savannah Solomon of the FBI, law enforcement. Let's see, officers engaged in the lawful discharge of the official duties investigating and the disappearance of Quentin Simon, a matter within the jurisdiction. Department of the government of this county to investigate. Okay, so by having admitted that she had discarded something in the dumpster in the Azalea Mobile Home Plaza in the early morning hours of October 5th, falsely stating that all she had discarded was normal household garbage, contrary to the laws of the state of Georgia.
So she put herself at the dumpster. She put herself at the dumpster. She just said she
basically they said, we have you on camera at the dumpster. What were you throwing away? Oh, I wasn't throwing anything, just some basic normal household stuff.
Yep.
She had to put herself there because it's on video.
Yeah, I was gonna say she didn't put shit there. They put her there on.
Yeah, they had to.
We have you on camera at
most trailer parks.
Time. What were you fucking doing here?
Well, she still admitted that she was there. She could have been like, I wasn't there at all.
I talked to him every single day. She admitted all kinds of shit. She should have had, if that was the case, she should have got a lawyer from the fucking day one. But
I agree. Yeah.
You know what I mean? She was in there just running her fucking mouth. So, I mean, it is what it is. But, I mean,
look what all she was high on. Of course she ran her mouth.
Well, yeah, for sure. And it says the Department of Government, okay, in this county to investigate a material, okay. Fact to wit that in the early morning hours of October 5th, 2022, at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza, she had discarded her son, Quentin Simon, in a dumpster, contrary to the laws of the state. Falsehood on October 31st, 2022. So this is Halloween. falsehood on October 31st. Halloween, they were still outside. The hecklers were still outside then.
That's right. They were, because he was dressed as a
they were
fucking
trying to
Ninja
Was
Turtle.
she already in rehab at that point, Queen? On Halloween, was she still there? Or was she already in rehab?
I think she was actually getting ready to go to rehab, I think.
Yeah, we don't
I
really know
agree with that
exactly
right
when she
there.
left,
I
but it
don't
was
know
around that
exactly
time.
what day she took off. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not even sure exactly the
Neither did
but
the idiot, because they just sat outside anyway, and she was gone for like a week.
this one says on or about the 31st day of October. Let's see, she did knowingly and willfully make a false statement to Marion Lemons, the Chatham County Police Department, Savannah, Brad Snyder, the FBI. Duties, disappearance, Quinn matter with the jurisdiction.
Notice they're naming the cop every time too. That's what I'm saying. They're charging with each time she lied to a different cop.
Yep, and it says by falsely stating that it was not the accused, but rather Daniel Youngkin, who had traveled away from the home in the early morning hours of October 5th. So she was trying to say that he's the one who traveled and left, right?
Yes,
ma'am. On Halloween, she said it was him.
Yeah, so she tried to pin it
ma'am.
off on him, the murder.
The good side of this, man, there's two things that is great about what they're doing right here. Is because no matter what happens, it's kind of like the OJ effect. When OJ got out of trouble, the next time he got in trouble, it's almost like they hit him for the last time too, because they threw the book at him. If they can land any one of these lies, it doesn't matter if the malice goes away or not. They are going to throw the stiffest penalty at her they possibly can for these lies. There's enough of these to put her in jail till she's 90, even if the murder doesn't stick. She's fucked. There's no way. That's why they're hitting her with every single lie.
I don't know what the possible sentencing on this is to agree with that.
Oh,
or
I'd say a good 3 years at least.
What?
And that's if they don't heighten it based on what the lie was about. You know, if it's lying about dope, it's one thing. If it's lying about a murder, it's probably worse.
Well, hell yeah.
So I'd say even if it's just 2 to 3 years, that's still
not
she's
only
looking
that,
at.
listen, if Danny would have been charged, if Danny had anything to do with it, they would have fucking charged him with malice murder. But I mean, even if he didn't kill the baby or know anything about, like, you know what I'm saying, or they would have charged him with like conspiracy or you know, like if he had any part of any of that whatsoever, he would have been charged.
Failure to report.
Yes, something.
I tend to agree with you there, Queen. I do. My mind was saying, well, maybe not, but I really, with the way the cops acted about Quentin and stuff, I tend to agree with you.
Yeah, man.
Well, also, these indictments coincide with pretty much everything the cops said from day one. So it sounds to me they got this pretty buckled up. I don't see her getting out of this at all. I'll be shocked if she doesn't get hit with all 19 charges.
She
very well may get hit.
One.
I think she might get hit with all of them.
You know, they might be condensed, or they might just get her.
When did Daniel Youngkin leave Leilani? What date was that?
Like the next day.
Yeah,
about 20 minutes after, it looks like.
Yeah.
He took off, man. He was like, wait, what, this babe? No, fuck that. And he didn't take his kid or nothing. He just took off.
He didn't take the baby or nothing. He bounced.
He bounced. Never to be seen or heard from again, really. I mean.
Yeah, so basically, like, so on the 31st, like October, literally Halloween, she tries to say, like, Danny did like, had something to do with it and try to imply that. Okay, that's interesting. Like, so she changed her out, like, multiple times. I wonder, that's
and that's what makes me think he's working with the feds and the DA.
The 5th to the 31st.
I agree with that, Queen. I agree with that.
I mean, so we have, like, possible 3 witnesses. We have, you know, Danny, we have the babysitter, and we have Misty. Who are probably going to be the key. Like, the key witness, I probably think, is Misty and Danny. Yeah, babysitter might go. Babysitter might go into the intent of, like, the thought, like how she acted to the kid, but she's iffy with that one. The murder, they possibly have a murder weapon with the luminol test, and possibly, like, or at least have an idea what the murder weapon is. And maybe they found out her location based on I heard, did someone say like there was like a GPS on the phone? Like they found her.
Said that they had a very solid hardcore trail of digital evidence to follow, were their words, and that's what they would be doing next.
Yeah, so maybe like video. Yeah, so maybe video recordings and GPS on the phones. They probably have her.
That's what I'm thinking is cell phone towers and stuff.
I almost wonder if she even needs the babysitter at this time. I'd be scared to put the babysitter on stand because she rogue as shit.
No, she wouldn't need her. The state would. But I know what you're saying. But I think that if she was going to try to point the finger at Danny, she should have done it 25 days earlier when the investigation started, before she talked about Misty, before she talked about paying a drug debt that didn't exist, and did that again and again and again. And now suddenly 25 days later, it was Danny.
Now, people are saying Misty doesn't exist. Now,
because she doesn't. Misty was a lie. She was dumping the body. And she kept saying, I met Misty. I met Misty for Oragel. I met Misty at Chevron for Oragel. When what she was doing was going to the Azalea trailer park and dumping her son.
So how are they going to catch her in
that? And then she tried to change that and say, oh, yeah, I was there dumping trash, but it was just regular household items. It wasn't Quentin.
Okay.
Oh my God, girl,
yeah,
the stomach turn.
But that's what we slowly, painfully just drug out for a while.
I know.
I think that there is indeed a Misty. I don't know if her name's Misty. I think there's a drug dealer that they're going to talk to. I do believe that.
I think they're just using I think there's a possibility of a Misty because how would they figure out that she's lying without a Misty?
Because they have digital evidence and, according to y'all, video of her dumping the kid at that time instead.
She probably was buying dope. Shit.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's where the dope's going to come up. The dope's going to come up because of the rehab. The dope's going to come up because of what's in the system.
Probably is a Misty, and Misty's probably madder than a motherfucker because she's got.
Misty got drug into some shit. Ain't got shit to do with her, and you still owe Misty for a quarter ounce. You piece of shit. Misty's pissed. Okay.
I think according to the initial charges and all the lies, that it's very clear she got the drugs on the 4th when she said she was paying a debt, and that on the 5th in the early morning hours is when she disposed of her son.
I don't know. It's a bunch of assuming until we know for sure.
Yeah,
it's right there in black and white in their indictment.
Yeah, I mean, they got her no matter what.
Read it again consecutively with undisturbed.
What they say, but I mean, we can't just assume she. You know what I mean? We have to fucking wait.
Oh, I thought we were just discussing the details of the indictment, not making assumptions about the murder.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. We can't. You know what I mean? We can try to assume and put it together, but we don't know for 100% fact. I mean, we don't know.
No, I just was saying that's what the indictment says.
Worst case scenario, they don't get the malice. They slap her with 19 lies. Yeah, best case scenario, they get her with all of it. I say they use the 19 lies to get her to probably cop a plea, however many, to cop a plea, and then that's going to be the deal. Is they're going to remove the death penalty and give her some attempt at parole. 65 years.
She's not going to see a life of day.
An attempt at parole. That usually means you ain't getting it, but especially for something like this.
You didn't hear what that DA said,
Yeah, she looked very confident in the case. She looked like she had an open and shut case.
Thank you, independent thinker. I'm glad that, somebody else understands what I'm saying as far as that's the freaking indictment. It's not, I won't. It doesn't take the indictment for me to think that this is what she did. And I'll say straight up, I don't care who it is, be it Danny, be it anybody, no matter what the role, no matter how big or small. If anybody had anything to do with this child ended up beat to death, they need to be in prison too. Wow. There should be no deals. There should be no what ifs, buts, or ands about it. If they had something to do with this baby dying, they need to go to jail too.
Well, I would say toss them in the volcano, but unfortunately,
that's not even something they'll let us do.
Unfortunately, we can't do that to the people I want to do it to, but
I liked your quartering idea before. I think I was the only person that knew what you meant.
Yeah, I like that one too.
I knew what that meant.
I knew what that meant. I'm sub to a guy called the quartering.
I'm not sure y'all were on the panel at that time. I don't remember who was, to be honest.
Interesting.
No, that was on Zero to Manic when you were talking about quartering, wasn't it?
No, it was here. I think I was.
Oh, okay. I get confused, man.
I was up here that night.
Okay, then, like I said, I get confused.
if they can prevent this from dragging out for 2 years in a trial, I mean, they'll make some.
They're not going to give her a plea deal. It's like political suicide. She's not going to get a plea deal.
They have to.
She's going to be elected. Yeah, she's going to be elected. She's going to have to. This is a very, very, very public case, like a very
but case. More than politics, it will depend on the strength of their case, and if they're not
a lot of times too,
sure, they'll give her a plea deal.
Yeah, they're not going to
just to remove the death penalty. That's usually what the plea is. When you have this much evidence, it's usually just to not kill you. Here, we'll cop a deal here. We won't try to not kill you. And to be honest with you, that's not a political thing, because I'm gonna tell you right now, Georgia's flipping blue bigger than shit. Not to get that direction here, but trust me, the state of Georgia is not into killing women on national television. They're just not. Women very rarely get the death penalty.
Texas is even really
almost
into killing.
never.
Yeah, we don't even kill them that much.
They won't kill her.
Yeah, I mean, reason why I bring up, because most of the times it's like they go by conviction rates, and they just like,
Oh, you're right. No, absolutely. I agree 100%. If it was me that did this, oh yeah, a needle in the arm by the end of the next year.
Yeah.
I'm done for it, but I don't think they'll do it to a girl. I could be wrong.
But I think they have a very strong case, and I think they probably got her dead to rights. And it looks it. She has confidence in her face that she has, and she doesn't want to say anything. And plus, you got to remember this lady that like literally lied to the cops like 10 times with different stories. And
man, I hope they go to trial and that we get to hear
fucking
her
lied
in
so
action.
goddamn much. We don't know what the fuck's true and what's not. You know what I mean? We just know she's a fucking liar.
I trust the cops.
She's a fucking known fucking liar.
Yeah.
I definitely got faith in this police department. This police department, man, has been pretty spot on.
Yeah, I was gonna say they've been putting in fucking work. That's for damn sure.
They have.
For sure.
I mean, I know a lot of people don't like what happened with Billy Joe, but the fact of the matter is, I mean, the law's the law. And they've been pretty damn
take accountability for what she did. She knew she shouldn't be talking on the kids. I understand that she's upset. She's going through a lot. She's got a lot going on in her fucking life. I get it. You know what I mean? Like I fucking totally get it. I understand. But when you're told not to speak on them fucking kids, you should not be speaking on them kids. Period. That's just
but even if it's to watch Dolly. To watch Dolly and them all jump around and scream,
oh, them fucking
police
idiots.
corruption and shit.
Listen, when Molly, she was all happy. She's like, "Oh my god, they all thought she was arrested for Quinn's murder or something." She's like, "Oh, it was just contempt of court."
Well, it's because
they serious is just a contempt.
Who was it that dropped the video? Was it Joneson?
Was so pissed.
Joneson, yeah, Joneson and Heels in the Air dropped a video about it.
Who wore it better about the mugshots?
I think it was Joneson.
That was Joneson.
Joneson. Good. Yeah, Joneson.
Dolly was talking shit about, well, my mugshot doesn't. Shit, you look like a scared bitch with a stick up your ass, homeboy. Shit.
Right.
Billy Joe went to jail with way more confidence.
It's like a goddamn dog's balls on his head.
Oh my god, that does look like a set of balls.
It does.
Just sitting right there up on top of his fucking head. He's like, I don't even know how that got there. Well, we do.
Hey, we know I got there. A little teabagger. Yeah, we do. We know I got there.
Stinking ass.
Got a little ball.
Oh my god, a teabagger.
Well,
they got a little ball on top.
Dolly teabagger.
Yeah, but they're focused. They're not really true. They're not true crime. They're focused on drama, and they just like in their minds, they're just like Billy Joe going to jail is like an own to us, like to own to share. It's like, oh well, Billy Joe's going to jail, so it's an own to them. It's like they don't really think about it like logically and think to themselves.
And he says Billy Jaw, like we can't, like Molly Jaw. Her and Molly are both, their jaws both move the same. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Shit, you can't insult somebody when Dolly's damn near, his jaw damn near moves the same way. Shit.
Yeah, that's true.
Them rotten ass, fucking nasty ass fucking teeth. Ugh.
He did though, man. All of his mugshots, he was scared as shit. Like he just looked terrified.
And I know Betty clowned him. She's like, he's so scared. He don't want to go to jail again. He's scared of jail.
Yeah, he's so scared he don't show up for court.
I bet he's scared. I bet he is. Shit, I bet he is scared of jail.
When they find out you're a soap maker.
So in this last count, now she says she had no contact there with her friend Misty. And it was Danny that left.
It was always made up. That's what I was saying earlier.
I know. Like,
that's what I was saying, girl. I'm glad. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I see it, that girl. I see.
She should have said that 25 fucking days prior if that was the story she was going to go with. She fucked herself.
Girl. Damn,
but I'm not shocked. She was on a lot of stuff, man. How could she not fuck up her story?
They did, man. They just kept letting her run with it too.
Well, and if they can't get her for the charge one, they could get her for the second or the third. Plus, they could then, hit her with like the second, the third, and then all 19 of these.
Well,
So
that's what I was getting at. Yeah, all the lies. If you can stick her with any one of them, you can stick her with all of them because they all the same. I mean, for the most part, really. I mean, close enough. If you can get her with one, you can get her with all.
Well, they really are the same. It's just the different days in which
Different
she
days.
told them.
And different people she told. Notice they named a different cop every time.
Yes,
So they're,
right, because
yes.
this
they're
one
literally
talks
charging her with
about
every law enforcement.
Well,
this
and
one
they
talks
named
about that
FBI
Savannah Sullivan.
agents. They also named the FBI as well, not just cops.
Yes, the FBI, because like that Marion Lemons, and then this one says Savannah Solomon, and then we had that other Brandon guy with FBI. So yeah, they're all like every time she lied to a different organization, which falls in line with
That's
what
why I
the
was
DA said.
asking that question earlier. I was like, wait, these are redundant. My ADD brain wasn't catching the common thread, which was the different dates. That's why I was
They
like,
do it with a lot of things, man.
Right, and
The
I was
last
trying
arrest
to.
I got, they did it to me. Not about lies. They charged me with it's the same transaction, same shipment, but they charged me with every fucking pill in that bottle. Why? Because they knew I'd cut a deal.
they do that in Texas too. They do that in Texas too.
So they tried to hit me with like 75 felonies in one fell swoop of one action. It was one thing. And they tried to hit me with each individual one of them. So, of course, you don't want to go to court at this point. You just take the deal. And that's kind of why I think they're stacking this lie over and over and over. It's kind of a fail safe. It's either a negotiation to not go to trial. She cops to it. They remove the death penalty. Everybody wins. She does life. Or they go to trial. They swing for the overall big fence. And if they don't get it, then they fall back on these 19 lies, because if you can stick her for one, you can stick her for the other 18 or 15 or however many.
Yeah, the more charges, and including lesser charges, the better chance they have of sticking.
Absolutely.
I was trying to figure out a different way to explain it to you, but I couldn't figure out a way to make it explain it out. I was like, no, look at the dates. It's all of like these all stack up on total. They're the same. It's the same lie. It's just different dates until the 21st. Like she should have started off with this fucking lie on the from the get-go.
It's kind of like adding enhancement charges, like school zones or shit like that.
And I wasn't being a dick, but to me, it was very obvious. Misty was always a lie. It's very obvious she got the drugs by this document, that she got the drugs the 4th, got high out of her fucking gourd. Something happened to sweet, precious baby Quentin. And on the early morning hours of the 5th, she fucking discarded him like trash.
Yeah, and just to refer to the chat, I mean, people are saying that we're not answering. I don't see a question. I mean, I was reading up in the chat. I'm not seeing questions.
I've still been muted and I'm cooking, so I'm
not.
Yeah.
If you got questions, guys, just try to add it at one of us, because sometimes you got like 500 something people in the chat, and sometimes I'm just like not reading them. We're trying to read through documents. So if there's a question you guys are having, just at one of us, and I'll be able to see like that girl or me or Queen or something like that.
I really apologize. I try to do really good with looking at chat, but I was working on cutting a project, and then I was also looking at these on my own to kind of figure out how they were stacking up, and I was just kind of trying to pull also the state statute to try to understand it better. I apologize.
I'm on my phone in the parking lot in the middle of a damn hurricane, so
yeah, I'm on my phone in the kitchen trying to bake some fish and stuff.
Yeah, I apologize if there was like a question that we missed.
If y'all could just repeat whatever the question is, Tim will read it to us and we'll do our best to answer it, but we are not lawyers.
It's highly likely I can't anscer it. I probably don't know.
I mean, Willow's got a pig.
Shut up, Willow.
I'm a back out.
I'm just gonna make it up.
You literally got a spirit box here with that girl. You got a guy with a pig. You got me, who's the back alley fake attorney. Queen smoking when you got him, and Voices is probably doing some sort of crochet, like doing some sort of art project or something like that. So.
Yeah, my vast array of knowledge in a courtroom is only because I've spent a whole lot of time in a courtroom. I am not a lawyer. I'm not a paralegal. Every time I'm in court, I'm on the left side of the room, if that tells you anything.
No. Well, I mean, you've got some experience. You got more experience than me in the courtroom with that when it comes to that.
College football, drugs, music, got you, man. Just at me. I'm all over that shit. Yeah. But anything beyond that point, we'll have to play it by ear. I'll do my best.
But he
I
was
would
trying
like to bring up something about the speedballs. Another reason that I'm overly educated, and it is not because I ever did them, but it was also an issue in the George Floyd case that came up. So it's, it is an issue, and there are a lot of people everywhere doing it. And I think that Willow's probably right. A lot of people end up doing shit like that without even knowing.
Oh yeah, most of them do right now,
You
right
know,
this second. Because
well,
that story never made sense to me.
maybe
People used
where
to say it
you
all the
live.
time. I mean, there's people buying it, too, of course, when they can't, find their DOC. But like a lot of times, you used to hear this story, and before anybody says, "Oh, well, I know my cousin's second grade teacher's cousin-in-law," but I got
Oh,
it.
good
I'm sure
Lord.
it's happened somewhere.
My
I'm
ADD
sure
just
it's
finished
happened.
it.
But this idea that people just give away free drugs and candy and poisoned apples and shit. I've been in the business a long time. I've
Yeah,
never
that
known
ain't
drug dealers to
happening.
hand out free dope.
I don't think they needed
Who's
to.
talking about free dope? Where did that come from?
Well, because
Free dope.
that's like this huge myth about people spiking every damn thing with fentanyl. They're not
Yeah.
spiking shit with fentanyl like they're putting it in your fucking applesauce. Surprise, free drugs. No,
No,
they're
they're
using it as
putting
a
drugs
cutting
in
agent.
it.
They're
Yeah.
using it as a
But
cutting
that was
agent.
never, where was that debate in the chat? Because I don't understand why
Oh,
you're
no,
saying
no. But I saw it last time.
Yeah, and the
Something about
reason,
fentanyl
and I,
came up about Halloween candy and shit. And I'm like, man, I have
Yeah,
been
but
looking
we're talking
forever,
about
my whole
Clinton's
life.
case.
I
Dude,
have been
stay
in
on
search
topic.
of
We're
the
talking
spiked
about
Snickers.
Clinton, not
yeah,
Halloween.
yeah,
Damn,
the
man.
reason why they didn't charge manslaughter is because it's without malice. But they're basically claiming malice, the fourth art. So that's why they didn't put manslaughter in there. That's
If we are to believe the indictment, which I always err on the side of the police unless they're the ones who killed someone, then he was beaten to death, basically,
Yeah,
or at
Halloween
least,
may have been a bad example.
or
During
at
the Kylie
least
Rodney
severely
case,
injured. I know, but I like to keep it on the topic of the case so we don't confuse the chat or
people
me,
were
dude.
talking about, fucking, people are taking fentanyl,
The
not knowing it. They're
candy and
putting it in
stuff.
candy and
Yeah,
they're putting it in. It's like, get the
yeah,
fuck out of here. I have been
yeah.
forever in search of a cocaine laced Snickers and I've yet to find one.
The one that I hear that really affects children as far as Fent is concerned is that whenever I don't want to call them junkies, but addicts go in bathrooms and use changing tables and stuff to get high, that then children
Now
come into
that's
contact with them
wild.
and
I
it
hadn't thought
kills
about
them.
that.
Well, I've watched
Wow.
documentaries on it. So mothers are literally going and changing their child on these changing tables, and the tiniest bit is left of residue from the people who were
Well, it's
there using it to
because,
get
too, when
high,
fentanyl
and it kills them.
started, when fentanyl first became a thing medically for patients, it was mostly in patches, like strips that you would use like a
Yes,
nicotine patch.
indeed.
And you would wear it
Indeed.
on your lower back, or depending on what kind of ailment you have, but usually
I
lower
had a
back, and it
friend
would sit
with
there for 2 or
kidney
3 days.
failure.
Yes,
I had a
exactly.
friend with kidney failure, and she changed them, I think, once a week.
Yeah. Which I know people that literally, if you got the week-long ones, I got friends of mine right now doing them, and you got to cut that bitch about 6 ways because one of them sons of bitches, dude, oh my god! And if you puncture it and then put it
Girls,
on, or tear a little hole in it, wow.
oh, my girlfriend didn't do anything like that, but I always thought it was a hormone patch. I didn't know that that's what it was until she told me.
Yeah, they're fucking. And so people started finding a way to extract the fentanyl and dilute it down and run it. So that way,
People
when
would
they
suck
couldn't
on
get,
them and chew on them too. Blech,
yeah,
blech,
yeah,
blech. Yeah,
absolutely. The people that couldn't
like
get
old
heroin or
ones.
whatever, they would liquefy it down and extract
So
it,
gross.
just cold shake it, shoot it, and it was rough, man. That's where it kind of
I
started.
don't understand. And again, whenever I did dabble in drugs, I damn sure didn't do any fentanyl or anything, but I know what it's like to be fucked up, and I could have never have cared for children fucked up. So I don't. It's like crazy to me. Like obviously there's an issue there with dependency to be getting that laced with children in the house, like 3 small children.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, like obviously, were they doing drugs at home around these kids? Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
according to the
absolutely.
police report, yes.
Yeah, I'd say it's
So,
pretty comfortable.
but regardless of that, it shows it's right back to, and I'm not excusing anything, so don't start fucking attacking me in chat because I can't even see it anyways. But it goes back to the really huge, large drug epidemic and that it is destroying people's lives and families. And I would be hard pressed to believe that by what people have said about Leilani, that if she had not been on multiple hardcore substances, that this would have happened this way. And I'm not saying the drugs caused it, because everybody's in control of their own actions, but that's a hardcore combination of substances. I think anybody could lose their temper with a child or something. You know what I mean? Like, that's like,
Oh, absolutely. And
to
being
me,
the time
that's a
of day it
lot of,
was, it
yeah.
sounds like somebody,
I
because I
agree.
ain't gonna lie to you, I've done it. I've been up on 2 and 3 day benders, and where I've slept an hour here, an hour there, and by day 3, day 4, the slightest thing, I am liable to flip my shit. I mean, obviously not to this level, but
Well, and if
very
it was
irritable,
early
very.
morning, we're
There it
looking at
is. I think
overnight
she was
hours,
trying to go to sleep. She's probably been
Yep.
spun
maybe.
out for 2 or 3 days. She's already itchy and pissy.
Man. Oh,
And for whatever reason, and not to get all, I won't even say the creator that said it, but anyway, look, there are plenty of functioning drug addicts that actually raise decent kids. It does happen.
yeah,
It's all in how you
yeah.
conduct yourself. I was raised around it my whole life. My parents, well, I guess you could say I turned out however I turned out. But anyway, it doesn't matter. You can do this. It can happen. There are plenty of functioning
Lots
drug
of
addicts
kids get
out
with it
there.
that way and don't fucking die.
Absolutely. And they don't end
Yes.
up serial
Period.
killers or anything else either. It happens. But
Period.
I
Yes.
think the problem here is she's always had a group of people in that house. There's always 4 or 5 people in the house to kind of pick up if she doesn't wake up to an alarm or she doesn't get up and do her mama duties. And she has a sitter
Something, yeah.
18 feet across the road. I think today was a bad day. I think she was probably having to do more mom duties than she's used to doing. Obviously, Billy Joe wasn't there.
Yeah.
It was just her and her spun out boyfriend, and something happened, and she lost her
Yeah,
shit.
and I have a question for you guys. I mean,
Yes,
like I'm
sir.
looking up like a defense for malice. Now, of course, I'm googling it because I'm not a lawyer. And
Yeah.
it says one of the 3 defenses is like defense. Obviously, it's not, but the other one is accused accident or reckless behavior resulting in the killing, and the defendant was legally insane. Obviously, those two, the insane and the defense, is not going
Yeah.
to work. But probably
Yeah.
like the accused or reckless behavior resulted in death in a killing. Now, probably are they going to like say like because she could have stopped at any time with the first hit, like the multiple hits?
Maybe.
That's going to be like the
Maybe.
intent that.
Yeah, maybe.
So she won't shoot because like I can just imagine her lawyer, who's probably going to be like, a free lawyer, is probably going to say, well, the drugs did something, she wasn't in control, and they're probably going to be like, listen, she, not only had the sound mind to dispose of the body, but she also had the sound mind to like try to
Absolutely.
cover it up, and she hit this kid multiple times with what would,
That's what I was about to ask Willow about the drugs. If you're on that many different substances and there's already proof in her lies that she got drugs within 24 hours of his death, could you be with that many fucking substances, especially
Use
contrary
it for
ones?
defense. See, I
Yes,
think
as
that's what
far
she's
as
been doing the
wait,
whole
hold on.
time, right?
But no. I mean specifically an insanity defense.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
what
know
I'm
what
getting
the
at. I
case
think she's
law. Okay,
trying to
good.
use that as a drug insanity thing, which is why she
Right.
voluntarily threw herself on the mercy of the court. She voluntarily went to a rehab. She was prepared. That's how I knew
That's
she
what
wasn't
I
going to run.
thought.
She was
That's what I
readying for a
thought.
defense. She went to a rehab to try to throw herself on the mercy of the court to say drug-induced nut job. But the
Yeah.
problem with
Yeah.
that is what Tim just said. The moment you were still sober enough to bag child up and go somewhere, hide, you were sober enough to get your ass in a car to hide this body, to
Yeah.
lie to 17 agencies to not fuck you. You ain't that crazy, bitch. Cover. And I don't think it'll work. I think that's what she's trying. But I
Yeah,
don't think
because
it'll
I'm
work.
thinking that's going to be like her attempt at
See,
defense.
That's exactly,
that's what I was
yeah,
curious about because
that's the
of
attempt.
the multiple drugs in the system, if they would
Hmm.
even be able to do that. I can't really think of many. Well, no, not off the top of my head, but that doesn't mean
It's
nothing.
kind of like the ride along law that Florida started a long time ago that said if you and I get in the car together and you and I go rob a store, you get shot, the guy behind the counter lives. I
Yeah.
still get charged with your death, even though you and I are on the same team, in for a penny, in for a pound. Even if the drugs made you crazy, nobody made you take the drugs.
Yeah, and I'm
Well,
just trying,
So I mean,
and the reason why I bring that up is because I'm just trying to figure out what her defense is probably, because her defense doesn't mean shit. I think she's 100% guilty and she should be fried if there was an electric chair, but unfortunately there's not. But
well, that's what I thought you meant.
but I'm just trying to figure out what like it kind of looks like that's going to be her. She's going to try to use that as a defense,
I think
probably,
so
because
too.
that's the only way I could think of this woman actually not like ending up either dead or spending the rest of her life in jail. Is something
Well, that's
like
what I
that.
thought you
The
meant was in line of
only
defense.
other,
That's why I wanted to ask about the drugs because that's the
the
only defense I can see.
Yeah.
only other defense I can see, which is why I said I
Yeah.
wouldn't put the babysitter on the stand. A, I don't think she's necessary at this point. B, I don't know if you can control her. She may go rogue and try to point something at somebody else. I think the only
She's too
defense you
likely
have
to
here,
lie.
is mudding up the waters. Like I said from the get-go, when this first started, if y'all remember day one, you got Billy Joe going to the babysitter's house saying my daughter's a liar and said this, but then this person kind of got accused and this person got accused. Is she could go on that stand and try to flip this and try to put it all on Billy Joe.
Yeah, but I also want to respond
What
to
do you mean
MS.
put it all on Billy Joe? Billy Joe was out of town.
It would be a stretch, but well,
she can't. She can't.
Not the murder. She can't put the murder, but she
can't. She can't because technically, Billy Joe did not have custody until like 2 days, I think, after Quentin was missing.
Has that been verified?
That's been verified with paperwork. She did not get the courts did not. She did not have technical custody of.
I believe you if you say verified. I just didn't see it. So
she did not. Yeah, and so technically, that's why I kept. I mean, you can actually look at I think I looked at Taboo. I know it's not a name to bring up.
Well, then they probably can't. They probably can't get her for neglect then either, can they?
Yeah, they can't because technically because if you go to the paperwork. Let me just one moment because I'm a little slow. My apologies. I got to do it.
Well, in that case, I do think it's weird that they arrested her at all because I'm not going to lie. I was one of the ones thinking, man, I ain't going to lie, to arrest.
Not if it's just for a gag order. Then it makes sense. If it's just
a
gag order, then it makes sense.
And it's like basically, so this, I'm trying to read it. 1 second.
I'm not a big change of the law.
Yeah, so it was like the day after, basically 1 day after Quentin got missing, that she did not have custody of him.
Okay. Thank you for looking at that. So my thing is this is what I thought in the very beginning too. And I just wonder if they're giving her this information while she's incarcerated so they can help keep an eye on her if she's just clueless and has to wait till she gets out. That's awful.
It's just still weird to me, man. What I was about to say is I'm not a big ruler of or a believer of changing the rule of law based on empathy and sympathy because I believe in absolutism. I believe in absolute equality. And I don't think you can rule with empathy and sympathy and uphold the law equally across the board. I just don't think you can. And for them to, again, a gag order, 100%, she shouldn't have done it. But the case is pretty much done. It sounds to me they've had enough evidence to pull this trigger for a while now. So for them to go in and arrest a grandmother who is heartbroken, who has basically had her entire family ripped out from under, is shocking. It smells like there was something else coming behind this.
Well, she talked too much. That was the problem.
I said that yesterday, but I think it's literally just because she spoke when she shouldn't have.
Yeah, I mean,
or maybe it really is about true equality because they arrested everybody. Everybody that was involved in this case got arrested. She got arrested. Heckler's got arrested. Leilani got arrested. So I guess you could say it was fair.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point for court, man.
I mean, all the way across the board, they kept it fair. You all went to jail.
Yeah, I mean, it's just sometimes judges could just be like, they just follow the law and just they don't have, there's no sympathy.
Follow the grain in your own wood had a good question, I think. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm trying to look up her question actually.
It said, "B. Tim, did she have temporary custody before she was granted custody?" Because yes, follow the grain. That would be different.
She did. Okay,
that makes a difference.
But I wonder if that's enough, because she wasn't. The problem is that Leilani was in default. And then she wasn't served, so technically it didn't go into effect until a certain day. So it's definitely
temporary custody is different than actual.
Let me see if
custody.
she actually did have temporary. I gotta look at that.
Because temporary custody is basically a cosigner that says, what?
She'd had that since Quentin was 5 months old.
Oh wow!
Let me see.
Remember, that's how we had found that in the beginning.
Baby, I don't remember. That's why.
I don't remember it either. I believe you.
I apologize.
I don't remember either.
No, I wish I remembered. But I just thought follow the grain had a good question because that would be relevant in an outcome.
And see, that's my thing there. Is obviously you can't put the murder there, but that's what I meant by muddying the waters. It's awfully hard to stick somebody with a charge if you're sticking somebody else with a piece of charge. In other words, if you're going to charge this one murder by neglect and charge this one, it's a little bit harder to make an absolute murder stick now because two people can't possibly kill the same person at the same time.
I wouldn't call it. It wouldn't be murder by neglect. I don't even know that that's a charge. It would be like neglect of a child.
Well,
And then
could be
there's different
considered
levels
child
of
negligent
neglect.
homicide or
There's
something.
different no, I don't even think it'd be that, but there's different charges for negligence depending on outcomes and things, but it still
That's
wouldn't be,
true.
she would not get charged with his death also. It would be a circumstance that led to it, which would be neglect. It wouldn't, you see what I'm saying? It's not
Yeah, yeah.
negligent homicide because
Be
his, well,
negligence resulting in the death of a child.
Well, that's why when you have a group activity, the first
exactly,
thing
Queen,
any good
yes.
lawyer does is move to separate, because I don't want my
But that
defendant chained
doesn't
to your
count
defendant
because
chained to
these
your
are two
defendant.
separate courts. Leilani is being tried by the criminal court of the state, and
Yeah,
BJ is
true.
involved in the juvenile court. So it's not the same until she gets charged with something. So they're
Yeah,
not
no,
being
absolutely.
together at all to begin with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying from an aspect of that would be a good mudding of the water. That's why you separate your clients, because I am going to do everything I can to pump into this courtroom that there's a guy right next door being charged with the same crime that you're trying to charge my client with. Make that make sense. That's kind of the angle they play by separating defendants. But yeah, I don't think they're going to do anything
No,
like that.
we don't.
It's just wild that after this case seems pretty much sewn up. I mean, because I'm sure this was pretty much handled days before we knew about it, which means arresting BJ yesterday or day before.
Well, yeah,
It's
you know
kind
they
of
keep
just a
quiet when they go to the grand jury.
yeah, absolutely.
So nobody
So
knows shit about going to the grand jury.
Yes,
to
ma'am.
steal,
You're correct.
Yeah, they keep that shit. I know I am. Fuck. They keep that
yeah, I've
quiet.
had a few sealed indictments.
Hey,
Yep.
man, you don't have to get
That's
indicted
true.
for something to know
They
how
keep
it
that
works
shit
now.
quiet.
Because I
No, but
immediately
you know
checked
more
through
a
that
lot
rule
better
one
than
day.
other people who don't.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
like,
immediately checked through
Is
the rule
that
that
how they get? Isn't that also the warrant process as well? Like just for even to be able to
yeah.
search things, that's the
yeah,
process
pretty
as
much.
well, isn't it?
No, I
I mean,
mean,
a
like,
judge can issue a warrant, but
yeah.
there's usually an order that goes, but sometimes it goes backwards. I mean, it depends. Mine went backwards. Mine was
No,
actually a grand jury indictment before I even had a warrant, because the statute of limitations was about to run out,
Well,
so they
yeah, because the
indicted me
grand
before they
jury
even had a
could go
warrant.
right now and you know, try to indict you on a charge if they really, you know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like,
I
of
meant
course.
search
you don't have
warrants,
to
not
be,
arrest
you don't have to
warrants.
have a warrant. You don't have to none of that shit.
No,
Yeah,
I
no, a
have
search warrant will come first, because that's where they gather the evidence to take to
Yeah,
the
that's
court.
what I was asking about.
yeah, and I have a
Yeah, I'm talking
question
about a
with.
personal warrant, not a search warrant. Like a
Yeah, arrest warrant.
I have a question though to voice this. So a temporary custody situation, doesn't that mean like because I'm just reading it up because I'm not sure. Doesn't that mean Leilani would have like some sort of rights to quitting until a final solution was set?
No. What that means is that the state has come in and deemed that Leilani would not be fit for full parental duties. She might be able to be allowed to be around them supervised, but not unsupervised. From my best understanding of this process, from being like I've been a CASA before,
Okay.
a court-appointed special advocate, and in that case, I've been the person who the child has stayed with, and then the mother was allowed to come between 3 and 6 every afternoon, as to not disrupt the child's schedule and routine while they were in my care. But they were every afternoon between 3 and 6, the mom was allowed to come, and I had to be there to supervise, meaning I had to stay in the same room and keeping eyes on. Only because of that situation. It's all per the judge's order.
Yeah, so we don't. I mean, yeah. So I'm just trying to wonder what the what. So we would. Do we know what the agreement was with Leilani and for the temporary custody, or we just don't know?
You have to look back at the temporary custody papers.
True Crime Dime said in chat, hold on, let me find it again. There's paperwork with CPS workers citing BJ knew better than to leave kids with Leilani and was negligent.
Well, that's
Well,
not
Where's that?
really the
Where's
paperwork.
that paperwork located, True
Where
Crime Dime?
is that?
I was
Yeah, I'd
trying
like
to
to
ask
see
that
it.
before everybody
Yeah,
started
where?
talking, but I couldn't
I
talk
was gonna
fast
say you're
enough.
not gonna just come in here and say that, spout off that bullshit. You need to tell me
That's
what
why I
you
was
found
asking,
out,
but
what
everybody
document,
started
and where. You
talking.
can email it to me at queenbog.
Yes, ma'am. I would love to see that. I would love to
And
see
see,
that.
that's why I just thought it was weird timing to do it now. But as far as the custody thing, I don't know about y'all. It seems to me everybody I know has that one family member where mama's Pam and grandmama's mom, And that means
That's how
somewhere
rumors started. People just running their fucking mouths in a chat that they don't know shit about.
somewhere, a young parent has a child,
Yeah, that's
has a drug
disaster.
problem, doesn't do something or does something stupid. So ultimately, a grandparent or a cousin or uncle or aunt steps in and basically takes the kid to stop the kid from becoming ward of the state. They kind of co-sign saying, "Hey, I'll somewhat be
Yeah, that happens
responsible
a
and keep an eye
lot.
on it." And it
Yeah.
happens a lot. So that's kind of what I took this as, was saying, "Hey,
Yep,
she lives
pretty
with
much.
me. I'll somewhat see to it. She's living under my roof anyway. I'm taking care of her too. Fuck it. I'll take responsibility." And look, man, she can't be there all the time. I get that. Somebody has to work. I understand that there are some legal options there now, but again, somebody has to pay for that fucking house.
Well,
And
no,
she
she
seems to
just
be the
had a
breadwinner.
baby. Fucking 4 months. The baby was 4 months old.
Yeah.
So Danny
Yes.
was there with her. He had been there with
Yes.
her. Her brother was there with her.
Yes.
The babysitter was across the street. The babysitter had been having the kids almost 14
Step
hours.
grandfather.
So she was very limited with the time she had with them. On top of
Oh,
that,
and
she
absolutely.
usually had somebody there with her, such as
Outside
Danny.
the box said she had temporary guardianship for over 2 years. There were no stipulations regarding her mother until she had actual custody. Now she can
Kid
see her
wasn't 2
under
years old, right?
supervision. I don't know. I'm just telling you what somebody in chat who just went through a temporary guardianship said.
I can
Oh, I'm
I can
sorry.
agree
Oh,
with
so
that.
they're talking on their own experience,
Yeah,
not
I
Right.
misunderstood that. I'm sorry.
Yes.
And again, it's all going to be individual per your
well,
state.
yeah, every
whatever.
situation's different. Every state is different. I
Yep.
mean,
I was
Well, the
speaking
chat
from
complained
what
because
I
we were leaving them out, so I was trying to
I don't know why the fuck. I think CPS failed these babies anyways. If they were born with drugs in their system, why in the fuck wasn't they? Why in the fuck didn't they have
Again,
something set up then?
I agree
I
with
don't
you,
disagree.
Queen. I agree with you
Fuck.
again. I would have not had a problem had they gone and protested CPS. Never would I have
Already
had an
said
issue.
that, yeah, I told them that from the beginning. I wouldn't have raised hell and fucking
I
gotten their
know.
ass if they would have did it the right way. And they were protesting the DA's office, the police station, CPS, something that fucking matters. Not the fucking neighbors and everybody else around them. I said that from the fucking day one before I ever even started fucking with them.
And CPS, man, is such a weird thing because I've seen it go both ways. I've seen CPS that should have done shit they didn't. I've seen CPS that gets involved in something kind of minuscule and they're there for the next 17 fucking years. Like by today's standards, we could have been taken out of our parents' home every day.
Right.
I could have.
Oh my God! By
my parents' home
today's,
daily.
according
Shit,
to
right?
today's standards, Willow, we would have been considered abused.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Like,
So I
Well, the
get it,
paperwork
man.
I seen says that Billy Joe didn't get custody of like the kids or whatever until October 6th.
They were talking about temporary custody in
October
chat.
6th, which was the day after Quentin was missing.
Yeah, I was wondering, Queen, since you're actually here with us, were you surprised by the indictment at all? I know, or not necessarily
because
surprised by the
we
indictment,
are
but the contents of
kind of
it.
knew it was already coming.
The contents of it. Yeah, but we didn't know it was because it was blunt force trauma of some kind. So
I don't know what to believe
shocked
with
by
that yet, though, because like I said, you can indict a fucking ham sandwich. You can tell him anything you want to tell him. So I mean, I'm kind of waiting for the trial still. I want to see the trial and what they come out with, the evidence they have and shit. You know what I mean? Which
in some cases I would understand,
even though she's guilty as fuck. She knows she is. I think she's still gonna say not guilty.
So you think that the cops would lie or exaggerate that?
Yeah, fuck right. Fuck yeah, I would. Yeah, I think they would. Yeah, I do. They can assume. I think they're assuming because they didn't label. This is what they said. What's that number count? Let me go back to this shit.
It was like 2 or 3, wasn't it?
The one where it says that they can assume that she used. Fuck, they could assume it was. I mean, you could use all kinds of shit in your house that could be used for deadly.
Oh yeah, there's tons.
You know what I'm saying? Like
yes.
Well, yeah, a deadly weapon can be anything that ends in somebody's life, but I don't think
indictments are not always true.
I don't think they would lie about it because it would hurt their case.
But
why would they lie in a way that would
indictments are
hurt their
not
case?
100% accurate.
But if you lie on getting your indictment, it can ruin the case.
No, it can't.
I will say this based on speculation.
Yeah,
I mean, I am strictly speculating.
They're speculating on there as well. I mean, you can't. You know what I'm saying? You can't. There's no way they can fucking. And there's nothing. There's nobody there to say no. They didn't know. When you go in to get an indictment, the grand jury goes in. That's it. You don't. There's no defense attorney there. There's nobody there to say otherwise. There's nobody there. None of that shit.
And 9 times
I
out of
don't think
10,
they're lying
what's
about the
brought up
injury
at
to
a
the
jury
child.
cannot be
They
brought
just
up from
fucking
a
tell
grand
them what
jury.
they want them to hear to get the fucking indictment. That's it.
Like ultimately, what goes down when it
That's why I
actually
said I
goes to
want to wait till
trial?
the trial. I want to know what they have. I want to see what the fuck they have. I want to know who said what. Did Danny
Worst
say
case
it? Did he see
scenario.
it? Does he know? You know what I mean? Like,
No, I agree with you. I just don't think they would
did
lie
she come
about
out
the
and
type of
say,
injury to the child.
or did they find something in her phone where she texted Danny and said, I lost my temper on Quentin? And you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm
Well,
waiting to see what they got.
as far as the blunt force objects, you'll know if they got that wrong
Right.
because it won't be admissible in court. When they actually go to trial, you won't hear
That's
shit
what
about
I'm
that anymore.
saying. That's what I'm
It'll
saying.
just
They
be
don't.
gone. It'll just disappear.
That's not something they just lie about to secure a murder indictment. This isn't a drug charge.
It does sound to me now this whole time that people thought maybe
No,
it was
it's
an
not a
accident,
drug
maybe it was
charge,
a
but they can still
bathtub.
they can still put in there whatever they want. Doesn't matter. They can put in there whatever they think happened, whatever they can put in there, any of that.
Yeah, I've actually sat on a grand jury before. I've been on
Like
both
the
ends of
fucking
it. I actually got to
lies.
do
You know
that.
what I'm saying? Like they put in her fucking lies. They put in them lies like what, fucking 4 times? I mean,
it's no, in a grand jury, it's no talking in code. It's no redirect.
right.
It's no rephrasing. They can come in there and just talk to you and tell a story. They sit down about 24 people in a room,
That's
in a little
right.
back courtroom, and they sit there and just tell a story. They paint a picture,
But the police
and you
tell a
vote
story
that it
based
sounds
on
feasible or not.
evidence.
Oh, no, they got to show you
Yeah.
some things. Absolutely. Yeah, they got to show
Yes,
you
they
some
do
things.
it
So there were
based on
probably some
evidence. They
photos.
don't just pull it out of their fucking ass.
Well, no, but
I
they
mean,
didn't just go in there with no fucking weapon and say, this is what we believe she killed him with right here. This is what it is.
yeah,
This is
that
what we
probably didn't
have.
happen.
No, they didn't do that.
I wonder if they'll be able to do that.
During
I
a
don't know if they'll
trial,
ever
yes,
find the
they're going to
weapon.
have to do that.
No, not if they don't for sure know what it is. They can just know it's something that's like something. They may
They
not
may
know
not
Then
find
they
the
can't,
what it
weapon.
was.
they can't just bring out something that they assume she did something with like that. You know what I mean?
No,
Like they're
that's what I'm
going to
saying.
have
They
to
may not
fucking,
know
somebody
what
said
the
something. I'm
weapon
not going to sit
is.
here and fucking argue with you about it, but there's
Wait,
somebody's going to.
I didn't know we were arguing.
That's what I just said. I'm not going to sit here and argue back and forth with you about it. But yeah, I mean, somebody had to have said something, or somebody's going to have to have said something. There's going to have to be something
I
that
think
went
it would
down
be
with this
told by the
weapon or
wounds.
whatever the fuck it was. You know what I mean? Yeah. What I mean, was it his skull? Was it his body? Was it, you know what I'm saying? Like there's
That's what I'm assuming.
so
They
many
don't seem to
different
have
things
the
that could,
weapon.
yeah. I mean, fuck.
It seems to be they're going by
You can
lacerations.
turn a curling
And
iron into a fucking weapon and beat a baby with it. You know what I mean?
Yes,
Like
you can.
you could do
I
anything.
think, it's kind of like on this Idaho thing. They feel pretty confident it was a serrated blade. They feel pretty confident that kind of the same thing here. They can tell bare fist hit from a small female hand versus
Yeah.
a curling iron. They can tell that it was an object.
Yep.
So they probably don't have to have the object. I don't think they'll need it. Shock value alone, when you pass around a badly shattered little body to 12 people, half of which will be parents, it's not going to take a lot of convincing, I don't think.
And on here it says, what is the purpose of a grand jury? While grand juries are sometimes described as performing accusatory and investigatory functions, the grand jury's principal function is to determine whether or not there's probable cause to believe that one or more persons committed a certain federal offense within the venue of the district court.
Pardon me,
Just
Queen.
like a cop can get up there and fucking tell stories, they can too. There's nobody to dispute differently. There's nobody to tell them anything different.
True Crime Dime said they sent you that email.
All right, baby, let me go check it right now.
Oh man, that'd be badass. I mean, well, not badass, but you know what I mean. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I want to too.
Yeah, I don't mean to sound like it's a fucking game show or anything, but I'd like to see it. God almighty, I want to get out of this car and go in and get some coffee, but it's raining so hard I've been sitting here for 35 minutes.
That girl fell off.
I know, I just had to fucking pull my goddamn dogs in and fucking wipe all their fucking feet off while they just tracked mud through my fucking house. I was fucking pissed.
Oh,
Raining here too. It's pouring down. It's fucking pouring down here right now.
Yeah, well,
I want to go in here and get my little frappuccino, something fierce, but it's the only place I've ever found that has.
I can't open these, honey. Can you resend them again? They're not opening. They're just like 2 little dots. They're not one to open.
This place has sugar-free cappuccino machines in a gas station. I've never seen that before.
Gross.
Oh, dude, this white chocolate pecan, whatever. Oh my God, this thing is fantastic. I love it.
No, no artificial sweetener, yo.
I know. a lot of people, man, that don't like it.
Oh man, it'll
Was she
the
wanting the
whatever it
link?
is.
Was she wanting the link?
I don't know. I didn't know if she fell off.
No, somebody said Ellie. I think something that somebody asked her if she wanted the link. I didn't know it wasn't up here. Hold on. She said, okay, I'll have to put them in a file and send it as an attachment. Yeah, because I was going to say the 2 dots that I got, it just looks like it's 2 picture messages, but they're not coming up. Neither one of them are popping up. So I don't know. Don't know what's going on with that. But I put the link in there, Ellie, if you want it.
Yeah, because I'm just wondering what the temp, because this is the first time I've ever heard about it, the temporary custody thing. And I'm just wondering what the agreement was that they set forth. And I just want to read it.
We covered it over here.
Well, we cover a lot of things. I might have forgotten. Unfortunately,
I understand. I can't lay my hands on the document right now. My system is, I've got another file open for my Cricut, and it's made my system angry, and it's stuck in 2 small little screens. So
okay, cool.
I'm just sitting here. But I do WTOC. That's the news organization to go for that, to find it. I think it was on the, I think they talked about it on in the timeline.
Okay. Oh, timeline? Yeah, but that doesn't, I just want to read it doesn't have the court document to read. That's what I want to read. I want to read the court document, the agreement. I don't want them to summarize it for me.
I don't know where, I know that Plunder had it. I don't know how you would get it because of, like I said, I think Plunder had it. I think Melissa Jade might have had it, and I don't remember how long ago it was. Well, it might have been right around the beginning part of, it would have been around the beginning part of October that Queen went over it. Yeah, this was, I got this done last night.
Oh, cool. Just reading the chat. What did you get done, by the way? It's delayed. It's a touchy case because everyone was invested in close. Yeah, it's a very touchy case, and a lot of custody is custody. No, I mean, like, there's official agreements.
Well, yeah, it's a very touchy case, but I mean, people get a case of the fucking know-it-alls too, and that's irritating, right, especially when they don't really know shit at all. So it gets frustrating.
Yeah. Well, I just kind of just admit I don't know things. I try to research just to make sure.
Hey, I don't know it all either. That's why I don't sit up here and pretend to. But I have been, if I've had my fucking fair share, and I've dealt with the motherfucking grand jury. I know exactly what the fuck's up.
Jury preclude a trial. What type of plea deals can be agreed upon in post-indictment when a plea agreement has been reached prior to grand jury? I don't know. Not a criminal lawyer, so I wouldn't know that, unfortunately. Dem DeFar says, doesn't a grand jury preclude a trial? What type of plea deals?
An independent thinker, I have to disagree with you on that.
I disagree with you. I think she's not going to get charges on that.
I think the only reason she got charged now with this shit with Quentin was because it was on court TV. There was a lot, you know what I'm saying? Like, she made them look like shit by telling exactly what happened, which was she turned them in. They made it like they went and took her to jail. You know what I mean? Like, she called and she wanted to talk about the conditions of that Leilani was being treated in the jail. I wasn't going to go live with it. Cher wasn't going to go live with it. So she went and talked to a news source about it. And that didn't get her that kind of got her in trouble as well. So, I mean, she's an adult. She's accountable for her own shit. You know what I mean? This charge right here, she knew she shouldn't have been talking about the kids, period. That's what it is. She's an adult, you know, but she's going through a lot. I can't blame her. I'd be wanting to talk about my kids and my grandkids too, you know?
Yeah. Should have the same.
I honestly don't think I think what got her what's up, Ellie? I think what got her in trouble was she talked a lot about Quentin and
and also the reason why I think that's a little different. I mean, like, Voices knows a lot more about this, but I was reading that custody change the whole thing, and it says a temporary custody is usually like as an agreement between the parents, and I'm thinking that it's probably agreement with CPS, And I was wondering if the agreement basically said you can't have Leilani in the house with you with consignment or something like that. That's what I'm trying to figure out. If the agreement actually said something where Leilani could not be left alone with the kids.
From my understanding, it doesn't, but also
Yeah.
from my understanding, it was signed on October 6th, the day after Quentin went
Yeah.
missing, not before. And that was due to, the pandemic and going back and forth. And they had been arguing for almost a year and a half. Plus, the new baby wasn't here yet, so she wasn't on any of it.
Yeah.
It was just the boys, basically.
Yeah. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, basically, Billy Joe is not to blame for this stuff. You know what I mean? Like, this is what the people want to, like, they want to have a lynch mob for Billy Joe. And it's like, no. If CPS thought it was a danger, they should have walked in and said, hey, you can't live in the same house with consignment. You know what I mean? Like, I just think like blaming her is just really, really just
I think Leilani had a lot of people fooled.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm serious. I really do. I think she had a lot of fucking people fooled.
Yeah.
Including her mom. You know, I mean, I don't know about their relationship to a T, but I think
I agree.
Yeah. So someone says the voluntary custody was allegedly around the time when she committed the theft, which resulted in the felony. Yeah, I know it was voluntary, the custody thing. And I just think like people are just attacking her and they want to throw her in jail. It's like, listen, you can be like angry at the fact that, maybe she should have caught the idea that her daughter was doing drugs and throwing her out of the house. But like she's trying to help her kid and she's trying to make sure that these kids get some sort of stable home. And it's a tough situation when you got family addicted to drugs. And I don't think she realized that Leilani was this fucking bad where she would murder her own kid. I don't think anyone saw that.
Look at how sneaky she is. These documents show that, like, if she were willing to lie about this, knowing that there were evidence that shows and it lines up with everything that her mother's ever said about her.
Well, I could tell that interview where they're sitting next to each other. And I was gonna say, Ellie, I couldn't hear you. I don't know if it was like I don't know what the heck.
When they were standing out front and Billy and BJ kept looking at her and having to look away. And
then she was crying. She's like, well, if I did this, then I'll, and she was like, I think Billy knew right then and there she was lying through her fucking teeth. Like, it was really hard for her to even sit there and look at her. And you know what I mean?
I agree. When we looked at that body, that gives a whole difference when you look at that body language now.
And then they told her, don't give her dirty looks. Don't be, you know what I'm saying? Like they were.
Yeah, and I agree with Dam Defar. She says, the babysitting provisions, the father and the infant was not considered negligent. Billy Joe provided child care in her absence. Yeah, she did a lot. She paid $1,200 a month to this babysitter. She was working. I mean, I think the one person said she should have got a job closer to watch, but it's like she's in her 40s.
She's a felon. She had a hell of a time getting a job.
Yeah,
she had one hell of a time getting a job.
And we're in a shitty time in this country when it comes to work. And people say, well, she's a welder. Well, I mean, I don't know the welding biz. Like, I don't know the welding.
Well, honestly, Leilani's an adult. Yeah, she let her move back in and she let her stay there or whatever. But I mean, she was trying to keep the grandkids, I'm sure, from going to. Oh, did you send it again? Okay, I'll go look right now.
Yeah, I just think people are just.
I do agree. She had stepped in. Okay, so in my opinion, from what I've garnered with my talking that we did the other night with BJ, I garnered that the reason she allowed her to move back in was so that she could help with the parenting role and to do and to help guide her daughter to give her a better outcome. That was what I gained from my conversation with her. And that she's beating herself up every hour of every minute of every day for how could this have happened? Coco, I do agree with that. I do believe CPS is also covering their ass as they failed to do their job. It could, I think that is partly why they're going after BJ to keep her completely quiet. I do agree that that could have something to do with it.
I understand this independent thinker's thought process a little bit. She says, no, obviously there wasn't any supervision or else Quentin would be alive. I don't know what you consider like, listen, she paid a babysitter to watch a certain hours a day. All right, but I believe her husband was there. Danny was there. It's like there was people around there. It wasn't like she just left her the kids alone with Leilani only. It's like she did a lot of things. Like if she knew Leilani was a danger, she would have threw her the fuck out of the house. It's like the situation you're trying to build. Like I don't think there's in the circumstances that was created with the attempt to get custody and the daughter and all that stuff. I don't think there's like a situation where you can just like easily blame Billy Joe for this. I really don't. I think it's just like you're just kind of like hindsight's just 2020. I mean, like Leilani has no history of like abusing her kids and has no history of like fucking killing people or attempting or violence. It's just basically theft and drug use. I just don't think I don't think it's right to continuously try to blame her and say that she didn't do what she could. I think she did everything she could. And unfortunately, it's not enough. Sometimes you just try as hard as you can, and it's just not enough in life. And I think if you're going to blame everyone, you got to blame CPS, you got to blame the judge, you got to blame Danny, you got to blame the husband, you got to blame definitely Leilani's 90% to blame. Like she killed this kid, and also I mean like the babysitter, she's paid, she watched them for the hours of time, but she it's just how it is. I don't think the babysitter should be blamed on that. I think the babysitter she was paid for her time, and she's acting like she's seeing the history of like this baby not being loved, and she should have probably reported that to CPS or the grandmother or something like that. And I don't think she did that. But anyway, but yeah, I mean, that's just my thought. I think people are just too hard on her, like really too hard on Billy Joe. I just don't think it's right.
Sky, there is a differing of opinions on whether it was $30 a day for 3 children or it was $1,200.
No, she admitted on her. I mean, she changes her story multiple times. But she admitted on one of the lives that she got $300 a week. Okay, and if you do the math, 4 weeks a month, that's $1,200.
That's $1,200 a month.
Now she did say that she did get paid like $30. That is true, but that's what I mean. That she keeps on changing her story.
Oh, no, she said she only charged $30.
Yeah, 99.9. Yes, you know what I mean. I misspoke,
right.
Jen. My apologies. But yeah, I mean, I find it hard to believe that this is the first time she's abused her kids. Well, you know what? We don't have a history of it. Like, you think the news media would run with it if they actually found paperwork that she abused this kid and it was shown. If it was some sort of abuse, I don't think it was reported or found out. But I mean, like, obviously, doing drugs around your kids, I don't think is fucking good thing. But I'm talking about physical abuse, like actual abuse without, like, physically. But nobody gives a shit at what she paid the babysitter. She was unfit. Who is on what? Leilani was unfit? Yeah, Leilani's unfit, that's for sure. But the Billy Joe was doing what she could to help. That's what I think.
Well, yeah, it does fucking matter because nobody else was going to pay that fucking babysitter. And if she didn't, that means the kids would have been with Leilani 24/7. And that obviously wasn't going to be a good turnout, was it?
Yeah.
Shit, we might not have any of them here if that was the case.
Yeah, I mean, she paid $1,200 to the babysitter. The babysitter literally had her daughter watch the kid because I think she would be like working, I heard from someone, but that could be hearsay. But I know that she did say in an interview that her daughter watched the kids once in a while. So, I mean, like, I think like the situation is I think Billy Joe actually did what she could to watch these kids and did everything she could with the system. She tried to get custody from the kids. She tried to give a stable home. She tried. And unfortunately, it wasn't enough. And I think people just want to beat this woman to, destroy this woman for no reason without even really thinking, like, what would you do in this circumstances? Like, what would you do? Kick her out so she can grab the 3 kids with her to go to some, like, fucking trailer park junkie area? Because technically she doesn't have custody. until like the court date's over. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell did you want her to do? You know what I mean? Like, she had to have Leilani live there to watch the kids, because if she threw her out,
the police already said Billy is not going to be arrested, and neither is anyone else per, the murder charge against, the stuff with Quinn. She was arrested, she was held in contempt of court because she had a gag order on the kids and she spoke on them. So that's all there is to it. That's all. She'll be out. She'll be, you know what I mean?
And for those that don't believe, I guess you'll have to wait and see.
Well, that rhymed.
I'm a poet and I don't even know it, but my toes are long, fellers.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I mean, I just think people are just
Leilani's brother was there and Danny was there. Two supposed to be responsible adults.
And the step grandpa,
was there as the father of his child, and he just left his fucking daughter and took the fuck off. So he wasn't too fucking concerned.
Yeah, there's no lives talking about how bad he is.
He sure the fuck didn't take his baby girl and leave. He just fucking left. Said, fuck you, fuck this, peace out, and left his daughter and bounced.
It's like, let's blame the lady that actually paid $1,200 and actually tried to create a stable home and try to get custody and try to do all these things. Let's blame that lady, not the junkie like Danny who just ran out of the fucking place and left his daughter, or anyone else. I mean, like, or you know what I mean, like the babysitter who supposedly knew about some sort of. She's like, she changed her story all the time. That's why I'm like, I'm not sure. But one point she's like, she never liked the kid. Another point she says that they're in a pool unsupervised. Another one,
and then she played that fucking phone call. That phone call didn't have any fucking thing to do with anybody in a pool.
Yeah, it's like, but she didn't go to like the police and say, well, I'm watching these kids and they're getting abused, guys. This is really bad. She just basically took her money and kept quiet. That's basically it. I'm sorry if people want to like blame like
I'm just saying, why, you know what I'm saying? If they want to blame somebody, you need to blame the person that was there. Danny was there with Leilani. He was there that day. He was there that night. People are worried about Billy. They need to be fucking worried about Danny. He was there with her. He was there the entire fucking time. He was there all night that night. And then he got up that morning and went to work. He was there. Why didn't he stop Leilani? Why didn't he take care of the kids? You know what I'm saying?
But they're so quick to like just basically like scream out about like Billy Joe needs to go to jail, Billy Joe. And it's like, yeah, I mean, like, it's
if that's the case, Danny's ass needs to be sitting right the fuck on down next to him then.
Because she was evicting them and the baby. Well, I mean, like.
So I mean, you can have it both ways. You cannot have it both ways.
Which it was, as a paid child care provider, Diana was lawfully responsible to do so.
I've always felt that too. Diana should have had some sort of responsibility in this, in my opinion, because she was the person that was contracted to pay.
She was supposed to be keeping the fucking kids overnight that night too.
Right. And remember, that's right, because I do remember her saying that she had to let them go home because they had to go get backpacks at the church.
Yep.
Yeah. But, in the end of the day, I mean, but the reason why, I mean, I get what you're saying, independent thing. I know you're just kind of just having conversation, but it's like there are people out there. I read the comments of when Billy Joe got arrested, and everyone was like, "Oh, they're happy about her getting arrested. And they actually want her to go to jail. They want her to go to jail. They don't, and they're not even like they don't even want to put her in the shoes. So there's a good population.
I want Danny's ass in fucking jail. I want him and Leilani both in jail because I think they're both fucking guilty. They were both fucking there. They were both fucking there. Danny knows damn the fuck well what happened. And if he testifies against her, I think his ass should definitely be fucking sitting in jail right with her.
Yeah, for sure. I just thought
that right there tells me he knew exactly what was going on, or he knew more than the fuck than he was leading on to say. Then,
yeah.
And if she took and dumped him that late on the 4th, then he would have known. How did he see him in the crib at 6 a.m. if he wasn't there?
Yeah, I'm
Right.
surprised he did get charged for lying. I mean, like,
Yep.
I'm kind of shocked, but
Do we know for sure if he didn't and it's just not brought public?
No, that's
like
why I said I'm waiting on the
this?
trial, because you're going to hear a lot more going on.
yeah. I'm not going to gang up on you, independent thing. I don't gang up people. I'm not like
I like independent thinkers. I mean, everybody's allowed to have difference in opinion. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. You can think whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and actually, I don't. I mean, like everyone, there's no one afraid of me. There it
And
is. There's no. I'm not a scary person. I think people are
Let me
more
go
scared
check
of
real quick,
Queen.
baby.
I think
I
people are
have
more
the
scared of
ability.
Queen.
I have the ability to agree to disagree with people and not hate them because they think differently than I do. Great. We can agree to disagree. I'm not going to fight about it. We can all be right.
Well, not really. Not really. All we can all have opinions, but not all be right.
Touche. Touche.
You know, there's only one right. She could have put a blanket rule. I don't know. The trial will be going through that, I'm sure. This video is private, but I hear that and see Queen voices in detail. My screen has this video is private, but I hear and see Queen B.
This video is not private.
No, it's not private. I see like 500 people in there, so obviously it's not private. I'm watching the live stream while I'm reading. It's everyone's right to think different and get along. Yeah, true. Voices now beats him wants you to skedaddle. No, absolutely not. No wrong or right feelings. No, what I meant by when, like, basically everyone can have an opinion, but there's only one right thing. You know, like, there's right and there's wrong. You know, maybe there's maybes, but not. You know, there's just that's how it is. The fact is, law enforcement has enough evidence for the 8-page. Yeah, I think they got her dead to rights. I think she's going down. I think they have a really strong case. I think that was that assistant district attorney or the DA?
I think it was the DA.
Yeah, so if the DA's out there, she looked very confident. So I think she's got this dead to rights. I think it's just a foregone conclusion that she's going to get this conviction, and it's going to be, you know, I think personally, I wish the death sentence on this lady. I don't like this lady being alive, but I'm just like more compassionate to Billy Joe. I understand Billy Joe's position, and I feel like she's the one getting the bad rap, like bad situation here, and I think she did try. But with Leilani, either way, throw her away in jail for life or death sentence. I don't care. Just wait for the trial, I guess, and we'll see. Sarah, the curator who was having BG on the panel all of the time, slipped and said he may not be the father. Oh, that would be interesting. I think Danny had some kind of knowledge. Otherwise, why did he leave town? Yeah, that was always weird to me. Voices like him, just like literally like running out like the next day. That's just like weird.
Well, I think it was about 4 days later, but you got to remember there was also an eviction notice.
Yeah.
That eviction notice, I believe, that might come into partial play, in my opinion. That could have been why he wanted to skedaddle on down the road. I also think the reason he did not take the baby, well, my opinion could be one of the reasons he didn't take the baby was that he wasn't prepared to take a newborn child. He didn't know where he was going to skedaddle off to. So if he didn't know, then how can you take a child that you may not be able to care for?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I don't know. I mean,
well, and True Crime Dime has a great point as well. He was interrogated and he realized that she killed Quentin. So, of course, he left. He wants to sleep next to a murderer.
Yeah, that's very true. That is very true.
I do believe that the day that he was reported missing, the other 2 children were removed out of the home. I could be incorrect, but because I don't have the WTOC
Mm.
timeline pulled up. But it was very early on that they were removed. And then, like I said, I want to say it was like day 4, Danny skedaddled.
Yeah.
Gosh, I just love that word. I forgot it. My grandpa used to always say skedaddle on out of my way.
Your grandpa.
He did, but it's all good. It's all good. My sister, it was one of my sister's favorite words as well. And I had forgotten about it until you had said it one day, and I was like, oh, Grandpa and Nancy would be laughing.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the custody thing with the DNA test. I just think that's a bite that's thought. But I think what else did you get from the indictment or anything else you heard?
Well, I just it goes to show that she lied. She lied on multiple times, multiple dates. That shows deception, in my opinion. The deception shows that I mean, if you didn't do anything wrong and it were an accident, why wouldn't you just admit it? Why wouldn't you just say, I fucked up and this is what I did? But instead, she willingly argued and, lied.
Yeah. And I think she dug herself in a hole. And this is like, this is why I say to people like, good guys or bad guys, you should probably get a fucking lawyer. I mean, like, the more you dig.
If you're guilty, you need a lawyer. If you're innocent, you need a lawyer. And you need to remember your Fifth Amendment right to shut up. You don't owe an explanation of anything to anyone. But
yeah, I mean, she probably they probably said, oh, you want to add another charge to lie to us? Okay, let's take down your statement so we can charge you some more. It's like, this is like,
maybe she, it from what I learned in my conversation with BJ the other night, what I learned about Leilani was she's very stubborn and very willful. And she just will do it the way
she's very manipulative too.
Yes, that was the other aspect of it. And so it just doesn't matter what BJ did with her. Even if it was a punishment, she would still find something enjoyable in a punishment. So that being said, I can see her doing and acting. This lines right up with all of that. So shame on her. Shame on her.
I'm just trying to read the chat.
It also makes me wonder if the
I got that. I got the paperwork, True Crime Dime. I'm gonna read it right now, okay? Because I have the same paperwork, but I'm gonna go over right now. Give me a second.
Also makes me wonder if the eviction notice wasn't coming into play, and that's why she did what she did.
I mean, she did have to pay child support of $150 with the new order. So,
well, that would cut into a habit like she had.
Yeah, for sure. Oh no, Anonymous, and I don't think it matters at this point. I think she's going down for a long time.
As she should, in my opinion.
I'll be surprised if they don't go for the death penalty.
I think they should, but
I probably will too.
But just like Will says, they don't like giving the death sentence to women, and that is actually true.
Honey, I don't think in this circumstance it's going to matter. After listening to go back and re-listen to the DA and how firm she starts that off with.
What did they do to the Boswell when she killed her baby? What did they do to her?
Oh, that trial's been put off to 2025, I think.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's been pushed back. I was watching Burden, I think, the other day, gave an update on that.
Yeah, she was on cocaine, fen, and oxy, right? I'm trying to remember.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. That's the drug she was on.
This is hard to read. You ain't lying, True Crime Time. This is hard as hell to read.
Is it that legal jargon, Queen?
Yeah, it's really fucking hard to read.
It is hard as fuck to read, dude.
Is it the one dated 10/5/2022, or what's the date on that one?
This one here. Let's see. Because this says this is about, well, and that's another thing too. Stuff like this getting put out. I don't know who put it out or where it came from, but that kind of shit, stuff like this can get her in trouble for.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't talk about it. You're right, Mom. I was wrong.
I believe it could result in more contempt of court charges.
Yeah, probably not talking.
I mean, yeah, it depends on who put it out, but even her just talking about this she can be held in contempt for it.
Maybe we should just not.
Yeah, skedaddle about it.
We could pretend we did and say we don't.
It says Queen, it's already out. Yeah, but I don't want
It is already out. There's no, I mean, you can't, once the toothpaste is out the bottle, you can't put it back in. I understand that. You know what I mean? I get it. I'm just saying, like, things like that.
But you don't have to contribute to it either.
Yeah, documents like that and stuff could probably get her in a lot of trouble. I mean, if she spoke on it, I guess. I don't know.
But either way, the whole point of me talking about the custody is basically like saying, like, she basically didn't have, like, she wasn't at complete. She wasn't at.
It wasn't a final done deal until after he went missing. But she had the temporary rights, and those temporary rights would have been changed to. But unfortunately, yes, he went missing.
And people are saying the father leaked it. I don't know why he's not in jail for contempt, but very interesting. If he's done,
did he? That's what someone. I wondered where the shit came from because it had to come from somebody close. It's got his daughter's name. Now, why would he leak the shit with his fucking daughter's name on it and stuff?
Yeah, I'm surprised. His
dumbass trying to. You don't care about his kid. There's another point that should tell you don't care about his fucking kid.
Yeah, we can't really. You can't show it because it's probably not redacted. So I don't think it's.
Well, no, I mean, a lot of people have seen these. I mean, I got 3, 4, 5 people just emailed me the same thing. So
holy shit!
Oh my god!
Yeah,
I shouldn't even. I shouldn't giggle. Somebody will take that the wrong fucking way again.
Is it redacted with the kid's name taken out and all the ages and all that stuff taken out?
No, here I'll send it to you.
Oh no.
I mean, I'm not gonna put it up there or anything. They know that. They wouldn't send me if they, you know what I mean. I would never just do that. So I'm not gonna. But I will send you what I'm talking about, so you kind of have an idea.
Yeah, because usually you don't want kids' names on documents if they're under the age of 18 and all that stuff. And I'm surprised that there's not unredacted documents floating around about a custody case. That's fucking weird.
Yeah, well, and like I said, if he put it out there, here I'll screenshot it real quick so you can see. But
yeah,
if he put it out there, then I mean, there's not, it's his daughter. Shit, that's its paperwork on his child. So
yeah, but there's like legal documents do not like putting kids out there, like social security and phone numbers and stuff like that. They do not put kids' names out there. Like it's just how it is. Is this the temporary order or is this the actual final order?
I can't even fucking read it, so honestly, I don't know.
Yeah, does this have anything to do with
read it for yourself and then tell me what you think? Because I don't know if my eyes are just that bad or what, but it's hard for me to read it.
Yeah, when I see it, I'll look at it. I'll look at it quickly. It'll be a quick read. Either I'll be able to read it or not. Maybe my eyes.
Well, it's there. It should be. You should have it now. It should be over there. But there's a part that was circled for me. It says the maternal grandmother, and then that's all I can really read. It's hard.
Okay, the maternal grandmother.
You see where it's circled at? It says the maternal grandmother to.
It says
provide adequate.
No, failed to provide adequate.
Or failed to.
Provision. It's like the underlying part of it.
Provision for the child Zane by learning by Haley. See, I'm having a hard time. I need to just try to. I guess I'll try to read it.
Yeah, later. But this is not Quentin. This is another kid.
Yeah, this is the older one and the younger one.
Yeah, so we're talking about Quentin. I'm talking about the custody of Quentin, not these two kids.
Yeah, this is Zane and Sky. So
Yeah. So this has nothing. Yeah, wow. And this shouldn't be out. But my whole discussion was about
if
Quentin's.
he leaked it, it's his daughter. I mean, if he wants to put this information out about his child, then that's his
Independent
choice. You know what I mean? That's
independent thinker is backstage, Queen.
I know, baby. I just seen her. I was popping the thing up. Hey, girl, you up here, baby?
How you doing?
Yeah, calm down
Okay,
for a bit.
Can you hear us? Okay, I can hear you good. Ellie, you up here? Ellie?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Okay, honey. All right.
Yeah.
Just make sure before I drop the screen. All right, guys. What's up, girls?
I had to calm down. I was too emotional.
You know what, girl? This case gets me going too. And I was already
okay.
pissed off. I should have probably just settled down before I even came on, but I was already irritated anyhow.
I just went down this road with my grandbaby, and we were very strict. We were very strict. You didn't see him unless you had supervised visits, and she was definitely never left alone with him. That's how I done it, and that's how I would do it 100 times over. Because whenever you can't trust somebody and they're on drugs, I'm sorry, but I'm not leaving the babies. If I got to get custody of them, that means you're unfit to be a parent. And that's what I was trying to say. But what's done, it's done.
Very true. That is very true.
And I'm not wasn't saying that I want her to go to jail or have any more charges related to Quentin. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised with the way that DA talked today if more were not coming, because when they asked about why she was in contempt, she just seemed, like it's an ongoing investigation, like it's not over. It's the vibe I got.
Yeah, but I think she just couldn't make a comment about what's going on in juvenile court when she's she's doing this criminal case.
It's about the kids, so she couldn't really talk.
Well, maybe so, but also I wanted to tell B Tim on the temporary. He keeps saying temporary. It was temporary. That's the time frame. That doesn't change anything as far as the children and who had custody. Temporary just means you go to court, you get temporary custody for a year to see if they can get their shit together, and then if they can't, then you get permanent custody. It really doesn't change things as far as what's in the paperwork from temporary to permanent.
And my understanding is, it's like, am I wrong? Is that usually with the temporary custody that they have to have some sort of agreement outlined in temporary custody in the order?
Well, it all depends on if the mother wants visits, if the person who got custody agrees to it. It all depends on what they have in the papers. Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out, like if the temporary, because I didn't know about the temporary, I just know about the final order, which didn't come into effect until I think a day or two after Quentin went missing. And then I'm told by voices there was a temporary order that came out when Quentin was 5 months old. And that means it was basically like this order was out for temporary was about 15 months, which is pretty long, actually. If it's I think usually that's pretty long, but maybe I'm not used to that. I mean,
Okay, so you got to remember that you've got Leilani's criminal history, and that will play a part in it.
And that was volunteer. She was voluntarily giving up custody, I believe.
Right. She realized that she had a felony, and that's where her mother stepped in to intervene with the boys.
Well,
okay, and I just want to know what was this, and that's the thing I'm trying to figure out. See, if it was outlined in the agreement that said you cannot have Leilani have unsupervised visit, or she can't be living in the house, then I would be like, yeah, that's kind of fucked up that she was living in a house and she's going against the order. But if the order doesn't say that, and there's nothing that says you can't have Leilani around, then you can't really blame her for the situation of getting a babysitter and all that stuff. And that's what I'm trying to figure out, if the order actually said something to that effect, the temporary custody. If there was some sort of written agreement where they says, well, you can't have supervised visit with, you can't be alone with Leilani. Quentin's son can't be alone with Leilani. That type of deal. That's what I'm trying to figure out with the temporary order.
Yeah, I haven't seen the papers. I haven't, I don't know what the papers say, but it would definitely come down to whatever they said in the papers.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and that's what I'm trying to say. It's like, if the papers don't say that, And then she just gets a babysitter to watch this kid almost 12 hours a day. The kids sleep for 8 hours a day. And meanwhile, she has multiple adults in the house that are watching. It's like, then what's the situation where she's responsible, that she should have done something
You can
different?
go look on Plunder's channel. She had the document.
Yeah, she does a lot of content. It would be very, it might take me longer than this live to look through all the videos and figure it out.
She might have it on a Quentin Simon playlist. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's just my thought. That's why I'm trying to say, like, it's kind of tough to just be like, hold Billy Joe completely responsible. And it's like, you know, like, what if she threw she threw Leilani out and the kids came with her? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's a tough situation. She
wouldn't be able to throw. I mean, she'd be able to throw Leilani out, but because BJ had temporary custody of Quentin and his brother, they would have remained in the home. But Leilani and Sky and Danny would have been removed.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that she could foresee that this was going to happen, by no means.
Yeah.
And, you know, she's lost everything now. So, no, I mean, I'm not one that's sitting here cheering that she's in jail now. And I don't wish that any more, you know, charges come on or anything like that. I mean, I think it's enough has happened to her that she's got to live with, you know.
Yeah, I agree.
There's nothing that they can do that's going to hurt her anymore. So, I mean, I just wanted to come up and make myself clear because.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you did, because it's just like, that's my question with that, you know, and that's just not, you know, because I'm coming from a place. Yeah, I'm coming from a place of ignorance as well. I don't know what's in the agreement. I don't know what the outline of the agreement. I didn't even know there was a temporary custody agreement. I thought we were just waiting for the final one, and they were in court.
The only reason I remember that is because when we were talking about, people were questioning, well, you know, would he be close to Leilani? Would he be close to BJ? And then when the temporary custody stuff came forward, that showed that BJ had been caring for him since he was 5 months old. So this wasn't like new. Because I don't remember, it coincided with one of her arrests, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's a pretty fucked up situation. I think Billy Joe lost. I think she's lost a lot. And
well, when you have a loved one that's an active addiction, you need somebody to help guide you with how to handle them, because they will lie to you. And
she was pregnant and she had just had the baby. The baby was only 4 months old.
Yeah,
she had been really fooled and was, you know, playing the I'm clean, I'm doing great, you know.
Yeah, I think a lot of and I think you're right. When you have a family member that's an addiction, you know, it's tough to cut them off. You know, it's not easy situation, and especially when they're lying to you. And it's a tough situation.
I mean, especially being her mother. I mean, being her mother, you know, she wanted her to get clean. She wanted her to take care of her babies. And I mean, of course, she's going to try to help her.
I can tell you that having a sister that was an addict, that we enabled right to her death.
Yeah. I have a niece, my great niece, I have custody of her and her sister, and she was born 7 years ago with a substance in her system that I'm not going to say on here, but I mean, it wasn't just no weed or nothing simple either. And, you know, I know how hard it was to have my niece at the time. She didn't want us to know, so she didn't even let us know she had the baby. She but DSS, of course, came in and she let her mother-in-law take the baby. She was so scared to call us.
Yeah.
And then when she ended up at my house, they wouldn't let her see the baby, of course, and she's a newborn. And of course, you know, I wanted her to see the baby, even though I knew what she had done. So I mean, I understand. I've been there, done that, but also whenever we got the kids and I got custody of them, we sent her to treatment, and she did good for a little while, but then relapsed and went right back. And I've had the kids now for, it was 3 years this past October. And unfortunately, her mom and dad are both addicts, so they don't have either one of them.
And that's sad. That's
God bless you for being there and stepping in for them.
It's a good thing you stepped up, because it's hard. It's very hard, especially with both of them being drug
Well, that's
addicts.
why I say I done been through this with my grandson also. We had him for
Not every
2.5
family has to
years.
step up,
No, they won't. And, even I have 2 brothers that live close by, and, they're both married. So they have family, but, when, when it comes down to it, I'm the only one that takes them to school and picks them up and takes them to their activities and do, homework and, be a mama. But, I'd do it for anybody. Honestly, I would. So that's why I said I don't want to get emotional on here. I had to wait to come up because it just, it gets me. It gets me.
It's very, very emotional. I appreciate you coming up here, because it is hard. It does. I mean, it does get hard to discuss, and it does, especially when you go through things like this with your own family,
Yeah. Yeah. So I just wanted to make it clear. I'm not, I'm not one of those. It's like,
I never thought you were. I was just trying to I'm just saying that there are people out there that I've read the comments, and there are people like that. It's just, it's like, it's a tough situation, because it's like, it's like a lose-lose situation. You got Quentin, who's deceased. You got his own mother killed him, and the grandmother's in jail, and it's just for contempt of court. And it's like, the kid, it's just a mess. It's a really terrible situation. It's just like seeing an entire family just implode. It's like not good to see. It's terrible.
Hey, Queen, did you see what Pecan Pie just said?
Oh no, I was reading the back chat where she said, "Be right back. I think someone just tried to break into my business." Yikes! I'm like, what the hell?
Wait, what?
That's Ellie. That's Ellie. But read what Pecan Pie just wrote. Oh my goodness.
Chat. Hold on, let me go find it.
Holy shit, she said, I almost died today, guys. My alternator belt broke on my car while I was going about 60 miles per hour. Lost all power, including brakes.
Oh my God, Pecan. Shit.
Oh shit, Pecan.
Oh, what a Wednesday.
You sure it wasn't Dolly? No, I'm joking. I'm trying to add levity to it. Like, that was maybe a bad joke, but
I've had that happen, not going that fast, but I've had a serpentine belt break while I was driving.
And take your time, true crime. I mean, it's all right. Everybody's got kids and dinner time, and
yeah.
I was over here, fucking, it's pouring down rain with the mud. I was over here fighting the damn dog, trying to get his paws wiped, but his little foot hurts, so I was trying not to be rough with his hurt foot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to read the order, and it's very tough to read this thing, but it's like, it looks like
it's hard. It is hard.
It's like, it looks like a reason they're trying to say, well, the Leilani was doing drugs at the time around these kids, and it's on an environment that's good for these kids, and they're trying to take them out of that environment.
I think she had them fooled, because she had just had the baby. The baby was only what, four months old. So
3 or 4 months. I don't remember.
Yeah, so she was pregnant for the 9 months before that. You know what I mean? And so she, her mom said, she put on a very good show of being sober and taking care of the kids and keeping the house up and talking about she's going to get a job and, just.
They do.
Yeah, she was very, very manipulative with it, because I mean, I've read a few of the messages where she's like, "How's things going?" And they're going great. The kids are great. We just had dinner,
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's what they do.
Well, and at first I thought What if she was high and lost her temper? Or what if she was not high, came down and had lost her temper? Or what if she, you know, had laid down on him by accident? Or, you know, like he was sleeping and she like passed out on fentanyl next to him or on top of him and didn't realize it.
Right, an accidental smothering.
But I still can't get over the fact is if it was an accident, why the fuck didn't you call an ambulance right away? Why didn't you know, or why?
Right.
I just, and then these,
Well,
and then these indictments come out and you think,
now.
with these indictments that came out and the things that were on them,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that I don't believe them, but I also know that, you know, anything can be said too, anything can be exaggerated or said, or even we think this object might have been used to do this.
Yeah, it's like preponderance of the evidence. It's not like beyond a reasonable doubt, basically. So it's
right.
like
And
when you grand jury, it's like 60 or
yeah.
So it's like a 60 or 70%. You're sure that someone did it, and you can convict.
Yeah, that's why I say I kind of like to see the trial and see what they have and see what's going on. And yeah, postpartum depression. It really made me wonder if she didn't have that from Quentin, and then back to back having this other baby. You know,
yes,
and
ma'am.
you know, using drugs to self-medicate.
And isn't it up to 3 years after your last baby that can happen?
You know, I'm not even sure if there is a time limit or what the time limit would be.
That sounds about right. They say it takes 8 years for your body to get back
right.
Right.
Hold on, she said the pictures of him with bruises on him tells me she was abusing him. Well, those came out to be fake. Those were actually.
I mean,
the baby's busted Betty out right on her own live.
Yeah, she's like, that's a Biscotti. That's lots of sauce mark. You know, like
yeah,
said that.
I thought that was a bruise mark. She's like, no, it was spaghetti across his face. I guess he did have a bruise on his arm, but I mean, kids at that age, they fall. They, you know, they're gonna have bruises. They're gonna have stuff like that. You know what I mean? Because they. But then you specifically look to see like. Are they getting spanked or smacked? Is there, you know what I'm saying? Like,
do they flinch around adults when there's a hand movement? You know, something that indicates, is there a bruise on their face, not like on their arm?
You know what? I've seen a woman, she's, you know, who was very like, she was fucking vicious to her kids, and they still clung to her and loved her like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah. I mean,
my mom was too.
Yeah, it's a fucked up situation. And
it was very odd to me because I'm like, I know they love their mom, but holy shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's not, I guess, I don't know. I guess if you're raised to think that's normal, I don't know.
Well, we always try to do better than the generation that raised us, right?
It is hard to be up here and read chat. I see what y'all do now.
Yeah. It's hard to keep
I read
up.
something and I'm trying to find it. I think it was something that.
Yeah, that's why it's usually I ask people to at me, because then I can, like, if I see my name and, you know, orange, I think.
Don't let the chat be moving super fast because you're gonna lose it.
Oh yeah,
it's gone. Like, shoo.
It's like they're like, why are you not reading my question? It's like there's 500 people typing, and maybe like 100 people typing, and like things do get missed. Unfortunately,
I know I've seen the name Elmo. Sorry, I don't.
Elmo Fire, yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah,
she was talking about it's a Reddit thing, and I was like, "What? Do you know the Discord? Tell me on Discord so I can read it about the custody thing, because I only see the final order."
Yeah, she said that Paul also was on there as having custody. Is it Paul, the husband?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Paul's the brother. Danny's the husband.
Danny.
No, Danny's not the husband. The daughter's dad. Yeah. The little girl's dad.
Yeah.
BJ's husband.
Yeah, BJ's. I thought she meant BJ's husband. Yeah. Family abuse is generational. When I didn't grow up best, Billy Joe, I think, feels guilty. Well, you know, like, I think, listen, I think no one's a saint. I'm sure she had issues earlier on. I think, didn't Billy Joe have drug problems when she?
I agree, Dom. She said she was very open with that, and her husband beat the hell out of her. She was very open with that too. She actually called CPS and asked them for help because she didn't have any. You know, like I say, what takes a village to raise a child. I really do feel like it does, because sometimes you really need the help, you know what I mean? Or any outside sources or anything, you know what I mean? And she didn't have that. So she had to basically call CPS on her damn self.
And I can imagine Leilani using that as like a guilt mechanism to attack BJ. Like, look, you didn't raise me right.
You didn't raise me. How are you going to kick me and my kids? She's very manipulative. She
Family said that. Family said that about her.
Yeah, and she said a whole lot of stuff that was not very nice. That's for sure. Hey, True Crime, what's up?
What's up?
Hello. I only have about 10 minutes. My kids are eating and I have to do bath time, but
that's all good. Thank you for coming up and making a little bit of time.
Thanks.
So that paper is the beginning of the protective custody case. So that was a motion to appear that was sent to Billy Joe, Leilani, Zane's father, Sky's father, and I believe Billy Joe's husband was on it. This is the copy that was sent to Zane's father. He leaked it the night before they had court because he thought that saying that, Leilani was bipolar and doing drugs and all, that he'd get custody. But it backfired because the judge decided to put a gag order.
Sorry, honey. Danny leaked these, right? Is that what you said?
I think his name's Cody.
Oh,
Zane's father?
Yeah, okay, yeah, Zane. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it says in the first paragraph. Do you guys want me to try to read it?
Well, I mean, not entirely. If you could just give a summary, because I feel like iffy reading this document like in its entirety. Me personally, I don't know what Queen wants to do, but I feel like a little iffy on reading the entire. Can you give like a summary?
Uh-oh.
With the
anything.
You can't hear us, baby? Can you hear us? Oh, whoops.
I think she's probably
basically, I think what she's wanting to say, like the second part or whatever, which was one scene I didn't know it had all their names on. I guess I didn't see with all the. I mean,
yeah, it has their names
kids up here at the top, but it says amended order transferring temporary legal custody following authorization for removal. Now, complaints in an affidavit have been filed in the court indicating that law enforcement removed the above referenced children from their home on October 12th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. and an officer of this court authorized the removal of the children from the home and the placement of the children in foster care because they were in imminent danger or abuse or neglect if they remained at home per their mother, which I agree with that. You know what I mean? Especially after what happened with Quentin. I wouldn't leave 2 other kids there.
I agree, because at that point, it would really be a CPS failure.
Yeah. What part were you wanting to read?
Oh, I was just saying that the reason that Quentin's name is not on there is because it was a protective order to remove the 2 remaining kids. If he was alive, he would obviously be on there.
Yeah, but my whole thing was I was thinking like that you had like the temporary custody thing with Quentin when he was like 5 months old. I thought you had that document. Like you knew that.
Oh no, that's not on here. It's talking about how there's the death investigation into Quentin's situation and how Billy Joe was the kinship guardian and she's failing to take care of them properly and left them with Leilani, knowing that she should have, knowing that Leilani's an active drug user. It pretty much flat out calls Billy Joe negligent in the entire document.
Which I expect a legal document to do. If you're trying to win a case, you're going to put out your arguments stating, this is my belief, this is why I believe I should get this, and I'm not really shocked because it's their argument, right? So
yeah, it's their notice to the father that they're removing his child from where he was staying.
Yeah, which by the way, I mean, I kind of she was living there with the kids at the time, so I'm fully in agreement that those kids should not be in the same house as Leilani. That's for sure.
Well, yeah, and I think Cody's involved in Zane's life. Bubba was not involved in Quentin's life, and I don't know about Danny. I just know he took off with, you know what I mean? I don't know if he's involved in the baby's life or not. I don't think so. He's not had any visits with her that I'm aware of with CPS or anything. So I would say, yeah, Cody, they let him know. I'm sure he probably wanted to know where his son was going to be,
You know,
I
they
wouldn't
don't
feel
live with them.
comfortable leaving them there. I mean, I'm going to keep it 100. I would not feel comfortable leaving any kids there.
Yeah.
With Leilani at all. You know what I'm saying? Whether Billy was in the house or not at that point, no.
But this is what pissed the judge off, because this was leaked onto Facebook the night before court. And he thought all this bad stuff about Leilani and BJ was going to like sway people and he was going to win custody. But it pissed the judge off and he put a gag order immediately. So that's why Billy Joe's in trouble now, because he was very adamant that none of you need to be talking about this. No documents.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Well, yeah, and that's why I told you when I talked to her about it.
Absolutely.
They already told her. They told her 4 days before she.
Oh, she was told at this hearing. They were all told.
No, I know, but I'm saying she was told 3 days before when she went to the hearing Thursday. She was told that she could possibly be held in contempt of court. So we knew it was coming 3 days before she was arrested. You know what I mean?
So he sealed all the documents, even though they're trial documents. They were pretty much sealed anyway, and said none of you are allowed to speak on any of this. And that included Quentin's death, because his death is named in that document
as a reason.
And so that's where Billy got. That's why she got in trouble. She spoke on Quentin, and she didn't realize. I don't know if she wrote. This is just what she said. I don't know. I can't speak for her, but what she said was she didn't realize that Quentin was on that she wasn't allowed to speak about him because he was deceased. So she didn't know that she wasn't to be speaking on him.
But don't you think it's that's pretty strange situation that you can't speak on a kid that's
very
dead?
odd. If they say don't, then the judge says don't.
I mean, obviously.
I think he just realized it's becoming a circus, and these people are leaking stuff to make each other look bad. And to keep control of his court, he said no, none of it. If I see anything on Facebook, if I see you guys talking on YouTube, any of it, you're done. And she did it anyway.
Yeah, that would make sense, though. If the judge said you can't talk about, I mean, listen, I might not agree with the judge, but if the judge tells me to do something, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do it.
Agree with them, but shit, when the judge speaks, you fucking listen, because then they don't play. You know what I mean? And here he made an example of her. He fucking was not playing. He was very, very serious.
What she should have done is, as soon as that judge did that gag order, she should have got a lawyer and said, "Can he do that?" and try to argue her case in the courtroom. That's what I.
Well, she's already financially struggling. She wouldn't be able to get you know what I'm saying? No lawyer. I don't think I mean, they're already financially, and I mean.
Yeah, and I don't know the judge's name, but I don't want to give the judge's name. I don't want to give the judge because I don't want no one to contact the judge. I'm not saying nothing about this judge. I might be in trouble. So
yeah, I don't want to give the judge's name or nothing like that. But I do have to agree. In order to keep his courtroom from being, like she just said, from becoming a fucking circus, he shut it down. And I agree that it should stay shut down. You know what I mean? That's exactly how it should be. To protect these kids. I mean, they're going to grow up. And eventually they're going to grow up, and sure, Sky's going to want to know about her brother and their family. You know what I mean? I don't know.
And I think the reason why the father wasn't locked up is because the gag order wasn't in effect. So basically, he did it, and then they says, okay, now there's a gag order, and then Billy Joe started going on YouTube talking about Quentin, and then that's pretty much the situation. And probably Billy Joe didn't know that Quentin was covered in that, and basically ignorance is not really a defense for the law. You know what I mean? You can't say I'm ignorant of the law, so don't convict me or put me in jail. So that's probably what happened. If my guess, am I correct with that thought process, true crime, everyone, or am I off?
I agree. I think that's from my observation point. Yes, I will agree with that.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a shitty situation. I mean, like, honestly, I feel like that's kind of fucked but in the end of the day, the judge doesn't care about, what's right, emotionally right and stuff like that. They just care about, the law is the law, and they don't just care,
Probably because he was missing and it was a active investigation, which it still is. I mean, don't you think that's why she can't talk about him, because of the trial?
You cut out in the beginning. I didn't hear the whole thing.
That too. I mean, yeah, I mean that too.
Well, I mean, like a judge, I think a juvenile judge just can't.
Oh, your speakers are really bad, baby. You're roboting real bad.
Yeah, I've been hearing that. I didn't know if it was me or.
Yeah, it's like, do you have headphones in?
No, but every time I get up here, my battery is about to die anyway.
Oh no!
I got like 2%. That might be why.
Oh no!
I'm at the ground. Oh.
All right.
If you charge it, come back up. It's fuzzing real bad, baby. But it's okay. I enjoyed talking to you. So if you get it charged, pop back up.
Yeah, we didn't gang up on you. We didn't gang up on anyone. We're pretty social people.
I'm grateful for her perspective as somebody that has gone through it firsthand. That was very brave to come up and share with us.
Well, and I'm glad too. True Crime Dime came up to explain what she was saying. It's a little easier when you're.
Yeah. Also, it's like Conceal. Like basically, my understanding is that.
Oh, I muted her mic. You want me to unmute? She muted it. Okay. I was just like, I don't know if I didn't know.
Hey,
if I was,
sorry, my baby.
No, you're fine. You're okay, honey. I know you got kiddos back there. I was trying. I knew you were. I tried to mute for you.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear anything. I was grabbing my daughter a bottle.
No, you're okay. I just didn't want to unmute it and have you, you know what I mean, not know you were unmuted.
Yeah, so Seal, basically what happened was that the gag order was ordered because the father released documents he wasn't supposed to. She talked, and part of the gag order was Quentin Simon, and she talks about Quentin Simon that breaks the gag order, and eventually judge finds out, holds her in contempt, basically. So that's my understanding, what I'm being told. Even though I kind of disagree with it because the kid's, dead, and also it's part of at that time missing. So like a grandmother not being able to talk about her missing kid, or possibly a murdered kid is a little weird to me. But I don't like, usually like a gag order would protect but I'm not a judge. I just thought it was a little weird. Maybe a lawyer should answer that question. Get a lawyer to see if that makes sense. But that doesn't make sense to me. But the law sometimes doesn't make sense.
Queen Bee, I sent you a message from one of her former best friends. It talks about how she called DCFS on Leilani multiple times, and the kids had bruises. And if you want to read it, it's in the email. I think it was the second email, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say I got one and it had a picture. I wasn't sure if it was a screenshot that said
if you're gonna show it, blur her name. I got it off Facebook.
No, I'm not, I won't put it up here because it's got the names and stuff in here.
But if you want to read it, it's really
she says I was her best friend. Which so you got to take this with a grain of salt because when you're was a best friend,
sometimes scorned ex-best friends.
Just depends. Yeah, I was gonna say, so take it as you will. But anyhow, it says I was her best friend for a few years, and it ended because of her doing drugs and me calling DCFS multiple times. Her older son was always filthy, covered in bug bites and bruises. He also never had a diaper change. She would put cold medicine in their bottles and melatonin to make him go to bed, which I actually wondered if Quentin didn't get into something.
There's a rumor that Zane, when he was 6 months old, overdosed on NyQuil. I do not know if it's true, but it's all over Facebook. I've heard it multiple times.
Facebook groups are terrible with rumors. They are.
It's people that say they know them, and I don't know. So take it with a grain of salt. But there is a rumor out there.
Normally, I don't believe most of the shit that people say like that because you know what I mean. I could go on there and say I know True and she didn't feed her kids and she didn't bathe them and they stunk all the time and you know what I mean. Like they could say, you know how people are.
But it might come out in court in trial.
That's what I'm waiting on. Ain't no denying that when it comes out in the paperwork, you know what I mean? Like and people get up there and testify under oath. They can't be lying then, you know what I mean? Like you gotta. So I mean that's kind of what I'm waiting on too, to see what's going to come out in the court. You know what I mean? What's going to come out in the trial and who's going to testify under oath about it. I honestly really think that Danny's going to. I think he's probably one of the state's biggest witnesses.
I think you're probably right on that.
But the cold medicine thing now, see, that makes me just wonder. Because at first I thought, what if Quinn got a hold of like the fentanyl or something, but they would know, you know, like, I don't know. And this is, there are so many things that you would think they would do something about, but if something happened to this baby. The system failed him. She should have never had him once her mother got custody. Then another one says, blank, blank, have you spoke with Cody? Which Cody's Zane's dad, right?
Yes. Or no. Oh, yeah, Zane's dad.
Yes, Zane's father.
Yeah.
And then they said, yes, I have. He is in touch with the people about the situation and everything as of now. But see, it's really hard for me to why didn't if Cody's such a good dad, why didn't Zane go right to him?
I think they had a pretty bad relationship, from what I know. She didn't get along with any of them very well for very long.
Right, but I mean, I'm just saying if that wouldn't. I mean, if he was a good dad and had, why didn't DCFS take him right over there to them? You know what I mean? It wouldn't matter. DCFS wouldn't care if they got along or not. That wouldn't. Yeah. Really, you know what I mean? So
but it just shows that. I mean, if she was calling and neighbors were calling because they were in the ditch, like we've heard, and things like that. I mean, there's going to be a record of it, and it's probably going to come out in trial that all this stuff was happening. So
I honestly do believe they probably did come out. They probably did find him out there in the yard. You know what I mean? Kids are slick and they will go right out them doors. You know what I mean? I've seen my neighbor kids do it. You know what I'm saying? So I really do believe that did happen. She probably did find him out there playing, you know?
And they were supposedly in the pool. I mean,
now see, I don't believe that. Because they're too little, and if they got in that pool by themselves, they probably wouldn't even be here today. You know what I mean? Like them pools are.
Yeah.
That pool didn't look like it had been functional for quite a good while.
Right. But it was a deeper one too. So I don't know. The pool thing kind of, you know, plus they had it set up out there with all them gates and all that shit set up to where. So that story, no, I don't buy that one. But the one with them outside in the ditch, run in the yard and stuff, yeah, I could see that happening.
Dude, I caught before my contractor neighbors left, the ones with the 2 new babies. Mom was in changing number 2's diaper, and number 1, I looked out I come out my front door to have a cigarette. Number 1 was sitting in the middle of the street playing with the rocks because we live on a dirt road. She had no idea. I mean, it happened that fucking fast.
Like Athena's mom, you know, or stepmom went in. They had a little argument. She went in, cooked dinner, and boom, she went outside and was gone that fast. Somebody snatched her, took her, and murdered her that quick. You know what I mean? They, kids are fast. They really are. And, you know, like they said with Summer Wells, she would go outside. She would go out and swing on her swing by herself early in the morning. You know,
Queen, I still think with Summers, if you follow what the dogs say, as well as you add up what we learned in Michael Vaughn's, where there were dogs.
Yeah, and the matter of fact, dad was ordering pizza and changing the baby's diaper when Michael Vaughn went off and went to the neighbor's to play.
Exactly. I think Summer easily could have been snatched by somebody, and too many people have wasted time thinking that her parents harmed her. And like, you know what I mean? I just
feel like Dawn and Candace are not, they're not like geniuses that can get past the FBI, the TBI, you know what I'm saying? Hawkins County Police, like
the Facebook FBI, the YouTube FBI. Come on now.
Still, you know, just, I mean, everybody like the what is that? The team of 4,
yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. I just feel like they're not geniuses to be pulling the wool over all these people's eyes. You know what I mean? I just don't.
I agree. I don't feel like they're crime geniuses by any form or fact or faction.
I don't know. I don't think Leilani is a great mother. I'm not gonna lie.
I think
have
she's
a hard time.
I don't think anyone's gonna
peace in my heart with that. Finding out he was beaten to death. I tend to agree.
I don't think anyone's going to debate with you on whether Leilani was a good mother.
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen some of the abuse pictures myself when all this started. I went on their Facebooks and I scrolled through myself, and there are a lot of pictures for kids their ages that are bruises that are not from play, and they're not edited. They're straight from their Facebooks.
And I think Dan D. Farr says, Queen, again, what legal process brought Leilani back to Billy Joe's doorstep? Wasn't she on probation? I think it was the felony.
Well, yeah, because it says actually her and her boyfriend, in North Carolina. Yeah. So she was at Danny's house and got arrested there.
Yep, it was the North Carolina arrest.
She and Cody robbed someone's house.
Yeah.
Right, so that's the oldest one's dad. So okay, so yeah, so her and Cody robbed somebody's house.
Is that Bubba? Is that who they call Bubba?
Bubba's the middle one, and that's Quinn's dad.
Okay, so Bubba, she robbed a house with Bubba.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Well, see, and you know what blew my mind was he hasn't even seen him since the day he was born.
Yep.
I said, and that's crazy as hell. Then
Right.
we find out that his mom died, his dad died, his son was murdered by his own mother. You know, I mean, that I really feel bad for that kid. I feel like he's gonna have some. He probably really needs some therapy.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for
Agreed.
damn sure.
But honestly, if he doesn't know Quentin, he probably doesn't have any feelings for him. If he doesn't know who he is, you can't feel for somebody you don't know who.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So
yeah, but you're gonna grow up and you're
his
gonna hear the
parents,
stories.
anyhow. I mean,
imagine you're gonna grow up and you're gonna watch a Dolly Vision video about your holy shit, like you're hit like 15 years old and you gotta look up like what
God,
happened.
that would make me sick to listen.
Yeah,
to
but stop and think about Sky. That's still her mother. And she has to know that her mother killed her brother.
Well, it
and
also
this
says in that
shouldn't be out
document
there.
that Sky was born with cocaine in her system.
Yeah.
It says it on that paper.
Yes, I had seen that where all 3 kids had been born with substances in their system.
Yeah.
I know that Zane and Sky for sure. I do not know if Quentin was born with anything. I have documentation for Zane and
I want to know
Sky,
do you have
that
the paperwork where
temporary.
do you have the paperwork where it's signed on October 6th?
Yes, I do.
So could you email me that, please?
Yeah, hold on. I have to do a file again and stuff, and I'm holding my baby right now. So
Oh, baby, just do it later then. Whenever, no rush, honey.
She's
just whenever.
listening.
Oh,
I was going to say those were sweet baby sounds you were sharing with us earlier.
That's gonna be your co-host now, the baby.
Right, substances in the system is what brought on the temporary custody, right?
I believe Zane,
Yes,
that
thank you,
NyQuil
Johnson.
rumor, I believe, I don't have documentation proving the NyQuil rumor, but I believe if everything lines up with what people are saying is that he overdosed on NyQuil, was taken to the hospital. She got emergency custody of him. And then when Quentin was born, she got custody around 5 months. And then, yeah. So I think she's had problems with all of her kids. I mean, I think Billy Joe's raised all of them, basically. I think Leilani's been in and out. She's had a lot of problems, so I don't know. They call it a kinship guardianship is what Billy Joe had, though, in that specific document.
Right. That means
I knew she filed, and I knew she had said she filed, and that they had been fighting back and forth in court for a year and a half, or if not a little
so while that fight was happening, she had kinship guardianship, which means temporary custody by a family member, basically.
Yeah, and she said that they had given her that so that she was able to take him to the doctor, the emergency room, things like that, because they wouldn't see him without.
No, that part is for the state. That's notifying his father, Zane's father, that the state now has control of taking him to the doctor. They're going to take him to the dentist.
No, I know now, but I'm saying before.
Yeah. Prior to that, that means that she had authority to do all that.
Yeah, that's why she said that that's what that was for. Basically, she needed to have that because they wouldn't allow her to take him to the doctor or nothing without it.
Have you guys heard the audio that was leaked?
With the dad?
No, with Billy Joe saying if there's one fucking picture, if there's one
that's
fucking
Leilani. Isn't it?
No, it's Billy Joe screaming at Leilani the day that
she said, the babysitter said something about that was about the pool. We were like, that don't have nothing to fucking do with the kids being in the fucking pool. That's about a fucking picture and stuff like that. That has nothing to do.
No. She says, I slowed it down and listened. She says she's talking to Leilani
on Brett Buffington, right, baby?
She's talking about,
You talking about the one on Brett Buffington where they play it?
I heard it on LB. I don't know, but I slowed it down, and she's yelling at Leilani because the kids were in the pool, and she's saying, "Leilani, do you understand that if they call one more fucking time, if there's one phone call, if there's one picture of these kids being neglected, they're gonna take them all." And she repeats it over and over.
That's definitely said on that fit. Yeah, that's.
So they knew that CPS was involved. They knew that they were on a thin line. They knew that they were being watched.
Yeah.
She still left Leilani with her. Or left the baby.
Well, didn't she have the babysitter watch the kid for 12 hours a day? I mean, the kids.
She said that when I asked Billy Joe, she said that was taken when she was back here, when they were arguing back here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I mean, I think she did what she could. I mean, I really do, and I think it's a messy situation, and it's it's not black and white. It's just not black and white. I mean, I mean.
I mean, if it was me and if my husband and I worked out of town, I would go to work and he would stay home, and then he would go to work. You know what I mean? Like there could have been other options. It's just unfortunate that it didn't work out that way.
I mean, what would you have done if, like, because did you technically have any custody of the three of, like, she didn't have technically custody unless the temporary order said that she had full custody and she can throw Leilani out. I don't know what the temporary order says, but
it's my understanding that when you have temporary custody of a child, because you've gone to a court and said that they're negligent, you are not to leave them alone with that child. I don't think it needs to be like written out. I think it's just in the, I think that was disclosed at the court hearing.
Wasn't it volunteer custody?
I don't know. It just says kinship guardianship, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what was in it, so we don't know if there's like some sort of agreement in there. We don't know anything about what's the agreement in there. So, like, my thought is,
but what I'm saying is, I think in general, all of them, if you get custody of someone else's kids because they're negligent, I think that is a standard. Sorry, baby, that's a standard requirement.
I mean,
I think it's on all of them.
Not all of them, because I read there's usually some sort of agreement that probably both parents kind of give. Well,
sometimes, like in for example, the one that I was involved in, like I said, it was very specified that the mother could not be alone with the children until it was, deemed. And I had a kinship agreement. Yeah. It's generally spelled out in the kinship agreement.
Yeah, and we'll never see that. It's all
yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, what would you do? Okay, let's say you had the perfect scenario. You're in Billy Joe's situation. You're working as a welder. You go in, and you got a drug addict daughter who's not violent, but just basically steals to do her addiction. So she's not a fit mother. We all agree on that. So you're kind of emotionally split with your daughter, trying to get her clean and trying to get her on her feet. But she also has two other kids. I don't think she had custody. I don't think she did have custody of the two other kids. If I'm wrong, maybe I'm not.
She had real custody, full custody of Zane. Legal full custody.
But not
Sky. Quentin is like kind of a gray area because it's kinship, blah, blah, but
so
she had full custody of Zane.
So let's say she kicked her out. Would she be able to take at least one of the kids away?
She would get Quentin and Sky because she had kinship guardianship.
So
or not Sky, Quentin and Zane. So Sky would have gone with Leilani.
So she would have had to live in the house to have those kids in somewhat of a stable home, basically. That's my whole thing. So and so you got a babysitter, you're paying $1,200 a month. And this is from the babysitter's words. I'm not putting words in her. This is an interview she did.
I heard that interview.
Yeah. She's having that lady watch the kids 12 hours a day. The kids sleep for 8 hours. That means only 4 hours. She has other people living in the house besides Leilani that are supposed to keep supervision. Danny is there. I mean, I don't know what Danny's doing. I don't know why Danny's basically, no one's talking about that guy.
He's in active addiction as well. I don't think that Leilani is sitting there doing mines by herself.
Yeah, I agree with you. But I'm saying, like, how many people have done lives about Danny and said
right.
You know what I mean? So it's like you have multiple
You're
adults.
Asking, like, what I would do?
Yeah, like, let's say you're in Billy Joe's position.
I would to keep them until I got back, and then Leilani could go over there and visit when she felt like it.
For 24 hours a day.
Yes, I would.
But do you think the babysitter? I don't think the babysitter could agree to that, because the babysitter literally said that night she couldn't take care of the kids because she had to go to church in the morning early.
Yeah, I would have gotten a different. I don't know. I would have found care because it says in that paperwork that she had just gotten busted for 2 dirty UAs. It's like in the last paragraph, like just recently before this was.
So you're saying that you would have gotten another baby? You would have went for a 24-hour babysitter?
I would have found someone that could watch them. I have a sister-in-law, unfortunately, who's addicted to fentanyl.
Yeah.
There's no way in hell, even if she came to stay with us, that I would leave my kids with her. It would not happen, even for me to go to the grocery store, and that's just my opinion. But I would never do it.
But how much money do you think that would cost? That would probably cost you about $3,000 probably a month. If you got a 24 hours, someone watching them 24 hours, and then you have to do a background check on that person as well. And hopefully that person, because that babysitter next door is not going to be watching those 3 kids for 24 hours a day. That's just not going to happen. So they're going to have to find someone else. Basically.
I think it sounds like Stan and his kids were watching them most of the time because she actually worked as well. So
yeah, I just think it's a messy situation. I don't know, like, people think I'm just basically saying, like, we can all sit here and say what we can do, but I don't know if it's that easy where you can just
If you had a kid, would you leave them with a person in active addiction?
If I had a kid, would I leave someone in active addiction? No,
Like,
I
you
would
know
not.
that they are
Well, if I had a
actively.
kid, I wouldn't leave them with an active addiction. But
No.
if they had a kid and it was their child,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a completely different
and they had
scenario.
tried to smooge over my eyes that they were doing well, and I thought they were doing well, and they had been doing well, and yeah, I probably would give them a chance. Do I think I mean, I wouldn't in my life think they would murder their child. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if I thought that, no, fuck no, I wouldn't.
Yeah, but I get
But
what
do you
you're
think this was the first time that she hit him when he died? You don't think that there
I
was
don't
like
know that she
evidence
hit
of
him
that?
when he died. I still think he was smothered. I don't think he was hit.
It says in the indictment he was hit with an
But
object.
that's the thing. They can say anything in that indictment.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically that's
Well,
their
before the
allegations.
jury, just to do the, I mean, and then basically it's probable cause. They can say anything in that indictment. They could have said he hung him upside down by a ceiling fan and beat him with the bell every time it turned around. And
But to prove that he was hit with an object on a skeleton would mean that his skull
it
was
doesn't
cracked.
say he was hit with an object on a skeleton. It doesn't say that.
He was bones. Your bones after that long outside.
No, I mean,
I think you're making a lot of assumptions, baby.
Yeah, I don't think you're completely taken to bones.
I'm going to respectfully disagree.
But it says, someone says, Elmo Fire says, you have the child sleep with babysitter just as if there was no one there. What if she left with her husband? Question mark. If there was on custody papers, why hasn't this been brought up? That's interesting. If there was no one there, what if they were left there with her husband? I'm not quite sure. I'm not really sure.
Guardianship is not the same as custody. I get that. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
BJ's husband, I believe BJ and her husband both were out of town. I think the only three people that were there was Danny, Paul, and Leilani.
Yeah.
Or from my understanding, was there other people there? Did I miss that? Or
no, because I think Michael came in afterwards.
Yeah, I think Michael did. Yeah. But I get what you're saying. I got to look at the T. I don't know what T stands for. I don't know what your YouTube name is, T.
True crime.
True crime.
True crime.
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I don't know. I mean, like, I guess that's what the impasse we have a disagreement
she
about.
fell off, I think. She might come back up. She might be done. She might come back up. I'm not sure.
Yeah. But I get what her position is. She's like, well, they should have found someone 24 hours. And like, I'm sure Billy Joe, if she knew that her daughter was this fucked up, she would definitely have done that for sure.
Hi, sorry, baby hit the button. I'm not very good at this.
I just figured, I was like, she dropped down. Like, hopefully she'll be back up.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry, baby hit the button. We're not very good at this YouTube StreamYard.
Don't worry, it's fine.
Yeah, it's all good, girl. If you drop off, just pop. If you want to, pop back up. If you're done or you're tired of us, it's okay too. You know what I mean? It's all good.
Yeah, but it's just like, I guess your whole thing is they should have just gotten 24. She should have gotten 24-hour care, but I don't know. I just think that's if she knew that she was fucked up that way, yeah, that would make sense. But if you're just thinking the daughter's got to be clean, she's stating she's lying to you that she's cleaning up her act, and
then not to mention, BJ's best friend was going over there every day, checking on him too, and calling her as well. So, I mean, there were people that she had set up the babysitter. Friend was going over there to check on him. She was talking to Leilani. Danny was calling her. She was having communications with him. She was talking to Paul. So she had been checking. She had been calling. You know what I'm saying? She was trying to.
Yeah. But it's definitely like,
They'll keep up being 18 hours away at work.
Yeah.
So there was accountability and checks and balances put in place with Leilani then.
Yeah. But it's just like some people want her, because her position is that Leilani is like completely unfit because she has drug addiction issues. And Billy Joe should have known that. And Billy Joe should have just taken the 3 kids and put them into 24-hour. Even though she doesn't have custody of the third one, she should have taken them, or it was great, with someone who has 24-hour care while she's out of town, basically. Mm-hmm. That's what she said she would basically do. And that's
in a perfect world, if frogs had wings, they wouldn't bump their asses every time they jumped, in my opinion.
I mean, listen, I can get where she's coming from. Welcome back, True.
But don't all that aunts and stuff live right there? Like, wasn't the aunt on Cher's show? Don't they live close? So why couldn't
I don't know. I don't
watch Cher. I don't watch Cher either.
Her best friend Beth lives close.
Yeah, I don't watch Cher. I think the only time I watched Cher was when Queen jumped on once and a little bit, and that was pretty much it. I don't pay attention to Cher.
Yeah, I just heard last night some clips of it. I think she was on there last night. But it sounds like they all live like really close. And she said on there, you know, if they get custody back of the kids, we'll all help out and we'll all, you know, take care of them.
Yeah.
Why didn't that happen when Leilani was in active addiction and Billy Joe's gone?
Well, how do we know that she wasn't lying to her mother and she was just secretly being addicted, like she was just being secretly about it? You know, how would she?
You don't know. I mean, you know, you by your own admission have a sister-in-law that's an addict.
Yeah, we all know very well because it's very obvious. You know.
Yeah.
My friend is addicted. She's manipulative as fuck. Like she'll call. Well, one time I caught myself giving her fucking money, and I couldn't even believe I did it after I did it because she called. She's like, "Oh, you know, my daughter needs these shoes for school," and da 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 da. And instead of fucking going to the school, I was in a hurry. I was busy, so I just went and took the $20 over there, and I asked my niece. I said, "Did you get your shoes?" No. I'm like, "You didn't get your shoes?" I already fucking knew better. I knew better when I gave her that damn money, but I was in a hurry, and I just fucking gave it to her. Yeah. You know. But she knew, and she knew that. She knew I was in a fucking hurry.
Yeah, they're enablers. You know, like they make you. They make you an enabler, I guess. They kind of force you into situations where you feel like you have to help them. You know.
Yeah, and I think Billy Joe has a lot of guilt for how she raised her. She probably uses that as a weapon. You know, I can imagine Leilani just be like, "Well, look what you were addicted to this, and you're a terrible mother."
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was used in some of the stuff that I had seen. That was something that Leilani used against her mother. And in our conversation, BJ
some of the tactics that she used to make me feel bad. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
She was definitely a manipulative little fuck. Yeah, she was.
Yeah, her aunt said that last night, that she manipulated everyone and she really had like a grudge out for Billy Joe, and it was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Yeah, from what I've been told, yeah, she held a major grudge against Billy Joe, and somebody else had said that because her and Quinn were so close that she despised that, made her not like him even more, which I don't know if that's true or not. I have no idea. That's just, you know what I mean, what was said. So
yeah, there's a lot of people that said that she never like bonded with him and wasn't very affectionate with him at all.
Yeah,
Zane was her favorite.
Well, if he was only 5 months old, I mean, you could understand why. If you were
no, she's talking. You're talking about the baby, or are you talking about?
No, Quentin's too. People say that she never bonded with him, and
if Quentin was placed into temporary guardianship at 5 months old, I could understand why. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
he would be more bonded with BJ versus his biological mother, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's interesting to see if there's going to be anything. I guess they've said that Billy Joe's not going to be charged with anything, but isn't she on like a hold right now and they're not saying what it is?
Juvenile court.
Twitter. It says something about
court for juvenile, and she's
no. They said that case is closed. If you go to his Twitter,
got to do the 10 days for it. So she's got to sit there for 10 days.
Yeah, there's something. It says something else. I don't know. It's the Georgia 2.10, and then he asked them, "Can you give us any details?" And they said they can't release the charges because it will affect her ability to have a trial or a hearing.
Where'd you get this?
It's on Brett Buffington's Twitter, I think yesterday. If you have Twitter, you can open up. It's right on there.
Oh, what I'm saying, like, can you put it in the back chat? Like the private chat?
I could try. I don't know if I have the screenshot or not.
Oh no, or you could just do the link to his Twitter, and I could just try to look through it and read through it. You know.
Let me see if I can find it.
Hey guys.
Hello.
As far as the grand jury indictment, we have to remember, I do believe they had some circumstantial evidence because remember they declared him dead before they found him or knew what happened.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Oh, yeah. And
so when we're talking about a blunt object, I believe, or an object, I believe they know that.
Yeah, but we won't know until like the actual trial. I mean,
Well, yeah.
I mean, we can only guess. I mean, at this point, we're just reading through the lines and seeing what it is. We don't know, but I'm pretty confident that the prosecutor has all she needs to get this person jailed for life, and I hope that she does. I don't think anyone hopes that Leilani gets out. Let's just be fair. Everyone wants her to go to her
Are
ass.
you up here playing with your dog?
My dog is over here having a fit all of a sudden because I got on the phone. Yeah.
The dog is sabotaging you.
Why don't you
I
mute?
took it away from her. I took it away.
Good. Just mute your mic when you're not talking, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know when they get those bursts of energy? She decided to do that right when I started talking.
Oh, it's all good, girl. It's okay.
The other thing in regards to Billy Joe, I think, my opinion, how I read it is, and I don't hope it happens. I don't not hope it happens because I don't know the circumstances behind it to know what I feel should happen. Okay. So I'm not blaming. I'm not excusing. I'm not doing either. But as far as the charges, when they say it's not in connection to, they're talking about to the actual unaliving of the child. There could be later charges brought for other reasons. If this custody paperwork was Leilani was not supposed to be around the children, which I don't see how that's possible because she was living there. I would think CPS already knew she was living there. If you follow me there.
I follow you. I follow you.
And I don't know how I feel about that because I don't know the facts and circumstances behind it, other than what's been shared here and what. I mean, I would be in denial if it was my child too, and I felt guilty for giving her a chance when I shouldn't have.
Yeah.
And I don't think I would come openly out and tell anybody that.
Yeah.
Not for a while.
I agree with that. I really do.
So we just don't know. And I get, Queen, I get what you're doing, and I support what you're doing with Billy Joe, but I just feel like she can be manipulating too, maybe.
So you think Billy Joe's being, what do you mean by manipulative?
Like, we don't know the facts about the custody agreement or why 100% that she's getting custody and this and the actual paperwork and the documentation of why. It's still a little vague. So I don't know what side of the fence I'm on regards to that. But if it is known that Leilani wasn't supposed to be with the children and she was supposed to have more adequate supervision, then she is somewhat accountable. She didn't murder him, but there's other charges she would be accountable for.
Yeah, but we would, I mean, most likely we would have to read the agreement, like
That's what I'm saying. So I don't know.
Yeah.
So I can't say one way or the other. I'm just saying that when they say the charges, it's not in relation to unaliving Quentin, is what the media is saying. So she's not directly responsible in any way, shape, or form for his actual death. But there could be negligent charges coming later. And that's what it sounds like that CPS paperwork is saying.
Yeah.
See, I don't think any charges will be coming down the pipeline later. I think CPS and Billy and Grandpa and Danny and anybody around him failed that baby.
I can't figure out how to send it.
I agree, but when someone takes sole custody of a child,
Yeah, but technically the final custody wasn't given for Quentin until 2 days after he went missing. So
I know, but that's why I wanted the temporary custody agreement, because it would be the same as the final agreement as to the terms of why.
But it might not be.
Might not be.
It may not be. There can be amendments made. There's other things that can have happened.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
That's
not voices, not Queen. Please don't tar her.
No, I understand. I understand. But in my mind, when you go from temporary to then permanent, it wasn't just temporary and okay, mom can have them back. It's something still is not right. So now I need permanent custody.
Yeah.
She didn't clean herself up. She didn't get her shit together.
But that should show everybody that there was a attempt on all parties you know, there was failure on Leilani's part. There was an attempt on BJ's part. I see a good faith effort by the current temporary guardian of those boys to do the best that she could with what she had to work with. And I will stand.
And voices, I agree with that. I agree with that from what I have seen. But like I said, we don't know all the stuff behind the scenes. Not 100%. We do not.
Jennifer, are you up here?
Yes. Thank you, Queen. Is this better?
Yeah,
Oh,
I can hear you
gosh,
really
that's
good now. Yeah,
amazing.
you're very clear now. Yeah.
Okay.
Very
Yeah.
clear.
I put a headset on.
Now
Thank
you're
you
a
so much.
professional. You're a professional
Yes,
Oh,
it
streamer.
sounded
okay.
much better. Yeah, much better.
All right. I'm going to make this quick and sweet. I'm just going to dump what I think and I'm going to get off. First of all, I'm addressing Miss T on the panel.
I think true crime or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I do want to say we do know that Billy Joe made an attempt to intervene for her grandchildren by going for orders to protect her grandchildren from their mother. She didn't trust Leilani, and she did that. And I just want to say she made provisions. We have 3 adults in that household that were present at all time that were not considered negligent parents or have any reason to question their ability to be a bona fide caretaker. You have Leilani's stepfather there. You have her brother there, and you have. Please hear me out, T. And you have Danny there, who is a father of the infant. Now, provisions were made, which is average child support payments that she was making to the babysitter that a regular income family has to pay regularly. Billy Joe did that and paid a babysitter. Billy Joe also told the babysitter, if you don't see the kids, come. You can come to the back door and you can pick them up. That wasn't done. If the babysitter perhaps had said, today is not a day I can have the kids, she really should not have been speaking to Leilani or anybody in that household. She should have been directly talking to Billy Joe and saying, I can't do this today, so that Billy Joe could make further provisions. So I think her culpability, Billy Joe, I think we need to give her a chance. That home, as far as we know, doesn't have any crime related to it. Billy Joe has tried to reform to the best she can. She understands her family dynamic. And she was trying to work around that and maybe try to improve circumstances for her future generation. So I think we really need to look at what is due care. Did Billy Joe present due care? I think she does. I don't think Billy Joe is in jail today because she somehow abdicated that order. I don't believe that the order is the reason why she's in jail today. So I think we need to give her some reprieve. It's enough bashing on Billy Joe. She has suffered with these chaotic, moronic individuals in front of her house who we have found have their own family court issues. I mean, what the heck? And secondly, I have to say, as far as Leilani, she didn't grow up the best. We all know that. Billy Joe knows that too, and it played on her heartstrings. As I asked earlier, what brought Leilani onto her door to
I
have
think
to
that's
now?
why she let Leilani get away with the shit she did, because she used that against her.
Yeah, I agree, Queen.
But
And
I mean,
as a mother, wouldn't you want to believe your daughter?
well, yeah, you would want to. I mean,
Yeah,
and I think she
yeah,
did at first. I think Leilani had Billy had the wool pulled over her eyes at first. I really do, because when the first day she got there, like she said, there was nobody there. Like she
yeah.
expected to pull up and everybody be there, the cops be there, and everybody be searching the neighborhood and shit, and nobody was there. And I'm thinking, because they already knew,
Right.
they,
And
you know what I mean?
right. And I have to say, I'm not defending Leilani's actions against her child, but I do think we have to take a deeper insight, which I think the court is going to do if this goes to trial. Number one, we know she was drug addicted. Though she may not have a diagnosed mental health problem, that may come out.
She does have diagnosed mental health problems.
Okay, so you compound that with I almost said post-mortem depression. I meant postpartum depression. You have to look at postpartum depression. You're now taking a biofeedback in the body that normally works on a negative feedback. Once it goes into pregnancy, you go into a positive feedback. It changes all your hormonal responses. I'm not sure if she breastfed, but all of this plays into it. And with the drug addiction, an inability to regulate her own emotions, she very well could have done something while Danny was sleeping and awoke him. Who knows? We don't know these things. But I do have to say, people do not normally do these types of acts of violence willfully. I do feel that she came from a very bad background. We're right now looking at this case, but this stuff happens every day in New York, and it doesn't get all the publicity it does. What really needs to be publicized is how can we, as family services that intervene in cases, Leilani having now a past criminal history, was she an adequate mother then? Was she adequate in her when she was 21? This is a young girl. She had children by then. She had 3 children within the span of her 20s. So, I think you have to look at all of that. And it's heinous. It's horrible what happened. But I think a lot of stopgaps weren't observed. And as far as the tragedies that they may have found on mortem exam, I do have to say what needs to be litigated when she does go to trial were those broken bones, if they're saying that. I'm not saying that any of this was found. I have no idea what the postmortem says. But based upon what they find on the postmortem, they're going to have to determine were these injuries prior to death or was it after the disposal? Because obviously the disposal would create a lot of trauma in such a small little body. That's all I have to say. And I thank you, everybody, for having me. I'm going to leave it up to you now. Bye.
I disagree with a lot of that, but I mean, I respect her opinion. It's her opinion. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I know what your position is. You think there should have been more done, but I mean, my position is I think she did what she could, and I don't know. It's a messy situation, but it's a very messy situation.
Yeah, I think we're gonna find out a lot during the trial. I just hope she doesn't plea out, and we don't get any.
Well, I mean,
answers.
The only way I think she's gonna survive if she can plead. So she might attempt that, but I don't know if the prosecutor's gonna accept it or anything like that.
I don't even know if they're gonna offer her a plea because of the heinousness of the crimes, but I think she will accept it if they offer it because it will take death off the table.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure her lawyer would be like, "Yeah, just take this plea immediately if they offer you life imprisonment."
Yeah,
because they got you dead to rights. It looks like.
Right.
But personally, I mean, if I had my way, a lot of different heinous crimes would just get the death sentence and it would be a very quick process. But unfortunately, we have to go through, things like that.
And it should be one and done.
Yeah.
I'm tired of these people getting convicted and they do 10 years for something or get out and do it again. I'm not saying specifically murdering children, but.
Hive lady, I'm still over here unpacking. I was taking notes as fast as she was talking, and I'm still over here unpacking. It's going to take me a minute. I don't think I have a response tonight.
Yeah. I mean, basically.
It's a lot to unpack.
Yeah.
Well, I agree with a lot of what she said because I was going through on a lot of her points. There was stuff that we've heard. There's been things that we've heard and have come out as they've been coming out that supports a lot of what she said. So
it doesn't. She's very knowledgeable, and it's just sad that a person that was in this child's life was not as knowledgeable as her.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
That's what makes me so frustrated sometimes. And I know lots of people don't follow true crime or these cases, but sorry, I had to get the dog. And I'm not saying because we do, we're can diagnose people or foresee the future, but you certainly can be aware of what could happen. Okay. And take precautions like true crime, who says I wouldn't leave my child for 5 minutes to go to the gas station
Well, if
with
we could
my
read that document, it says on there that Billy Joe shouldn't have left them. She should have known better.
Yeah,
And
but
it
that's
says
his allegation.
because Leilani is an active drug user and she is diagnosed bipolar and something else. I can't remember the other diagnosis, and she refuses to take her medicine.
Yeah,
So
but
there's a
that's his
lot of reasons why the
yeah, but
courts feel like the kids shouldn't have been left there.
But
It's
is
not
that
just
the
me.
allegation by the person trying to get custody, or is that the judge saying that?
That's the allegation from the caseworker who wrote that protective order.
Yeah, and of course they're going to say whatever they're going to say.
Yeah, and then they
to
said
their
so
arguments.
she has 2 mental diagnoses. I know one was bipolar. I can't remember the other.
Well, I
Anxiety or
mean-
something. She refuses to take her medication. She won't go to her classes. She was ordered when Sky was born, addicted to cocaine. She was ordered to do a rehab treatment. She refused to go.
Yeah.
And she was in active addiction and had 2 hot UAs in the last, I think it said month or 2 months or something.
Yeah, I mean, like that's.
So but to me, that's not somebody I would leave my kid with. It's just not. I mean,
well, because she's not going to the classes, or because she's bipolar.
all of it.
All
She's
of it, but
unmedicated. She's
combination.
not. Yeah.
That
Well, I mean,
combination
just
of an
because
unmedicated person.
Yeah, unmedicated person, but just because you're bipolar doesn't mean
An unmedicated person who's self-medicating with drugs and alcohol, who's in active addiction, and obviously was, unable to take care of the kids if the kids were found outside multiple times, from what I've heard. So I don't think that leaving her there, that even in her best state at this point in her life, she
But
could be a good caregiver.
like he was the only caregiver. There was multiple other adults in that household.
Yeah.
I think Danny is in active addiction as well. And from what I hear
He
about
also
Mr.
works.
Paul is that he might have
Jones-
autism or be on the spectrum.
Tim,
So
can
he
you
might.
drop the link for Jones in?
Sure. Give me one moment. 1 second. I don't know why the pin's not linked, but here's the. Oh wait, that's a YouTube video. I don't know why. I think that's a wrong one. Sorry.
I mean, basically, in hindsight's 2020, but this is the type of case or the type of environment that if your custody person is going to work out of town, and I know she had a babysitter, okay, but maybe you needed to have a live-in nanny, somebody who was qualified to stay in the home and actually watch over 24/7.
Well, it doesn't
because
the
even at
uncle or
night, like
something?
Voices said, Paul could be sleeping, Danny could be sleeping. She could have done this while they were sleeping. Yes, absolutely, and probably so.
I just remember, like, down the street that there's a family member that lives in a house like maybe a block away. Was it like Billy Joe's dad or something? And then it sounds like the aunts are really close.
Again, hindsight is 2020. In a perfect world, this would have never happened. Placing blame. I mean, does that make? I get placing other blame other than the person that's currently behind bars with the charges on the indictment. I mean, does it make us feel better? It doesn't make me feel any better. Like, God forbid that this should be any one of us, that something happened or somebody had a momentary judgment. What happened? I mean, this just came out today. Can we let it settle before we just are condemning and saying they're all a trash ass family and pointing fingers at them?
Yeah, I mean, if she was like such a terrible person, she did pay like someone who's like $1,200 to watch.
I personally had a conversation with the woman, and I've heard the fucking pain in her voice. I sat there while the woman cried and cried and cried. The woman second guessed every action that she's done, probably from the day she can remember.
Which does not erase any culpability, Voices. It just doesn't. I'm sorry. It doesn't.
But
I
like,
think
what did you?
to bring it back to why we were even talking about this is the Brett Buffington thing. He alludes on his page that he spoke to the court and the child custody thing has been closed. I can't figure out how to do it in the back chat, but he says the child custody is closed. She is now in jail, supposedly, according to him, for something that they won't say because it will affect her ability to have a fair trial.
Who is this Brett? Who is this Brett guy?
He's like the lead reporter that's been covering the case down there.
Yeah, you got to send me a link to read it myself.
And then they cite the citation of Georgia Act 2.10 or something where they don't have to disclose the charges. So that's how we got on this whole thing.
Are we
I'm not trying to bash Billy Joe. I would have done it differently. It's not.
Yeah.
This isn't a bash. That's the reason we were talking about it.
Yeah, I'm not saying, I get your opinion. You think you would do something differently. I think it's more complicated when you're in the weeds and you're dealing with it. I think like we all could sit outside and think we would do this, and we have hindsight, but I don't think that's a possibility.
Hey, Jones.
Welcome, Jones.
So look, I think the pity that we feel and the grief we feel for Billy Joe hinders us sometimes from pointing out her, what she did. Yeah, her culpability. Like, she still was responsible. She still failed this little boy. But I think her grief is enough of a punishment. I think this is something it has blown her whole life up. I think the grief that I heard her going through on Queen's channel the other night was heartbreaking. I felt it from her soul. And I think that's it. I think that she is responsible in some ways. And we feel pity for her situation. And that makes us not want to see her responsibilities and what she did wrong. She had a part in it too. I think every adult in that child's life had a part in it. I think they all failed them.
I don't disagree. And I've always thought from the beginning that there could be some culpability on her behalf placed upon Billy Joe, given that she had the guardianship of the children. Right. However, I am with you on that. Hearing what I heard during my conversation with her is fucking more than enough, in my opinion.
I think so too. I agree. I don't think that she should have anything else come from this situation other than her grief. Let her live with that for the rest of her life, and that's enough.
And I believe, in my opinion, the Brett Buffington stuff is incorrect. I believe that once she serves her time for the contempt of court, then it'll be done. That's what I believe. Now, if may I be wrong? Possibly. Could I, I'll accept that when and if the time comes.
Right. Yeah, I don't trust Brett at all.
Yeah, I don't even know who Brett is, to be honest with you. That's why I want to see the link so I can read what he says.
He was one of the reporters that were down there. And now
he's the one that did the little lost boy special.
Oh, okay.
Brett Buffington, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I wonder what his sources would be. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I think she's just being held in contempt of court, and we'll see what happens when we see.
I think so too. I think it's kind of like you need to keep your mouth shut kind of thing,
Well, she should have. I mean, but I think she didn't know. I didn't think she knew that it was Quentin was also a part of the gag order, probably.
That's what she said. She didn't know that Quentin was part of it.
Which, in my opinion, is probably...
You don't think they gave her paperwork?
They cited everything. Her sister was in the courtroom, and she went on Cher's thing and literally says, I'm not supposed to be talking about this because they're going to think that Billy Joe told me. And then she's going to get in trouble again, but then proceeds to talk about it for another hour. So she was in the courtroom and said that they called out certain things. Like when you did the WOTC article, that was in violation of contempt of court. When you did this, that was in She definitely violated the gag order.
When was the gag order put in place again? Do you know?
I think the date of the custody hearing thing was the 16th, I think.
Of October?
Yeah, I believe. Somewhere around there. Maybe 14th.
Yeah, she's been talking for a while.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to see something.
It's just so unfortunate, regardless. Though I don't think. I mean,
I agree.
Oh, she even got in
because
trouble for looking at Leilani. The judge held
yeah.
her. I guess she walked in first of all with an earpiece in, and they thought she was on the phone or trying to record the session. So she got reamed immediately.
Yeah, I mean, so she's supposed to keep quiet about her missing grandkid, not to speak about anything about.
Supposedly, yeah.
That's a little weird.
The judge has told her you're not allowed to say Leilani's name. You're not to say I love Leilani. You cannot speak their names whatsoever at all. Even to
there's a reason
wait.
Though.
The gag order is for this October 16th. Quinn Simon doesn't get found. I think the 18th. So you have a missing kid, and you can't talk about your missing grandkid on the public news because a judge tells you.
Supposedly,
that's fucked up.
That's messed up. Yeah, I agree. 100.
I mean,
I can't remember all the stuff, but she cited a bunch of different. Like when you did this interview, when you talked to these people, when you did this.
You're talking about your missing kid. Of course, you're gonna have to scream out your missing grandkid. Of course, you're gonna do interviews with people.
I mean, that's trying to say that she could not. What we heard her say, that he was perfect in every way, his eyelashes, his little lips, his little nose. She's not allowed to even say that. I understand not talking about the case.
Supposedly that's what he said in the courtroom. Like, you're not allowed to speak about them whatsoever.
So this is a great precedent to do. Like, so juvenile court can force you not to talk about your missing relatives now.
Like, not even positive things. Like,
I think it's because they told
on a public platform.
No, at the time the gag order was put in place was October 16th. I was told.
Okay, but before then.
No, the gag order was put in place in October 16th. So she's not supposed to speak about Quentin after October 16th. And
there's news articles that cite the gag order too. Like reporters that were there, that Brett Buffington guy wrote a news article that said he was at the courtroom today. They wouldn't allow them in. A gag order is now in place for all parties. And everybody that was involved in their custody was there.
And just think about it.
So it was a gag order not only for her, it was a gag order for Leilani, it was a gag order for Danny, it was a gag order for Cody, it was a gag order for Billy Joe's husband. They're all under that same gag order.
Yeah, and she's been talking since Darkness Exposed. So that's from the very beginning. Yeah. So that's probably part of the reason they put the gag order on her.
No, they put the gag order because of you explained it, that basically the father put out the information on Facebook about that thing that document you gave me, and then he just got really pissed off and put a gag order on everyone, stop talking about the case, and that included Quentin apparently, and that was on October 16th. So she wasn't supposed to talk about Quentin Simon or any of the kids or the case.
Do you think it's because they told her that he was dead?
No, they didn't know he was dead until
they knew he was dead shortly after they started searching.
Not officially.
Oh man, come on though.
They declared him dead.
They declared him dead. We got to be real about it. They did.
October 16th. I'm trying to remember exactly what was what was it they said on October 16th.
It was the day after I think they drained the pool because then they went in there too with the.
Yeah, they knew he was dead. There have been dogs and cadavers.
Yeah, but until that kid's body is found, he is, in my opinion, in my thought process, you can't just count this kid out dead just because the police think he's dead. You got to wait until the body's found. That's my opinion.
I understand your opinion, but I also think they found enough evidence to prove that there's no way he could have been alive.
Yeah, but I think it's blood.
I don't agree. I don't agree with this. Like, this, all right, that you can't talk about your missing kid because of some.
Oh no, I don't agree with
juvie
that.
Can say, hey, you can't talk about your fucking kid. No, that's overstepping your boundaries. I don't like that. That's a terrible fucking precedent. Okay, that's a terrible precedent. Okay, he's not dead until his body is found. So I'm just getting a little angry because I don't like that shit. His body is not found. No judge should be telling you can't talk about your dead kid or your kid that's missing because some fucking old judge from juvie oversteps his motherfucking boundaries. Fuck that shit.
So again, Tim, if what you're saying, then no wonder she couldn't be out there.
Conversation.
Yeah, I just don't like that. I think we don't count on the kid being dead until he's found. We don't count on people until they're found.
I agree, but they did. I agree with you. I
They
don't
came
think
out and
he should
said
be.
we believe something else happened. I can't remember what it was. Some other leak or some shit happened. And then immediately they had to cover it up. Remember those texts that were leaked that the family said the body's been found?
Yes.
So like that
He had been
night
found
they
in the
went on and said,
landfill.
okay,
His
yeah, he's
daughter
dead.
did it.
Yeah, but
And
that's a big time difference from October 16th to November 8th. That's that's a little over a month.
I don't think it was November. It was they did that pretty early on.
No, I'm talking about finding Quentin Simon's body.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So the gag order was October 16th. They found Quentin Simon's body on the 18th November. Okay, that means it's a month. And you're supposed to keep quiet because
50 days or 49 days.
Yeah, so some juvie fucking judge oversteps, makes a broad judgment, says, well, you can't talk about your missing grandkid and even talk compliments about him because I'm just pissed off because someone did something they weren't supposed to. The kid is missing. I'm sorry. Until that kid's body's found, you can talk about them as much as you want to get some people to find them. And people can disagree with me. I'm fine with that. But I don't agree with the judge doing that.
No, hear me out. I agree with you. But the fact is, whether we think he should be considered dead with a body or not, they didn't do that. What they did was they made their own conclusion off of the evidence that they found. So there's nothing we can do about it. That's what they did.
This is true. And if we knew
They
what that
pronounced him
evidence
dead.
was, we'd probably be doing the same
I'm not
thing.
I don't care if the cops pronounce them dead until that body's found. I look for the person until they're found. Not
I
because
agree with you.
some guy in a uniform says he's dead. Look for the kids until the body is found.
But you have to also think about a protective custody case.
Area Seller is still fucking missing. And everyone presumes she's dead, but she's still missing. Should we stop looking for her because we just presume she's dead?
No. That's what I'm saying. But that's what they have done.
But that's not right.
No, it's not right. But that's what they have done.
But when you go before a judge and on the motion to appear, it says these kids are in danger. They're being abused. There's imminent danger. All the stuff that they list in there. Mm-hmm. And then they remove the kids and put them in protective foster care where nobody knows who they are. That doesn't just end there. There's an investigation that happens into why these kids are being abused. Like it doesn't, that's not, they don't remove the kids and just say, oh, okay, you're free and clear. You abused them. We're going to take them away. They're safe now.
What are you talking about?
You're
I'm
all
talking
good.
about the judge's gag order. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
calm down.
Because the gag order would be, they're investigating into the abuse that was happening in the house. So talking about Quentin, that relates to what happened to him before he died. But the stuff that was happening in the house prior. So this protective order case that cites abuse and all that stuff is about before.
So maybe that's why they pushed so hard.
I don't listen. I don't agree with that. That they should put that with Quentin Simon. I understand with the other two kids, you don't want to talk about that. And if she was talking about the other two kids,
I agree.
I would agree with you 100% that you shouldn't be talking about that. But when you have a kid that's still missing and you're told you can't even talk to him on the news and you can't talk about him and you can't spread awareness, because who's to say that, if it wasn't for her push like the news about it, that the people wouldn't be able to find him. I mean, it's just crazy. I don't agree with that. I mean, I just don't. The kid is missing at that time. We still have to look for him. We still need to spread awareness for that kid. Because who would have known it? Maybe because no one pushed it. Maybe they would just stop a day earlier, not to continue searching that.
I don't think so.
But that's what I'm saying too, B. Tim, is what you're saying. No wonder Billy Joe couldn't go out and hand out missing flyers. It would limit her from doing any of that.
Yeah, and if you remember in the big interview they did on the side of the house where Leilani is crying and saying, well, maybe somebody took her that couldn't have a kid. They don't mention Quentin's name one time. They are I think they thought they couldn't say the name, but they didn't know they weren't supposed to talk about them at all.
It's for the gag order.
Maybe the miscommunication.
So it's been
you notice a lot of people after like, why didn't they say his name? They didn't even they didn't even acknowledge him. Mm-hmm.
They tried to shut it down, is what they did, and Billy Joe kept talking. Yeah. So they're gonna throw everything they can at her. It's not fair, but that's what they're gonna do.
And I feel like this is a bad precedent Because I can see like other people, other kids in other like, custody things. One of the kids get missing and now the judge can just say a gag order. Now you can't go on the news and talk about your missing kid. Like, come on. That's not a good precedent. That's not good. This judge is overstepping his boundaries. He really is.
I feel like it's because of their confidence of his murder.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't agree. I just don't agree with this whole situation.
And I think if we ever find out what evidence they have, that could possibly prove that that's why they pronounced him dead.
Definitely. And
From the
why the
beginning.
chief was so adamant, we are going to find him here. We are going to find him.
In the beginning, everyone was saying that I think the manager of the Azalea Trailer Park, once again on Facebook, said that there was a video. It started leaking a long time ago that there was this video of her out there at like, what was it, 2 in the morning, 1:30 in the morning?
Yeah, Dolly was talking about that one.
And she sits there for a while. So now we find out in the indictment that she dumped him and then she sat there waiting for, was it her drug dealer or was that the night before? What did the indictment say? It was like, she went to go a drug deal on the 4th. So they knew she had drugs. And then on the morning of the 5th, she was high, obviously. She had just bought drugs. And then the morning of the 5th, she dumps him. So I think they have a video of him being dumped.
I hope they have a video, like to have the evidence to throw this woman in jail. I hope they have all the evidence to throw this woman in jail. I'm like 99% sure that she's guilty. But I just like the one thing I'm iffy about is the whole Billy Joe. She's the arch villain, and also
I don't think
and then she should be thrown in jail because she's talking about her grandkid who's missing at that particular time, and then also is dead. She can't even compliment. It's just I don't like the precedent because it can be. I can tell you it could be done for Ariasella's case. The grandmother's still trying to fight for custody of the siblings. And what a juvie judge could say, "Shut up! Don't talk about Ariasella. She's still missing. They didn't find her body." And
I agree with you. It's not fair. I was just trying to explain. The document was leaked the night before, and then the judge was pissed.
Yeah, I get why the judge is pissed. I get it, but this
it was literally like 12 hours before. Like they had court in the morning at 8. He leaked it at like 6 p.m.
Yeah, I don't know. And if people don't know, like Ariasella was, it's a pretty tragic story. You can watch a lot of YouTube videos on it. It's fucking horrible. I don't even want to reiterate it, but they still haven't found her body. Let's just say that much.
Hey guys, I hate to do this, but I got to skedaddle.
All right.
I really appreciate you letting me hang out. I appreciate the conversation. I really appreciate it, but I got to make some supper. I'm starving.
All right.
All right.
Let's get to talk to you, boys.
Joneson, I need you to email me, please, so I can get these socks sent to you.
Oh, you got me some socks?
Yeah, hang on.
These are the special socks that will have you itchy.
Oh, you did show me them. Yeah, you showed them. I love them. Oh my God. Okay. Is your email in your description or on your page?
It's in my about section, honey.
Okay. I'll email you.
So I want to make sure that I get you these.
You're
sweet. I grabbed 3 pairs from my Frenchy people. So.
Oh, that's so precious. Thank you.
You're welcome, my friend. You're welcome. Keep up the good work. B. Tim, thanks for the engaging conversation.
No problem.
I appreciate the
later voices.
And
good night, voices.
Follow your grain. It was good to see you. Queen, thank you so much for allowing me to spend the evening up here. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. Have a good one.
Bye.
And why isn't the babysitter under a gag order?
Well, the babysitter's not part of the custody thing. She can't be put in a gag order.
Yeah, but she's
talking about the kids and what happened before and whatnot. Just like Billy Joe was.
I had a brain fart.
Oh, I wasn't telling you all. I'm just I get very heated when I hear the judge did this whole gag order thing. I just don't like it because I hear a lot of cases where people are fighting for custody while their kids are missing. It gets me annoyed. I don't like this broad judgment to do with Quinn Sim. So I wasn't telling you all for Laura.
Tim, do you think we agree with it?
No, I don't think you agree with it. It's just I get very heated when I hear that because I say to myself, like, that's just such a bad precedent. I mean, like, I just don't like it because I could see it being used in the area of Sellers case. I could see it being used in like just how the juvie court could just use it to silence people from looking for their missing kids and missing relatives.
I don't agree with it at all whatsoever. It actually infuriates me. You mean to tell me that if something like this happened to any one of us and we can't mention our kid's name?
Got me fucked up. I'd be in jail the whole time, man.
I think it infuriated him so much because those are sealed documents. They have children's names on them. They were shared on Facebook with their names, and I think their social security numbers are on there, their birth dates. I mean,
but Billy
it just
didn't
made
do
him
that,
really
did
angry.
she?
No, the father did.
Right, but she's suffering due to her talking, but then that just was like
overlooked, and he's just like, oops, slap on the hand, gag order.
The gag order wasn't in place yet.
I know.
But I mean, we don't know. Did he get in trouble? Nobody was allowed in that court hearing, so he probably got.
He might have. I haven't heard anything.
I don't think he got 10 days
Well,
in
we wouldn't
jail
know because he's on a gag order. So he
Are they making her do the full 10 days?
Huh?
Are they making her do the full 10 days?
Yeah,
I have no idea.
I don't know why. I mean, I don't know why Larley was timed out. I didn't do anything with timing out. I don't time out anyone's.
Who?
Larley, like she was timed out in her comments.
Lorelai, what'd she say?
She didn't say anything that was bad. I'm trying to look at the timed out. Like,
who timed her out?
Just Murray.
Who's just? Oh,
might have been an accident then.
Yeah, it might have been because she didn't really say anything. Like she says, well, she's talking on the platform to thousands of people on YouTube. Gag order is a place. I think it's a big deal.
Probably an accident then. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I grabbed her phone or the dog got it. She's got one of them Great Danes.
Yeah, but probably had the evidence in mind before the dude. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Laura Lee should have been timed out. I don't know how that happened. And she got like a lot of her stuff got blocked. I don't know. Please don't block when people just have a disagreement.
No, we like different opinions.
Yeah.
Sure.
And I was looking up gag.
A long time, so.
I was looking up gag orders and whatnot the other day, just trying to figure out exactly. I mean, I know what it is generally, but what it all encompasses, right? And I believe I seen some stuff that said like public platforms, you can't be speaking. So it's not like she can't speak to, I don't know her friend's name who's there at the house with her all the time, her best friend, but it's not like she can't speak to her. I think it's just maybe on a public
And
platform.
she's been regardless. I mean, public platform, social media would be in there somewhere anyway.
Right? Like, I don't understand. There's
Even
many times, even I still grieve my son who just had a birthday who's gone, right? And I post on Facebook, and I know it's not a criminal manner, but for someone to tell me I couldn't even like remember him on an anniversary date or speak of him in remembrance or just share, you know what? Maybe I had no one here right now and I needed to reach out to somebody, and it was Facebook. People do this.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
But it's definitely an emotional situation because I know everyone agrees Leilani's a piece of shit and she should be going to a dark forever.
You up here, Cappy?
What's up, Cappy?
Hey, Cap.
Hi.
Well, I got on here because I didn't agree with, what's your name, baby? I can't read. Sorry, I'm rapping.
True Crime Time. Is that the
Okay, True Crime Dime. I agree with you with a few things, but I do kind of feel like you've got a hard on for
she's
Billy
jumping off.
Joe.
Yeah, I think she just has a different life experience. She thinks that
Right, and we have to remember that Billy Joe ain't always made the right decisions anyways. You know what I'm saying? She hasn't. It's not like she's this model mother to look up to. So you have to kind of take that into consideration that, I mean, you can't expect someone to do what you would do. I wouldn't do what she did, but I pity her because she just made the wrong decision.
And then I still wonder, did she even make the wrong decision, or was the babysitter just lazy and had better things to do?
I
Have we
don't
figured
know.
that out
That's
yet?
what I'm saying. We don't know.
I mean, I think the babysitter, I mean, like.
And I'm not coming at you, True Crime Dime, baby. I was
Yeah.
just saying that's what I came up here for.
Yeah.
Hey guys, sorry about
What's
that.
up, Cappy?
Hey, Cap.
Cappy, what are you gonna say? What are you gonna get the chat angry? What are you gonna do, Cappy?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I just think it's like, okay, so every like CPS case has a gag order on it because you're dealing with minors, but I felt like she was very I felt like she was pretty fucking careful. Most of what she talked about was like dealing with sadness.
Yes.
I felt
Grief.
like
Yeah.
I felt like she was very careful, and she was very, very careful with the baby and the oldest one. And I don't know, like most of what she talked about was sadness and how, and then also like the protesters and all the shit they dealt with then, and like I don't know. I just think it's total. And why couldn't you talk about a child that was missing? That's bullshit.
Because they didn't consider him missing.
Well, I mean,
he was considered dead and missing.
Well, I
but
mean,
dead being the main thing for them.
Missing and deceased, she should be able to talk about that. That's crazy.
I agree.
Because the point of the gag order is
just trying to play devil's advocate on what they're thinking.
No, I get what you're saying, but like it doesn't make any sense because those gag orders are put in place to protect the privacy of children, which living children that have lives to live that don't need to hear about like whatever they're having a CPS case for, like whatever the reasons are. And that does not matter in the case of a child being deceased.
I agree.
I don't know.
That's what I thought, but then I thought, well, maybe it's because it's a murder.
But I think we do pity Billy Joe, and I think we should pity Billy Joe. I think
it's the worst position you can be in. Your daughter's
really
a murderer, and she's
so
gonna
it's like, but we have to remember that our hearts are feeling for her, but we have to still use our brains too. Like she did talk.
Listen, I mean, like in a perfect world, I would think like, in a perfect world, even if she she said, Leilani, you're a fucking piece of shit. I'm going to kick you out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if the agreement would allow her to keep the kid in her house away from Leilani, or if there wouldn't be some sort of like what the agreement would say. I know she has custody of one of the kids, but she doesn't have custody of the third kid. So that third kid would go with her. And maybe that kid would be taken into the system. Maybe she'd take like something bad would happen to that kid. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the scenario would be where that you just throw her out of the house, or you take the kids and you hire someone else. Does she have the money to hire someone to pay $3,000 or more? Because it's definitely not going to be $1,200 for 24 hours care in someone's house. Does she have relatives?
That'd be expensive as shit, man.
Yeah. Does she have relatives that can come over there? Maybe. I don't know the relative situation.
They were looking into that, I think, though. And like, because her and her husband have pretty good jobs. So I don't know.
I mean, it just seems like a lot of, I mean, I get you. I wish, to be honest with you, I wish that there was 24-hour care because we wouldn't be in this situation. Quentin would be still alive.
She made a bad decision.
Yeah.
She made a bad decision.
I get what you're saying. I wish that kid was in 24 hours care because then we would never hear about Quentin Simon. He'd be alive and everything would be great.
That's right.
That decision was not made, unfortunately, because no one foresaw that, Leilani was a fucking monster. I mean, I don't think anyone saw it. So, yeah.
And I don't blame Billy Joe for allowing her the chance to prove she could be a mom. How is she supposed to work back towards getting custody? You know what I'm saying? So, and I think my mom would give me the chance.
But she wasn't even following CPS, what they ordered her to do to get these kids back or to get clean and to go to counseling. That's what we've been told. The documents say. Yeah. So why is someone else giving her a chance? If she isn't working for it, don't let her have it.
Well, that's good.
But I wanted to ask about this, though. Okay, so was it ever... It was never a situation where CPS said she couldn't live there. So maybe that's why she felt that it was like, okay, so maybe this is a good idea to try to supervise her parenting, or, and if she just has to deal with them at bedtime, then that'll be the safe zone. Like, they're winding down and then they go to sleep. And then when they wake up, they'll go to Diana, the liar's house. You know what I mean?
But see, that makes no sense.
The brother.
You had a 4-month-old baby. They don't sleep all night.
I think there's some good news today. There is some good news. Joseph, it looks like Joseph Morris might have been banned.
I think so.
The Joseph Morris, the guy that Idaho for the fake audio tape, like of I'm trying to talk because I'm looking at Nerd Report.
No shit. Somebody just said that too. I just got the message. I'm like, what?
Wow, YouTube doing their fucking job. Holy shit! This is.
Well, I know a lot of people. He sent Twitter the fuck up. You hear me? They were going off about his shit.
Oh yeah.
Dolly, you better be careful. YouTube's watching, motherfucker. It's like
I don't have a Twitter, so I missed it.
yeah, I just saw a recommendation from Nerd Report, and I saw Joseph Morris has been banned from YouTube. I was like, what? 44 minutes ago. Like, this guy's a piece of shit. So I mean, I'm kind of glad. This guy's
all right. Well, here it goes. I pulled it up. Nerd Report. No,
yeah,
like
it's the recent like 44 minutes ago. If you go to his, it says
Cinema Show. Yeah, there is no channel for him. That's what I'm showing you. It's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. This is what happens when you fucking lie and you do this type of crazy shit. Your channel gets deleted.
Not just lie, active investigation. Idiot.
Yeah.
JLR, you're next, bitch.
Oh, I can only hope. That would be the greatest.
I'm fucking dead. Fucking Jonesy made that video was so funny, dude. Oh my god.
He's so stupid.
She kept calling his house a halfway house and shit.
I'm sorry to change the subject.
Halfway house.
I wanted to just add. I just noticed that. I was like, oh my god, this is good.
No, but Cappy, to what you were saying, not to mention, like, the brother was there too, right? So how is she supposed to think that Leilani would actually do something like that?
Yeah, that's another thing. Like you think it's never gonna happen to you, and and I really, really, really doubt that if she thought that she was gonna do something like that. Like I think she probably thought at the very worst, I don't know,
that he'd be abused.
That's
still unacceptable.
I don't know. I don't think she thought that she would harm them. I don't really feel like she thought that though.
I don't either.
I don't think so either, but maybe she didn't think about this either.
That's where the culpability comes in, her ignorance to the situation. And I hate to say it like that because I feel so sorry for her.
Well, denial, I think more so. I think, listen, she keeps putting herself in Leilani's shoes, and I think that they're two very different women. I feel like this because, looking at the two of them, I didn't see an iota of emotion out of that little girl.
No, I agree.
23-year-old Leilani, because she could be my kid. That's why I say that. You know what I mean? But you could see the emotions building in Billy Joe's chest. She wanted to turn around and smack her face.
Oh, I saw Billy Joe. I saw the first video, interview with that. She was looked at her. She was separated. She did not like Leilani, and
I don't know how she did it.
When they were out on the lawn that one day,
oh my god,
when they were protesting the protesters, Billy Joe was beside herself, and Leilani is just high as fuck, whatever.
I mean, I the one thing that really threw me off when you remember when she was live with Justice for Gwen on the front porch, and she had to word it, and she was like, "Hi guys," I was kind of creeped out how she was kind of out of it when she was there. It was weird, and I always felt that. That's why I was
I got out of it, out of it as in hi, but also
no emotion.
There's just nothing beneath the surface. Nothing beneath the surface.
No, she's empty.
Yeah, and that's what I felt.
That's devil people.
That's
when the devil takes a hold of you for real. You're empty.
Yeah, that's exactly what. Yeah, well, we see a lot of soulless people like Dolly and Molly.
No, not like this. Well, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Dolly's a different type of
soul.
Bad. Yeah, I don't see him
doing some shit like this. Like, yeah, he's
I
a
don't
piece of
either.
shit, but like,
he's too
Yeah.
dumb to do anything.
Well, I don't think he's not. He's not as bad. Yeah,
He
you're
wouldn't
right.
even be able to figure out what to do. He's such a damn idiot.
I think he's more of a grifter for money. He's not like a person that would do anything bad like that. But you know.
I mean, he's a little violent-ish, grabbing the bullhorn and stuff, but like, I don't think that he would go that far. But
I think he's like mentally off. Like he puts like
I do
literally like
too.
Jason Voorhees next to 4 murdered kids that were stabbed to death. I'm like, bro.
And talking about grifting, how much do you think a babysitter got paid for that interview?
Oh shit! Probably like $2,000.
I can't, man.
That
I can't
bitch
with
needs
her.
to shut the fuck up.
She so
needs to be
shut
gagged, ordered too.
Yes, she does.
That's what I'm saying. It's
And
so
people
fucked up.
putting her on a effing pedestal. I've had it with it. I have had it.
So sick of that. I am so sick of it.
This bitch is gonna sit on public television and tell everybody what she saw, what her thoughts were, what her daughter recorded, that she's told Billy Joe and she's spoken with neighbors about it, but she never told a goddamn person who could help this child.
Right.
Fuck
She
you, bitch.
failed him
Sit
too.
down.
Yeah, she totally lied about like contacting CPS, changed her story on that. So she didn't do anything. She's no hero. She's not the only one that loved him either. Like that is the most ridiculous statements.
I saw a post today. Someone posted a comment. I would like to send her a Christmas present. She's the only one who loved and cared and looked out for these boys.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
The vast majority stand up for her.
With it.
Did you? I haven't even checked my email in days.
I did. I'm like, I've had it with this one. I've had it.
I'll give you my number.
Oh, you can tell I'm boiling, right? I've
Just
had
one moment.
it. And
What,
I ain't going real life on her. I'm not.
No, I'm just talking to myself. Sorry.
You said just a moment.
No, I said just a moment. I'm just looking for something. 1 second. Never mind. You keep on talking. I'm just talking to myself. I'm going nuts. Sorry.
But that's how I feel about anybody who thinks there's even possible abuse.
Right.
Just call. They may not even do anything, but at least you called. You tried to be a voice for somebody. The babysitter was just a tattletale.
Yeah, and I think she likes the attention.
She does.
She was just fine with whatever was going on at that house.
She was. And I'm past the point of thinking that her speaking out like this was her own guilt. Like she needed the love and attention because she needed to have others convince her that she wasn't somewhat culpable for leaving him or not calling or whatnot. This is what I thought. I'm past that now. Bitch needs to shut up.
It's part. It might be part guilt in the way of, and probably mostly to try to like keep up with appearances and not have people thinking bad of her, just like Jody Sue Brown and all the people did in the Wells case. Immediately when the child goes missing and they have this open case and investigation, these people that are in their lives want to put themselves so far away from these families. Like, oh yeah, there was all this shit going on, blah blah blah. Well, why didn't you say anything if you had such a problem with it?
Right.
And then people still swear up and down that she did. She said she reported to DCF. No, she said she talked to them. And you know why? You know why she talked to them? Because there was an open case that someone else called in, and they actually called her in her role of babysitting. So you know what? You still didn't tell when they called you all the shit you knew.
Ooh, exactly. Feel it. Rain.
I'm sorry. I don't go lightly
No,
when it
I
comes to
love
these kids
you.
and abuse. I don't do it. And I'm sorry if people think I'm hard on Billy Joe. I do have empathy for her. I feel it when she's on here and I see her talking, and I know she made a mistake. And that's why what I said when that other lady was up here and she spelled it out for us a little different, right, than what I was thinking. And I just said, okay, so she didn't have the knowledge. And like you just said, she didn't have the intelligence, the wherewithal, the whatever you want to call it, to foresee it like some do. So my main thing right now is for someone who is listening, even in this chat or catches a replay, that or watches this case 2 years from now, if you know an addict who is responsible for a child, don't leave kids with them.
Right.
Just don't do it. Even if it's their own, even if you're pushing them to do better, even if you think it's going to be okay, because what if it's not?
Right.
And Tim, I know what you said about cost for 24-hour care. Look what it's cost them now. Look what it's cost them now.
Yeah, but the thing is that they don't know if that's actually.
I know.
You
Hindsight's 2020. I get it. But when all of the red flags and stuff are there and they're ignored, I just get pissed off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think there were red flags there too.
And that's why I would have, in the beginning when I came over here, and I told you I would be for the protesting, because I thought that fat blowhole bitch was going to CPS or something, not in front of this woman's house like she did.
Yeah.
Fuck that bitch too.
I almost fell out my chair.
I was gonna go there.
I haven't heard
was gonna
follow the
tell her
grain
I
that
will meet
mattered.
you and go there.
Oh no.
And that's also where I was getting my possible misinformation from. Okay, in the very beginning about why Billy Joe had custody and was pissed off that Quentin was left there, period.
Right.
Not pissed off Quentin was left there, pissed off Leilani was allowed to live in the house.
Right.
If she got custody for the reasons the other people were saying.
Yeah, the CPS knew she lived there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel so bad for her, dude. Like I feel like she's doing the very best she can do.
I really do, but she's still responsible in a way.
Like,
Anyway,
of course she is, and listen, like, of course she is.
It sucks to say it.
She was like, I think, holding it down the best she could, though. Like, somebody's got to make.
I think so too.
Yeah.
And I don't think for a second that she ever thought her daughter would do something like this, and legally, she wasn't being held accountable in that way either. So,
right.
It's like,
I just hope by us speaking about it and having these healthy conversations that somebody else out there, like I said earlier, who may possibly in the future or currently be in this situation to know better, because obviously Billy Joe didn't, or Leilani manipulated her enough. Just be aware and watch those littles. They're too precious. They can't defend themselves.
But anyway, guys, I got to skedaddle. It's getting late for me. I have to get things ready. But good talk to you guys.
Skedaddle.
Sorry,
Good night, Tim.
I gotta go. You guys
Good
have a
night.
good one.
Skedaddle.
All right, one moment.
And I heard y'all talking last night, Queen. If I ever overstay my welcome, you please just tell me to get my ass down.
I will.
What happened?
I will. What do you mean?
She's like,
I'm like, was she talking about me? Because sometimes
I
I'm
will.
up there.
I'm a bitch like that. I'll be like, okay, it's time for you to get down. It's time for you to go.
I figured you would.
I mean.
But I wasn't sure because you was on a rail.
You guys know I'm an asshole like that. Come on now.
Well, I think she was talking about how more issue with people just taking a place up here and not saying nothing. And you usually are very vocal.
Yeah, if I'm up here long enough after I can't get a word in for a little bit, I'll just jump down.
Me too, and then I'll try to come back later.
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah.
But yeah, I try to, but
I just got done wrapping presents, y'all.
Nice.
All my stuff delivered, so I can start doing that finally.
Yeah, my shit's been coming in like in droves, man.
My husband's like,
all of it
Amazon
last week.
again. Amazon again. The driveway alarm keeps going off. He's like, what the fuck did you order now?
She pulled up here and my husband was leaving to go to the gas station. And she was like, so the whole back of my truck is yours. You can just, you can just get it all out. He said, oh my God.
So I had to leave earlier. And when you guys were going over the affidavits, the paperwork and stuff, thank you, Just Jill. So they believe that she harmed him with an object that was not like an object, meaning like a hairbrush or something that's not intended to be a weapon but was used as a weapon, basically.
Yeah, which could be anything. Yeah, a lamp, a brush,
shower head, baseball bat,
right? Yeah,
anything.
Right. Okay. God. It's so fucking awful.
That's what I mean. And
Extension
that's why I
cord.
said they have to have at least, I think what they have is the object and the
Mm-hmm.
scene.
Mm-hmm.
The scene. That's what I think they have.
And her
For
throwing
them to
something
say
away.
that.
Well, and whatever.
And if they didn't have her on video throwing something away, I believe her phone pings right there at that dumpster.
I agree.
Probably, and like whatever, evidence that came from the landfill too,
Yeah. Yeah. That's
I
true.
don't even want to say like it's just
He could have
so
been wrapped up. I mean, we don't know.
something, because he's really little. So I don't know. Just so disturbing, so sad, so gross.
Yeah. I mean, if it is that, if it is her beating him to death, that's a whole nother level. It's a whole nother level. If it was an accident and she freaked, it's unforgivable. But to know she actually did it.
I mean, my gut and brain, what we've heard is telling me I know we want to believe, and like Queen said, I just want to believe she accidentally rolled on him, and I don't
or he
think
got
this
a
is
hold
what
of
we're
her
gonna
stuff.
see. I don't think it's what we're gonna see. Everything leading up to this shows that it's pretty heinous, I think.
I think so too.
Well, and that brings me back to what we've seen of her on panel and in the interview from the news, the lack of emotion, the fake crying on the news and stuff like that.
Yeah, because that was a whole fake ass fucking cry, and that was
Yeah.
show she put on with her mom sitting next to her.
I thought she was a psychopath from the beginning. She has not shown any kind of emotion. So,
yeah.
I mean, it just is what it is. I didn't think it would be so gruesome if that is what it turns out to be. But I thought it was more possible that he got into her stash, you know what I'm saying? And something happened. He overdosed or something. That was where I was leaning. But this is completely like other side of the spectrum.
Because let's think of it like this. Okay, so let's say Danny allegedly is responsible and she's just covering for him. She still has such lack of emotion that it's very fucking alarming.
Yeah, it's telling.
Yeah.
Extremely alarming, because he wouldn't have walked out of my house.
And having her mom right next to her made her lack of emotion show up even more so. You know what I mean?
Because Billy Joe was a mess.
You could see the pain, and then there's just this like nothing beneath the surface. Like there's nothing there, basically.
Right. Oh,
can you imagine how devastating that would be to like? That's what I keep going back to with Billy Joe, like
her having to live there in that house with her,
and
couldn't
like
leave. Couldn't fucking move.
Yeah, couldn't go anywhere. And having to deal with the fact that is her child and would do that to her precious grandchild, and like all of the above, just so much fucked up shit.
It is.
And all the people yelling at her, Billy Joe, get her to turn herself in, get her to tell you the truth. It was all that woman had to do to keep it together, to not get to the point where she made her tell her. If you know what I mean, and how she would have made her tell her.
I agree. I thought it was only
prolonged it. If anything, they prolonged what happened the day that, she because all of that started to fall into place. They hadn't issued the warrant yet because they issued the warrant once Billy Joe got in contact or whatever, because they wanted the confirmation on the remains. It just so happened that they got the remains at that time. So I don't know, man. Like, I feel like they prolonged any type of like them getting to the bottom of it in that house. They did nothing. They did the opposite of what they wanted to do.
Yeah, no,
100%.
They made a huge difference. They didn't do shit but harm.
No, they didn't. That kind of pressure isn't going to break anybody. That kind of pressure is going to make everyone go on the defensive mode. Okay? Nobody can even sit and think to themselves to even come up with, what should I do now? What's the right thing to do? They couldn't even be in their own head thinking.
And you see when she just came on Queen's panel and was going through it, that shit, like, that was her first moment of really getting to grieve, I think.
Yes.
That was really when she had to sit alone by herself and, you know.
You heard her say him when Leilani wasn't there. I have been feeling peace came to me. All these, she could breathe. She could frickin' breathe.
So sad.
Did you not get it? It is sad. Sorry, y'all. My kid.
Oh my gosh.
I wouldn't have been able to be that strong to let my daughter, especially if I suspected this, whether I was in denial about it, you still suspect it in that other part of your brain, right? I wouldn't be able to. I would not have been able to. And other people who expected her not to need to shut up because that still is her daughter.
Right. I can't even imagine like tackling that inside of my brain. Like it God. I can't imagine. I can't imagine.
I mean, I could sit here and think I would disown my daughter or my son if they did something like this. We can all sit there and think, no, this is terrible. But we wouldn't. We would be disappointed in them. We would be mad at them. We would tell them, what you did was wrong and you need to pay just like Billy Joe did, the consequences and be accountable for it.
Yeah. I kind of feel the vibe that she's getting more angry and more angry with Leilani, and maybe they might not end up having a relationship someday because the way things are going and what has been said and everything, like, and the stuff that's coming out is very fucking
It's
shit.
horrible. And I honestly still feel that Leilani did this for a number of reasons. One, he looks just like her, and she's obviously not happy with her own self, right?
Like a lot like her, yeah.
Yeah. And that I won't say he was Billy Joe's favorite, but they had a good connection, a good bond. It sounds like she loved him very, very much, and Leilani did not. Okay, so there's the jealousy there. Okay, her maybe not. I don't know who raised Leilani. It's not my business really, but knowing it wasn't her mother, there's that animosities and trying to heal from. Plus, bipolar disorder, unmedicated, self-medicating, all of this going on.
Yeah.
What was I don't know.
But I kind of feel like
it's a lot.
With that being said, like regarding Billy Joe's custody of her kids when she was younger, there's also like a layer of guilt there.
Yes.
And parenting with guilt.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so hard. It's so fucking hard.
Some people just don't see empathy when it's a child that's murdered. And I was one of those people. Okay?
Right.
I was that person.
No, I was very hard on her. I was very harsh in the beginning until the protesters started up. And then I was like, wait a minute. Like, I need to reevaluate where I'm coming from. And,
even if I 100% felt Billy Joe was accountable at this point or should be culpable, which I'm not there, but I'm saying there's a good possibility. We just don't know all the paperwork and what's behind it. But even if I was, I would not have agreed with what those tragedy pimps are doing.
Absolutely not. And like even that threatening letter, like the way they spoke about harming
that gross one.
Yeah, like SA included. Like,
yeah.
No, you know what? Like, and especially at the point in time, we didn't know what happened. You know what I mean? Like, we literally didn't know. So you should always err on the side of caution. I get really like, there was a creator today that was like, see, it was her mom that did this, and you guys always were saying that we don't know what happened. No, that's, if you're a true crime creator, you should fucking know that. You err on the side of caution. It's innocent until proven guilty. Stop forcing this guilty until proven innocent bullshit, because it's contagious and people run with it, you know? Scary world. It really
It
is.
is. And I think that note was a collaborative effort
Oh,
by
for
people who were
sure.
there, by people who were in front of that home for weeks.
It sounded just like some dumb shit that one.
I think it smells like Dolly soap.
I think it smells like Snuffleupagus and Xanax. It smells like snot and Xanax is what it smells like. Fucking shit.
With a little dolly on the side, maybe.
Maybe because there was like a printed part and a written part. So I think it was like, you know what I mean?
It's the Mary Xanax bar.
I swear to God. Oh no, because it's like it was stupid in the description, just like how she would talk about the sacrifice stuff. It was that type of nasty, weird shit.
But then the other like S element to it is like Dolly. Like I could see him thinking of women that way, and just gross. I could. Sorry. I didn't before, but I do now.
Like even like people that are convicted of like heinous crimes, like I'm not gonna be like, hey, I'm gonna come are you, like, I'll basically say like, hey, yeah, you're gonna go to prison and they'll deal with you there and they'll probably argue and that's what you get. But I don't know, I just felt like it was so weird how it was put into words, so descriptive and shit, you know, like, I don't know.
That's a sick mind to do that, is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
That was really I mean, I've heard some things, you know, with these cases and stuff, you hear terrible things, but that letter to me, that note, like turned my stomach. It was so vile and gross on all different levels. Don't you think?
I agree. I had to mute for a second, sorry. But
Evil wrote that letter.
when I think she knew what Captain Obvious? Like knew about
Does she think? I don't know. Who knew what?
Hold on, someone's in the chat saying something. No, I am just going to look at the charge records for BJ and the codes. It isn't for a gag order. It says that it's contempt for a gag order. What do you mean? I'm pretty sure it said that, right?
I don't think so. I think it just said contempt of court.
Okay. Okay, let's think about what could be contempt though in
a number of things.
Like acting out of pocket in court, breaking a gag order, violating mandates.
It's basically for breaking any court order.
Right.
That court order could have been a gag order. That court order could have been not to leave Leilani with the children. That court order, that's why people were running with that too.
So we saw the paperwork that said she wasn't legally held to anything until a couple days after he was gone, right?
Well, there should have been a temporary custody prior to the permanent.
A safety plan, yeah, a safety order. That's what they call it in my state.
Yeah.
But,
I think they're calling it I don't know. It first started as a kinship agreement, or that's what it is, period. I don't know.
Okay.
But I think what that means when people say
people also say it's voluntary custody. It was voluntary. That still doesn't mean that there wasn't just cause, okay? What that means is that the biological parent did not fight you on getting custody because, one, they knew they weren't capable and wanted the best for their children, okay? Or two, knew if they tried to fight, they'd lose anyway.
Right. It could be like, it could be falsifying or lying. Yeah, it could be.
Yes.
It's basically just going against order. Sorry, I accidentally muted.
And I mean, this is all just hearsay and thoughts. We're not saying any of this is what's going on. I want to clarify that. And
Well,
that Queen's
yeah,
not
this is
saying
totally
it. This is totally just
speculation. And also, listen, like, the reason why I'm going on what was reported, well, I mean, like, it didn't come out of Billy Joe's mouth, though. It came out of her friend or her family member that was on panel with Cher. But I haven't seen her change her story yet.
Right.
I've seen the babysitter change her story. I've seen Leilani lie, but, like, I haven't seen her do that yet. She's been pretty transparent about her trust issues with her daughter and everything. So, trying to give her the benefit of the doubt on this. But, how can you read the codes and know? Like, are you a court official, Mama? Is what I wanted to know. Because Mama's comment was no, lovely. I had just commented hints, i.e., look at charge records for BJ and the codes. It isn't for a gag order.
See, and I
I
meant
don't
to go
do
look up
my
the
work.
code. I meant to look up the code the other day and didn't do it.
I can't go on due to my work, but I do have receipts and facts. Well, Mama, like we obviously have to take that with a grain of salt because we don't know you, but because people get in here and they lie a lot. They lie.
I don't believe BJ had an idea of what Leilani was capable of either.
No, I don't either.
And even if she suspected because she was in active addiction or whatnot, I still don't think she knew she would be capable of it.
I don't
like, I think you would, even if you suspected, I think it would be very easy for a mother to talk herself out of it. Very easy.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying you need to lie, Mama. I'm just saying, like, I have to take that with a grain of salt because we don't know. I take everything that everybody says with a grain of salt unless I see court documents because, you know, that's just how I roll. Because we've had people come in the chat like, hey, I got to hook up with the FBI, blah, 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 blah. And like, no, it's not always true. I don't think it's ever been true.
Let me just tell you something. Okay?
What?
If it is true, people know not to say it out loud, okay? Period. That's all I got for you, and I know it. So that's silly. That is so silly.
Exactly.
My mother one time went to the airport and she thought she had that whatever clearance because a family member of ours does work for the FBI. And she said it to like the people going through the gate. Well, my so-and-so, works for, oh gosh, we were so embarrassed.
Oh, sad.
You know that will flag an agent?
Lying. She did another interview. She did an interview with, was it Court TV that she did an interview with? Or, it was Brett Buffington, sorry. Brett Buffington interview recently in the last couple days. And yeah, she's still loved by many. But like more people are seeing through it though. And she's claiming to get death threats. And it's all kind of, oh, poor me bullshit. And it's annoying as fuck.
Okay, I don't want her to get death threats. I don't want her to get bullied. I don't want her family to get harassed. I just want her to shut up.
Yeah, I just want her to quiet down. Yeah, and we don't encourage like making death threats, so nobody do that, please. That's pretty gross behavior.
Extremely.
But it's all about like her, and she even, Savage, get this. She even went as far as to go like because you remember how she kept saying, "Oh, I don't want to get famous off a baby." She said it again, and then she followed it with saying, "I want to get famous off my recipes and my cooking." And I'm just like, oh my God. And she went through a list of foods she specializes in. I'm like, what? Oh my God. And then she plugged her TikTok after saying that. So she's just
Sounds
got.
like my mother. I would love to have this while we're out shopping. And then she'll look at me and go, don't you dare get it for me.
Yeah, she had the vigil. As she calls it, a visual, but yeah. And then all a bunch of drama went down. She live streamed it. It was a mess. Yeah.
Well, ladies, we've been on here like 5.5 hours, so I'm gonna go ahead and shut it on down if you guys don't mind.
All right, thanks for having me up, baby. I love yous.
I love you too, honey. It's been
All
a long
right.
day, so I'll
Good
holler at
talking
you
to
guys
y'all.
later, and thank you for hanging out.
All right, bye,
Thanks.
y'all.
Bye, Cappy. Thanks for chatting with me. Night, Queen.
I'll carry him out there. Good night, honey.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming up, baby. I'm sorry. I got to go carry the little dog out to go to the bathroom. His legs hurt. So y'all have a good night.
I've been on my own for 3 weeks now. I've been drinking every single bottle, Jim Beam down. You say I'm crazy, but I think you're just mad. You say I'm wild, what's so bad about that? Baby, we were good, like white wine going down. But only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. I walk a straight line, but it only brings me down. There's love in that bottle that I'm drinking down, drowning a heartache since you walked out. Only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. Even the preacher, he says he can't help me. I've been singing praise the Lord, hallelujah, but it don't set me free. You say I'm crazy, but I think you're just mad. You say I'm wild, but what's so bad about that? I've been seeing old lovers, but they can't keep the memories out. Oh, only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. Oh, I walk a straight line, but it only brings me down. There's love in that bottle that I'm drinking. as you walk down. Only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now.